Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Monday, June 22nd, 2026. We got a great day of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John, the GOAT Hoagland, and to the far right, JD. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Feeling good, Jay. Ready for a new week, new markets, new opportunities. Looking forward to seeing what this week holds for everyone. JD, Jay, great to see both of you. JD, how you feeling this morning? You ready?
Excellent. I'm ready. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. Am I mistaken? June 22nd. Is today the first day of summer? Is that it?
I'll think yesterday or today.
Yesterday, today. All right.
Days start getting shorter from here on out.
What a way to start the summer. All right. Yes, market's moving already. I'm ready to go. Let's get into it. Let's do it, guys.
Let's do it. We are going to take a look at the gold opening range trade. Gold does open up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We'll take a look at a 1-minute opening range trade there in gold. We'll wait for the first minute to close, and then a 1-minute candle outside of that range for confirmation of the trade. Gold right now trading 42.26. What are we up right now in gold percentage-wise? Down, actually. Down 0.47% from settlement, up from the overnight session. What are you guys thinking? Hoag, you like where we are for this gold opening range trade?
Well, I kind of do because, I mean, there was a gap from Thursday to Friday's regular trading hour session ranges. Of course, Friday was a holiday, very low volume, but it is kind of presenting the opportunity for an island bottom with that range on Friday being gapped down to and gapped above. I'm thinking more of a repair area, repair type of day. We'll, of course, talk about this more as we go through these charts, but I can see price moving either direction. 41.68 is the naked point of control from Friday. We got a naked point of control from Thursday, 42.60. The market could just repair in that area today, but because we're out of range, out of balance, in a gap, from a gap, I do kind of think that there may be some decent opportunity for this morning. Of course, we can always gauge that by the amount of risk we have to take. My thoughts only.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm in agreement, Hoag. I think there is opportunity on both sides of this market today. It could be a see money, take money type of environment in gold today. Reminder, Friday was not a settlement day, so we're looking at settlement price from Thursday. Friday was a holiday. It was an abbreviated trading session. Markets closed at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. CME Group markets. But I'm loaded for a couple. As Hoag said, let's see what the risk looks like after this 1-minute opening range candle. Let me pull up the correct chart. All right. I'm looking at the micro contract MGC on a 1 minute time frame. See what this market
And
gives us. We got a
gold
couple seconds.
is
And
officially open.
they're off.
Ding, ding, ding. Here we go.
There are the buyers.
Stepping in right away.
There are the
Institutional
buyers.
investors still respect those old school pit trading hours, the regular trading hours. 7:20 a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for gold futures. I got a high 42.29.20 and a low of 42.25 even.
Looks about right there. Another 20 seconds or so before this candle closes. And we're going to look for a 1 minute candle outside of this range. If it closes above the high, will be long. Below the low, will be short. Who traded on Friday? I'm curious in the chat. Who out there was trading on a Friday? I know it was a holiday, but the markets were still technically open. Who placed any trades, or did you take advantage of the full 3-day weekend? So we got to close there.
Good question. My Malik didn't want to take the day off. That's okay.
Hey, markets are open, money to be made. Hopefully not money to be lost, right? But we understand that in futures trading, there's risk. There's opportunity on both sides to make or lose money. But if you did, let us know how it went. We got a 1 minute opening range here, 42.29.20 at the high, 42.25 evens at the low. Still trading in the middle of this range right now. No look outside. If the market does trade on both sides, we'll call that an invalidation. 60% long tilt in gold right now.
I tried not to look at the markets on Friday. I do admit I did peak for about a minute and then shut it down.
Not this guy.
Yeah.
I totally checked out.
Some people said nice price action on Friday. Quick scalp winner and done. Max lost 1,100 on Friday.
Woof.
There you go. I mean, I guess that could happen any day, right? As long as it's managed risk. As long as it is managed risk.
No confirmation on that
trading.
first. Yeah. Nothing done on the first confirmation candle. We almost took up the high just a second ago. Looks like it wants to. Feeling a little trappy already.
Yes, it is. We'll wait for this second 1 minute candle to close here. Another 30 seconds on this one. Stays consolidated in this range. I'm looking at. Yeah, okay. It looks like it is. It looks like it's been asleep for the last 3 hours or so. I had a nice move last night. We'll talk about that when we get to the charts. But for the past 3 hours, it's been in a pretty tight range.
Mm-hmm.
Wake up.
Right back to the middle of the opening range. What's that, Hogue?
I said, wake up.
And
no confirmation yet. Yep.
Another no confirmation. 61% long tilt. So somebody's adding to that long position there. It was 60% long. We'll see if we get a breakout here. JD, maybe the market's waiting for something. Is there anything on the economic calendar that we have to look out for today or throughout the rest of the week?
Not so much today. Headline risk does remain high, though. We saw some headlines coming out of Iran already this morning. I anticipate we'll be seeing some more of those coming out. As far as the rest of the week goes, tomorrow, we've got the PMI composite flash. Wednesday, crude oil inventories. Thursday, PCE number, personal consumption expenditures, formerly known as personal income and outlays. We're going to see how much Americans are making versus how much they're spending. Big inflation report. It's one of the Fed's favorite gauges of inflation here in the United States. We also got GDP coming out on Friday. That's going to be a big market mover also. And Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report coming out on Friday. We got a special guest coming out on Friday, too, to talk through the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment number. International trade in goods also on Friday. And, of course, we're going to round out the week, cap off the week with the old Baker Hughes rig count. We're going to see how many open active oil and gas rigs there are in North America. There are quite a few economic reports coming out this week. As always, we will keep one eye on the ditch for you. We got one eye on the charts, one eye on the news, and we'll be piping in as much information as we possibly can to keep you as well informed as possible throughout the trading week. That is what we do here on Topstep TV.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for that, JD. It looked like we were going to get a close outside the upper extreme of that range, but it did close right at the high. Another 10 seconds or so before this 1 minute candle closes. This is either going to be a long or a no trade. And it looks like we're going to close right back inside of that range. So Hogue, let's go through the checklist. First trading day of the week, first trading day of the summer. Let's make sure we are prepared and ready to go. Let's go through that checklist.
Hogue was playing with the mute button already.
There it is.
We got to do our homework if we're gonna go to recess. So let's do this. Pre-market research, of course, that's what we're doing here. It's always about context, risk management, and patience. Morning checklist. I've got my coffee, water, took my walk, walked the dog, a little fed, a little hydrated. I'm ready. Mindset check. You in the right frame of mind to trade? Happy traders do make better traders. If there's something bothering you inside or outside of trading, it can affect your decision-making process. Trade entry checklist. What's going to get you into these trades? What's going to get you out of these trades? Write those trades down. Do your journaling throughout the day, because at the end of the day, of course, you're going to do your trade your trade post-market checklist. Of course, that is going to be analyzing the trades you took, going through and completing and rereading your journal, and always watch at the buzzer at the end of the day with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. I'm going to kill my mute button and I'm ready for the day. If you've done your homework, you're ready. Let's do this.
Let's do it. No trade on that gold. We did look above the high. Looks like we may be going to take out the low. Gold might do the heavy lifting for us here. Coming back down to the low of this opening range.
I nearly forgot to mention we have some big earnings this week too. Micron Technology is reporting on Wednesday after the bell. Micron shares are up more than 800% this year as of last week's close. $1 trillion valuation.
800%.
Yeah, 800%. Micron products are used in AI data centers. Those earnings will be released on Wednesday. All right, gold trade is invalidated. Thanks for nothing, gold. We will take a look at crude oil. At the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell for crude. We'll see if we can get something done during the opening call here.
There it is. James Doyle in the chat asked, how long do you wait for gold to get canceled? Well, trading on both sides of the range invalidates the trade. Or if we were in that 1 minute opening range for about 20 minutes, I think at that point we just move on. But we consider that an invalidation if it trades both sides. So we will go on to the next trade. A little discretion there if it takes too long to trade outside of the range. But JD, before we get into these gold charts, we got some news on progress between the U.S. and Iran.
Yes, we have an update to share. Mediators say Iran-U.S. negotiations in Switzerland have finished on a positive note overnight, and technical talks will continue this week. Reed Binion is reporting on it. Let's roll it.
Talks between the U.S. and Iran that concluded in Switzerland overnight were positive and constructive, according to mediators Qatar and Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance led the U.S. delegation.
What the president has asked us to do is turn over a new leaf, to transform our relationship with the people of Iran.
Iran's foreign minister said sanctions on Iranian oil were waived and some of its assets frozen abroad were released. There were some tense moments that stalled the talks after President Donald Trump made comments to Fox News threatening the Iranian delegation, angering Iran's top negotiator. Trump said the U.S. could resume bombing Iran and take over the Strait of Hormuz if a deal is not reached. But after talks ended, mediators said the U.S. and Iran formed a line of communication to manage incidents in the strait, raising hopes for stability. As the talks were unfolding in Switzerland, back in the U.S., a mixed reaction among Republicans, including Trump's own former Secretary of Defense.
I like the fact that we've extended the ceasefire. I like the fact that the strait is being opened up. When I look at the MOU, there are many of the points that I have serious questions about.
Democrats criticizing Trump's handling of the war and the negotiations to end it.
The way he is trying to bring us out of this war not only speaks to the failures of the war in total, but it also speaks in a bipartisan way to how bad of a leader he is.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Everyone's got something to say, right? Well, things are looking up a little bit. Maybe we'll see this thing get cleared up in the next couple weeks.
Sounds
right.
like
As
some
long as there's
progress.
communication, there's hope.
Exactly.
There we go. All right, Hogue, no numbers at the bottom of the hour here. Let's take a look at these gold charts. Where might we be going with gold today?
All right. Mondays and Fridays, we usually like to start with the longer time frame. I'm starting with the weekly chart today in gold. The downtrend is still intact. Obviously, we're still putting in lower highs, mostly lower lows. The question that I have is that excess low we had 3 weeks ago on the week of June 8th, that excess low seems to be holding, at least for now. This market has been very weak. It's been very easy to the downside on some days. So we're just going to try and see if we can't take out these lows so that Jay and I have our opportunity to get some bought down at 3,500, which we've been looking for some time. This is the daily chart now. So last week we had a weekend gap to the upside. We kind of established a new area of an upside or a top of the current area of balance, and we saw that high really fail, and we didn't see a whole lot of open interest until Thursday when we saw a pretty decent jump in open interest. Overall, the open interest has been kind of waffling through this whole move to the downside, the retrace to the upside, and the beginning of the move back to the downside. But Thursday, we finally added an approximate 7,200 in open interest. We don't have open interest from Friday because it was a non-settlement day. We can probably talk a little bit about that on the 30-minute chart here. So, really kind of focusing as far as areas of extreme as last week's low 41.3870, last week's high 43.63 half in the kind of daily time frame. I'm thinking that the auction did bring in some steam to the downside on Thursday. Very low volume on Friday as typical for a holiday. It was a shortened trading day, no real major longer time frame activity. So the market just kind of pushed back to the downside. We are seeing some buying. There is potential for some repair. And again, we'll take a look at that on the 30-minute chart. But this excess low on the weekly chart and the kind of reversal pattern that we saw here back on the week of June 8th, it's still kind of presenting as a reversal pattern. And there may be another reversal pattern on the 30-minute chart. Again, we'll take a look at that shortly. But Jay, what are you seeing here on the daily?
On the daily here, Hogue, first to start, daily ATR, $115 in gold. So far, high to low range, we are at about $78. So there is still some range left on either side. We do know that, what was that, the week of June 8th, we had a couple of range expansion days that might have changed that daily ATR. But what I'm looking at here is the low of the March 23rd candle on the daily. That was the first candle that tested the 200 moving average in years. And it's kind of set a range for us here. We did get one candle close outside of that range on June 10th, but since then we've traded inside the range. What I'm looking at for the week is whether or not we can close a week under this low. 41.6590 is that price on the low there. We've had price close outside of this range. We haven't really had volume trade outside of that range too much. So if not, sometimes you say at Hogue, what doesn't happen is maybe as important as what does happen. If we cannot close below this, then any sellers here may start to cover. We could see that rotation back up to the 20 moving average, 43.63, which is right at the midpoint of that candle as well. So interesting spot here. So far today for this week so far, we've seen buyers step in at the low of this candle. It's pretty much the low of the sessions near where we opened. Is there enough sell interest to get it down to, 4,000 and then down to our bids at 3,500? I don't want to move those bids up, Hogue. I'm leaving them where they are. And let's see if the market comes down there and gets them. But 41.65. Let's see if we can close a weekly candle outside of that range. What are you seeing on the 30?
You've got to demand your trade location, Jay. You've got to demand your trade location. All right. So, this was some pretty good push off the highs on Wednesday. Again, we didn't see a whole bunch of open interest necessarily pile in on that day. I'm going to check that just to make sure that I am saying the right thing here. So yeah, last week we didn't really gain or lose any open interest all last week until Thursday, where we gained a lot of open interest to the downside on a relatively narrow trading day. There was a lot of accumulation, probably to the short side in this smaller range, very range bound for the better part of the session before the sellers took over and closed the market below the initial balance. So, we're seeing some selling coming in. Everything that happened on Thursday night into Friday, very low volume on Friday. But what we're kind of sitting in the middle of is a potential area of repair. We're going to be opening in the gap from Thursday to Friday with a gap above Friday's high. If Friday was a normal trading day, it wasn't a holiday, I would put a lot more stake in the fact that this market is possibly going to be putting in an island bottom, gap to it, gap away from it, island bottom. This move in the crude oil to the downside started with an island top. So this can be a pretty important reversal pattern if it does prove to be so. Again, with the lack of volume on Friday, I'm not really sure that this is all that powerful, but it's still, if you're looking at technical analysis, if you're looking at profiles, an island bottom or an island top is a pretty decent reversal pattern. Where did this reversal pattern come in? In the excess of the weekly bar low from the week of March 8th. So we did see buyers coming in here. Are those buyers still going to be present? Of course, we will have to wait and see. We did have another gap below, okay? So this was a gap from Thursday the 11th to Friday the 18th, and we have not been able to fill that. Another kind of example of what doesn't happen might be as important as what does happen. So I think my initial hypothesis today, Jay, is price is either going to reach the naked point of control from Friday's session, which is down to 48.6860, or the naked point of control from Thursday's session above at 42.60 even, or both. It's opening between them in a gap between those two naked points of control. The market may just kind of rotate between those two, eventually possibly reaching one or two of both of those levels. So I'm right in the middle here, probably going to try and stay a little bit patient. We were kind of looking at the opening range trade, which invalidated itself, which I think is knowledge in itself that we're going to find better trade location as the day goes on. It's going to be an interesting trading day in gold today. Jay, what are you thinking?
I'm agreeing with you there, Hogue. We may see some balance here. What I'm looking at on this 30-minute is the 30-minute candle that's at the high of the day. It's the highest volume so far, and we rejected right at 50% of it. The range of that candle, 42.1770 at the high, 42.3810 at the 42.3810 at the high, 42.17.7 at the low. And we're rejecting at that midpoint right around 42.30s. We also have resistance one as far as pivots go, right there as well, 42.23. If I was trading gold today, I'd be leaning to the short side. I did take a short last night that did not play out. I was very happy to take that trade off once we got back above VWAP. But I'm seeing a market that on a higher time frame is in a downtrend. And I said, if I was trading gold today, I don't see a market that's out of balance enough for me to look aggressively for an opportunity here. I think there needs to be something that kind of shifts this market around that says, hey, this is definitively what's happening. And I think right now we're seeing a market that is imbalanced. So, there's patience required when that happens. So I know from my trading, there might be a range trader that says, oh, this is the perfect opportunity to trade this. I know for my trading, I have to be a little bit more patient and wait for gold to say that it is going to get directional, at least even, in an intraday time frame. So a couple of levels that I'm looking at, we got the 200 moving average on the 30-minute above us, 42.82. If gold does want to get aggressive to the upside, that looks like a decent target. We last traded the 200 moving average on Thursday of last week. We have price and volume above the pivot. So right now, I kind of have two time frames fighting against each other. Higher time frame is telling me downside. The medium time frame is telling me that there's a little bit of a correction here, like you said, a repair day. So I'm seeing patience. There may be opportunities later in the day, but for right now, it's telling me to sit on my hands.
If Thursday's profile was a neutral day, traded both sides of the initial balance, so that it makes sense that the market is seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Normal variation day on Friday, but again, with the lack of volume there, I tend not to put that much weight on the holiday markets where there's no real volume and no real participation from the longer time frame. There may have been, we don't know. We can't tell. We can't see the open interest of the shortened time frame, the shortened session on Friday. Settlement is, still again Thursday settlement price, which is 42.45.90. I'm looking for this market to kind of find an area of repair and hang out here for a little while. So attention range traders, when this range is established, focus on those extremes. That's, I think, what we've got for gold this morning.
That is what we got. We are going to take a look at the equities next coming up. But JD, before we do that, we got some updates on stocks overnight.
Yes, we do. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Nikkei closed up 1.55%. The Shanghai Composite closed up 1.78%. And our laggard, the Hang Seng Index, slipped a little bit down 0.65%. Stocks in Europe currently trading higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.12%, the FTSE up 0.58%, the CAC 40 down a little bit, 2.37%, and the Stock 600 up 0.3%. U.S. dollar index down a couple of ticks this morning to 100.811, just a few ticks below the 52-week high, which is up at 101.13. The VIX is currently up about 1.5% to 17.04. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting gently at 4.491% going into the equity open. There's a quick update for everybody. Let's dig into that NASDAQ chart. What do you say?
Let's do it, Hogue. Reminder to everyone in the chat, we do got a special guest coming up at the top of the hour, so we always give the people what they want, the NASDAQ, at the end of the session, but we're going to do it right now. Hogue, what are we seeing in this NASDAQ chart?
Okay, so it is a little bit different than the S&Ps. If we get the chance, we'll take a look at the S&Ps after our special guest is here today. But we are kind of setting up for potential long, kind of medium time frame area of balance, right? So we've got the all-time high, weekly kickoff high, which we did test last week. It remains the same weekly kickoff high with no close or anything really that active above it. So 30,950 is that level. 31,100 is the September contract all-time high. So we are rapidly approaching the upper area of the upper balance, the upper extreme of this current area of short time, medium time frame. I would call this balance. So a lot of this is going to depend, of course, on headlines. Lots of more important economic information coming later on in the week. So with anticipation for that, I'm just kind of looking for the market to maybe get a test of weekly kickoff high. And with that, I'll be using balance to break out guidelines. If we break out and we do see some volume and continuation, some time above that level, it might be a situation where we could head to and put in a new all-time high. I don't know. If we can't take out these highs, then we may see a rotation back lower, back into the current area of balance. So I'm really looking at the weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low as the extremes of the current area of balance. 29,130 bottom, weekly kickoff low, 30,950 high, weekly kickoff high. Let's take a look at the daily. All right. So, I know Jay is going to be talking about this June 5th bar, and we put in last week's low right up against the halfway mark of that, which Jay, great calls on those. Those are really, really good levels. But last week was range bound. I see two areas of balance within a larger area of balance. We're looking at last week's low, 29,923, as the lower end of the balance in last week's high, or weekly kickoff high, 30,975, as the upper end of the upper balance. There's another balance below that I believe is really just kind of part of a longer medium time frame area of balance. Rollover's over, folks. We're not going to have to worry about that. I'm looking forward to seeing clean volume and open interest numbers coming forward through this week. And like I said, we're kind of looking at an area of balance. Balance to breakout guidelines apply. If you get a substantial breakout that shows, continuation possibilities or momentum, you go with the breakout. Any breakout that fails, you're looking at a market that is likely to rotate back near the low of the current area of balance, which again would be last week's low. It's Monday, folks. Take your time. I know it takes me a little bit of time to get back in tune with these markets and get my vision going, but that's what I'm seeing here on the daily chart. Jay, what are you looking at?
On the daily here, Hogue, daily ATR 668 points. Again, that is a little inflated as well because of those two 1,600 point days that we had. I'm seeing a market that wants to trade higher, but like you mentioned, Hogue, that June 5th candle, can we see not just price extend outside of this? Do we see some volume up here as well? We'll see it on the 30-minute, but the last time we did an opening call, which was Thursday, we talked about a hollow move where the market moved point-wise pretty well in the overnight session, and we've had the same thing today. High to low range, we're almost at 500 points. It's doing it on lower volume. So gauging the participation of this market to actually hold prices higher is what I'm looking at today. We talked about the hollow move on Thursday morning. Right on the New York session open, we had a 250-point move to the downside before we eventually do find some buyers. So I'm keeping that in mind as well. I don't want to be the buyer that's buying the highs on days like this because, like you mentioned, Hogue, we are in this area of balance, right? So we're going to need some participation, maybe a catalyst for the market to continue to trade higher. If we keep hearing, good things come out of the Middle East, then that could be it. But, from a technical perspective, this is a market, like you mentioned, is in balance. Can we close a week above 30,711s, which is the high of that June 5th candle? That would be the question for today. It starts with some buyers stepping in right now. We're holding price above it. For the regular trading hour session, we can see this more in the 30-minute. I would not be surprised at a pullback to 30,711s, and then we'll see what happens from there. The 20 moving average above the 50, above the 200, so the upside structure is still intact. But we've now been in balance for, it's been 14 trading days since we've made an all-time high. We're not far off of it, but we need some buyers to step in here. What are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
So, Jay, last week you mentioned if you were looking for some sort of catalyst to be able to push this market higher. And usually that's something we look for to the downside. Like equities are, they have this natural tint to the upside. And we're always looking for the catalyst that's going to take it off its high horse and provide us with short opportunities. And now you've kind of flipped that, and you're saying we're going to need some sort of catalyst for continuation to the upside. And the only catalyst I can think of course, would be some reduction in
Uncertainty,
probabilities of higher rates, and
okay.
Something solid to come out of the negotiations in Iran. So I think we may be on hold until we start seeing something tangible from those negotiations. What do you think?
That's what I feel like as well, Hogue. And we say it all the time. The market really doesn't need a reason to go up, but I'm looking at this June 5th candle, and it reminds me a lot of October 10th. And we did not take out that October 10th high convincingly until we had a reason to, maybe. So, and then we can see we sold off right back through that candle. So, interesting spot here in the market, decision-making area. It's balance until it's not. And we're not far from the all-time high, so you don't need that much of a reason, I guess. But if they liked it, they'd be buying it, Hogue. And we're not seeing it yet.
Yeah, well, right now, it's looking like they are liking it to some degree on the 30-minute chart here. What do we have as far as overnight inventory? Do we see? I mean, here's where we started last night. Too short. Now we're long. When we look at Thursday night into Friday, The market opened here, got too short, and then came right back to basically where the market opened. That was a typical short time frame overnight inventory adjustment that occurred on Thursday into the abbreviated session on Friday. But right now, from where we opened last night to where we are now, it's looking like we do have some pretty decent overnight long inventory. We are looking like we're going to open with a session gap above Friday's high. To close the session gap, we've got to get down to 30,783 and a quarter. If we can't close the gap relatively early, then I can see us looking for the upper extreme of the current area of balance. And again, I'm looking at that as somewhere between weekly kickoff high 30,950 and 30,975 half last week's high. Weekly kickoff high, last week's high, pretty decent zone there. So if we do start to move towards that, this would be kind of my next area of potential resistance and opportunities to limit risk. So a lot of it depends on whether we are able to open with the gap, reject Thursday's range. I may have said this was Friday, but it's Thursday's range, and then see this market continue to the upside. There's a few levels that I'm looking at, weekly kickoff high, 30,950. Thursday's value area high and value area low look like they're going to be very important. Friday was inside of those. So looking at reacceptance of Thursday's value to the downside would take us down below 30,718. 718, basically settlement price, because settlement price was 30,719.75. We start showing time inside of that or below that level, that would indicate value acceptance that could take us down to Thursday's value area low on the TPO charts is 30,529. What about our overnight low way down there? Could we actually see that if we do see some sellers coming in? That would be a pretty substantial move. Not suggesting that that is financial advice, but hey, ECH, man, anything can happen. I think that's pretty much the levels that I'm looking at. Weekly kickoff high and value from yesterday or from Thursday. When you get down to value low on Thursday, maybe pretty decent opportunity there. Again, most important, and I think the most important nuance for me is going to be if we open with a session gap above Thursday's high, we will be opening with a session gap above Friday's high. But with the lack of volume down there, who really cares? So I'm going to be watching Thursday's high. If we close that gap and reject, then I can see us rotating higher. So much of this is also headline driven. Rollover's over. Ding dong. The roll is gone. Hey, what are you thinking?
I'm looking at this 30-minute Hogue, and I want to buy this, but I'm reminded of what we said on Thursday. It's somewhat of a hollow move, right? If we just go back to Thursday before we opened, we had a 500-point move in the overnight session on overnight volume. We talked about that being hollow. And in a market that I want to buy, I want to be long the equities. We're so close to all-time highs. It feels like we're going to go take them out. That does not mean I won't take a short. My first trade on on Thursday, and we talked about it, was getting short. And we talked about, the potential for a pullback, and we had a 200-point pullback from the highs in the NASDAQ. But what didn't happen was a 30-minute candle close below VWAP. VWAP's that red line on my charts. So I'm saying all that to say, if I find myself in a short, because technically on a shorter time frame it sets up, there's see profit, take profit opportunities, right? And they could happen quick, but the structure never broke to the upside with no 30-minute candle closing below VWAP. I'm looking at a very similar situation here. We've had a 500-point move to the upside, and again, patterns are patterns until they break. Today does not have to play out like Thursday, but I would not be surprised at a pullback into VWAP, which is about another 200 points from where we are right now. If I find myself short and there is no selling below VWAP, then that's a see profit, take profit trade, and maybe a better opportunity for me to get in long. We are right at resistance one right now, 30,815 in the NASDAQ. We can see prices up here, but again, VWAP is 200 points lower. Is this another hollow move? We'll know for sure when the volume comes in for the New York session and gives us their opinion. If they say, hey, you know what, we're good with price here, just continue to buy it, then we may have to get in long higher with using that volume as the backdrop for a stop. But if volume comes in and disagrees with where price is, A lot of times on holidays, we'll see the market revisit those holiday prices, those Friday prices. It could be very interesting. So look both ways before you cross the street. These markets have been providing two-sided trade opportunity. And I'm seeing a lot of the same thing, very similar structure to Thursday here. So I'd be conscious buying here. Again, I do want to get long the equities. I'm not trading the NASDAQ with a 200-point stop. So if it wants to sell off 200 points before I get in, by all means. But that is what I'm seeing here on the 30 here.
Awesome. Yeah, the profile on Thursday was a normal variation, and we had delta divergence all day long. Like, the price was continuing to push higher, and delta was just holding in the negatives. So I was thinking that we may see a pretty decent increase in open interest on Thursday. We didn't. We only added 500 contracts on Thursday. Now that's partially due to rollover, but it does support Jay's hypothesis that the rally has been a little bit hollow, and it still seems to be a little bit hollow. Again, we don't have anything from Friday as far as open interest is concerned, and we won't. So the next open interest, that comes out will be Thursday's final, and then tomorrow we'll get the combination of Friday and Monday, that open interest, because Monday again was not a settlement day. So it's a little bit blurry, but rollover's over. Thank goodness for that. We're going to see how these markets play out. Jay, thank you very much. Awesome analysis.
Thank you, Hogue. You as well, Hogue. We are going to take a look at oil here. Oil does open up at 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 8 a.m. Central. We'll take a look at a 1 minute opening range trade there as well. Oil down 1.63%. JD, before we do that, we got some news on oil prices.
We sure do. Real quick, though, crude oil has also rolled. We are in the August contract. Q is the symbol for crude oil right now. If you are not trading on the Topstep X platform, make sure you are rolled to the August contract. You always want to make sure you're trading the most liquid contract. If you are on the Topstep X platform, we have automatically rolled that for you. All right, we've got a few minutes till our good friend Ben Emons comes on. You guys all know Ben Emons, CIO and founder of FedWatch Advisors and managing director at Highline Asset Management. He's going to be on at around 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time to talk some macro with us. He's going to walk us through what happened in last week's Fed meeting. But first, crude oil. Yes, investors seem enthusiastic about a U.S.-Iran agreement that includes a plan to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Still, some experts warn the situation might not be smooth sailing just yet. Brent crude is fluctuating roughly around $80 a barrel. That's well below wartime highs. West Texas Intermediate crude, WTI, that's what we trade here at Topstep, is under the $80 mark, and U.S. stocks are thriving. Last print on crude futures, 74.63. Negotiations are underway. We saw that they have concluded in Switzerland. In related news, holiday travelers are getting a break at the pump. AAA says regular gas is averaging $3.97 a gallon. That's down about 3 cents from Thursday. All right, we got a couple minutes until Ben Emons gets here. Let's dig through these crude oil charts, if you please.
All right. So weekly downtrend, testing the low of balance, right? So long time frame balance, medium time frame trend to the downside, testing those lows. Daily. Going to show a much clearer picture of the current downtrend that remains intact. This little red circle up here was where the island top was put in, and we've been pushing price lower ever since. Sometimes those island tops and island bottoms are really good reversal patterns, and in this case, it proved to be. Rollover will be ending soon. We added 35,000 contracts on Thursday, which was a bit of a reversal day, but we had an excess low, but a very small range and a very indecisive bar on that one. So market is continuing to try and push to the downside. Rollover ends again. And this lower extreme of the area of balance might be a little bit tough to get to. We've got our weekly kickoff down at $69, weekly kickoff high at 83.50, and I'm probably expecting to see weekly kickoff low tested before the high. I don't know. A lot of that depends, of course, on headline risk and how things continue to go. with talks with Iran. So, Jay, anything that's pointing out that's sticking out to you on the daily chart here?
From a technical perspective, Hogue, this is a market that looks like it wants to trade lower. We got oil down 1.75% right now. I'm looking at 2 daily candles. The first one, April 17th. Can we close below that low? We've traded below the low, but can we close below that low? That was the daily candle that tested the 50 moving average. And then I'm looking at March 9th, which was that 34% day high to low range that we had in oil. The low of that candle is 71.94. We have not traded to that low, that 71.94 area, but those are the targets that I'm looking at to the downside, 73.98 and then 71.94. Oil over the last month or so has been in this downtrend. It's been a lot easier to make money to the downside, I believe. Daily ATR back under $5, which is, par for the course if oil prices are going to be coming down. A $5 range was a month last year in in oil, and we're getting back to that range here. And then below that, $66, the 200 moving average. It seems like all the mechanisms in place are trying to get oil prices lower, and it's happening right in front of us here. I know we are open. We can take a look at that 1 minute opening range trade there. But what are you seeing on the 30, Hogue?
All right, real quick. We're still putting in lower highs. We're still putting in lower lows. Our overnight high, there was a weekend gap that has closed. We are rejecting higher pricing at this time. One of the most important levels or areas of reference that I'm kind of looking at in crude oil today is the base of the late spike to the upside on Thursday. The late spike is the market was in this range for the better part of the session, and right at the end of the session, price extended the range to the upside and closed above there. So the base of that becomes important because that's where the buyers became very aggressive on Thursday. You've held above it ever since. We are right back at it now. So what we're looking at is where this market is going to close in relation to the base of the late spike. It opened below it, but it's very kind of consolidating around it for the last couple of hours. I'm looking for acceptance above that base of the late spike for continuation to the upside. I'm looking for acceptance of higher pricing, which the market has basically held since that late spike was put in. It's been above it the entire time until right now. So I'm looking for acceptance of higher pricing above the base of the late spike, or rejection of higher pricing and acceptance of lower pricing below the base of the late spike. The value area high from Thursday is also going to be somewhat important, because if we reject value from Thursday, 74.46 is that level, and we hold above the base of the late spike, I can see this market continue a little bit of resolve to the upside. I'm not suggesting that there's going to be any market state change. Any longs could be see money, take money opportunities. But we're in a very important area right here. There's a lot of confluence here in short time frame. We've got value high. We've got the IB high from Friday, 74.58, and we've got the base of the late spike. So I'm looking for the market to move away one direction or another from this little confluence area and the base of the late spike here at some point today. We've opened with a gap below Thursday, but we're in the range. We've opened with a gap below Friday's range, but we're still in the range from Thursday. So I'm not really putting a whole lot of weight in Friday's activity. Our overnight high is way up there. We've got some moving averages to get through before we can even think about that. I can see this market rotating back to settlement from Thursday, which is 75.85. Lots of confluence as far as moving averages are at that level as well. If I do catch along, I'm probably going to lighten up there and see what happens. If we can't hold above there, then I can see us rotating back to the downside. Jay, what are you looking at?
Exactly what you just said there, Hogue. That 75.85 area, there's so much going on there. We had settlement price there. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute is 75.80. We got VWAP there, 75.77s. Looks like a nice landing spot if you were to take a long. I don't know if we got triggered into anything on that opening range trade, but that's what I'm seeing here as well, Hogue. Like we were saying, oil on a higher time frame is in a downtrend, but a high to low range, $3.75 so far. You kind of have to think how much outside of an anomaly day happening, right? Hey, pen to paper, war is over. We don't have to worry about anything again. That could get oil prices moving to the downside. But outside of headlines, what is going to get this market to extend the range to the downside is what I'm thinking. So very similar to the equities where I may not want to be the buyer at the high. I don't know that I want to be the seller at the low in crude, unless, of course, we see some volume that says that that should be the case. So I could see, even though this is a market that I want to short on a higher time frame, I could see that mean reversion trade back up to VWAP before we get some continuation to the downside. We got pretty close to support 2, which is 74.30. And we didn't get volume to trade below support 1, right? So this is maybe a little bit of a hollow move to the downside here in oil, which could mean we snap back up to VWAP before we see anything else there. Another one where if I find myself in a long, it's a see profit, take profit trade, unless that long is off of the back of some news. But I think I'd be looking for opportunities to just get in short crude here. Let me see if I can give you a 76.50 potentially on the upside. If we break through this 200 moving average, then the level I have above that is 76.50. We had some volume trade there on Friday, it looks like. But that is what I have for oil, Hogue.
Well, it looks like we've gotten a long trigger. I don't know if we've done anything.
Nothing yet. Nothing working, nothing done. It was feeling a little trappy up there, and we are trading back inside the opening range right now. We could get in on the cheap side if you like the long.
I mean, we do have some pretty significant overnight inventory to the short side and up against an important level of inflection. I think that the risk is minimal, and I can see probably a 3 or 4 to 1 reward over risk, and that's just right back to VWAP. So if we get a good entry, I say we take it, because the market is kind of being supported by this area of confluence we were talking about here on the 30-minute chart. Tested value high for Thursday and seemed to be rejecting.
We did just get a little pop. I'm not going to chase this right now. So if we see a little pullback, I will get into this trade. But we are trading on the upper end of the initial balance so far.
Sure. Yep. All right. That's what we've got for crude.
Oh, there it goes. What a pop there. Okay. Buyers stepping in crude, right back up to $75 there. He's popping crude down 1.25% right now on the day. JD, any other news you want to hit?
I think we're good on news for the moment. I see Ben in the background. I think he's still getting set up. Why don't we talk? Let's talk turkey. Let's get into the S&P for just a few minutes, and then we'll see when we can get Mr. Emons in here to talk macro in just a minute.
All right.
Let's do it, Hogue.
So, on the weekly, the NASDAQ has certainly been holding up a lot better than the S&Ps. I mean, the NASDAQ is right up against the weekly kickoff high and the September contract all-time high. So it is performing better. But this is all just telling me that same thing we're seeing in the NASDAQ is a nice medium time frame area of balance. And if things don't change globally and economically, we may be in this area of balance for quite a long time. I think we're in the S&P is relatively centrally located on the weekly chart here in the current area of medium time frame balance. We're going to take a look at the daily chart here now. So, and very similar to what we were seeing in the NASDAQ, we're in a larger area of medium time frame balance with a couple of shorter time frame balance areas as a part of that longer time frame area of balance. I don't know how many more times I could say that B word, but it just seems to be fitting. There's some pretty decent reference levels that we can check out on the 30-minute chart, but again, ding dong, the roll is gone. We're looking forward to seeing some, more solid volume and open interest numbers moving forward to give this a little bit more clarity. But if we're looking for clarity, all I can say is the B word again. I'll try another one. Consolidation. There's the C word now. Jay, what are you seeing on the daily?
Seeing a range here, Hogue, much different than the NASDAQ, like you said, when we were going through those NASDAQ charts. But if you frame out that June 5th candle, we're spending a lot more time near the midpoint of that candle. We have not traded above the high of it since we printed it. 76.53 quarter is that high. We got pretty close to it last Monday, but we are hanging out in the middle. I got a flat 20-day moving average that's inside that range. The 50 just moved up, so the upside structure is still intact, but this market is not really directional right now. So again, range bound traders, if this is the environment that you like, the S&P might be your trade. Daily ATR 102 points. So far, high to low range, we are at about 62 points. But again, we've seen more consolidated days over about half of it. But that has been the case for the last couple of days, right? Even going back to Thursday, of course, we're not going to count Friday. Friday's a holiday, but Thursday's range was 70 points. The day before that was maybe right at the average. So expect some consolidation, expect maybe the moves to take a little bit longer, unless, of course, something changes to get the market to change. But a balanced range here. Shout out to all the Dow and the Russell traders. We're not going to have time to go through those charts, but the Dow more recently has made an all-time high, where the S&P has not made an all-time high since June 2nd. The Dow made new all-time highs last week, and the Russell looks like it has the potential to do it. And a lot of times when we see the NASDAQ and the S&P be more range-bound, we see that rotation into maybe the Dow and the Russell. So that could be the case, but for now, the S&P is the most range-bound equity market that we have out there. What are you seeing on the 30 here, Hogue?
So, I mean, when you look at where we are, we're right in the middle of last week's high and last week's low. Our little tennis player is standing midcourt looking for the next lobby, next lob, I should say, or the next volley. Where is that going to be? So here's Thursday's range, Thursday's value. Friday was right inside of it. So there's very little information available for us from Friday. So I'm going to be focusing on areas of importance from Thursday. You know, we less probability of opening with a gap than the Nasdaq. Okay, if we're going to open with a gap, we've got to open above 75.81.5. Could happen. And then it's all about rejection or acceptance. If we accept price above value from Thursday's value high 75.71. Value low, of course, we're probably down here at 75.49. What about Thursday's high, which is very close to the initial balance high, so 75.81.5. If we do start to grow legs to the upside, visual targets above, we've got a naked point of control from back here on the 16th of June, 76.0675. How often are those levels targeted? Well, here's yet another example. Here's Wednesday into Thursday. Thursday, we opened right at the naked point of control from the previous day. Sellers took control, and we did see the market range bound. I mean, it was a normal day on Thursday in the S&P's normal variation with some delta divergence and some possible buying, which was not supported by open interest. But again, that doesn't mean it didn't happen because of course, well, yes, rollover. We lost 3,200 in open interest in the S&P's overall on Thursday. Are we able to use that? Not necessarily. It was a normal trading day inside the previous day's range value. It was just it was just a normal day. I mean, opening range, high of the session, initial balance the high of the session, initial balance the low of the session, normal trading day, watching to see if we reject value from yesterday and see this market continue to push higher. The next visual target again, 76.0775. Jay, what are you looking at?
I am looking at a 200 moving average here, Hogue, on the 30-minute, 75.72. Price is trading right there right now. Volume is trading below the pivot, which is at 75.52s. I really don't want to short the equities, but this would be the place to do it if I was going to do it. This would absolutely be the place I was going to do it. Just for a little bit of a scalp, though, Hogue. Again, see profit, take profit to the downside unless something changes. We got oil prices, a really nice rejection off of 75 there. If oil keeps selling, I'm seeing a bid in the equities. Again, I don't want to sell it, but if I had to, Good thing I don't have to. We got friends coming through the door. Let me go get that. Ben Emons, welcome back to Topstep TV, Managing Director at Highline Asset Management, also the CIO of FedWatch Tools. Is that correct, Ben?
Well, FedWatch Advisors.
FedWatch Advisors. Well, the perfect person to come in here and talk a little bit about the Fed. Again, Ben, welcome back to the show. I was just reading your website on FedWatch Advisors, and you have a quote there that I really liked, and hopefully you could help us provide some context in the markets here. Central banks don't just set rates; they set the context for every investment decision made in the markets. Understanding that context is our edge. We got a new Fed chair last week, Kevin Warsh, stepping into the Fed. Help us provide some context. How are you feeling about Warsh in that seat as the new Fed chair?
Yeah, it feels like I'm back in the Greenspan days, when I was like a trader. I started in 1998, and it was the Greenspan put year with LTCM, and that's how that feels, no much information, keep it short and simple, right? And let the data particularly guide the market. So let the markets trade themselves and figure it out, and then over time we'll voice our opinion about what's happening, and markets can move along as we go. Because what we have seen now, Jay, is that a couple of weeks ago we had Waller, right? He was out with the speech, which was really a U-turn speech. I felt like he was getting really what we call hawkish, meaning like he's very focused on inflation. And he was making a case that we may need a rate hike. And the market started immediately reprice from that moment on towards the rate hike. Now you get Doplat last week, which is another form of this forward guidance that Kevin Warsh doesn't like much. And we go from 0 members to rate hike in March to jump to 9 members now, calling for rate hikes, not just one, but like several. So the market got obviously haywire and start to think of like, hey, this is this Fed is ready to push the button, where in fact the data itself may not say that much, that it should be ready to push the button on rate hikes, even though that inflation data is hot and we're getting PCE data this week and that's their main gauge. The real-time data that I looked at is actually looking very different. And, oil prices falling. I feel that this rate hike is somewhat mispriced. If you think of context, and I think of Kevin Warsh, he would simply, let's say, let this data come out, markets start trading the oil price to start discounting that actually we peaked in inflation potentially, right? And going to go to a different path. So I expect this rate hike to be somewhat rolled back as we get through the data.
Okay, awesome stuff. Speaking of Greenspan, rest in peace to Alan Greenspan. Passed away today at 100 years old. The second longest tenured Fed chair, I think 20 years at the Fed. And you said this is kind of bringing you back to your trading days with Greenspan. So maybe some good trading opportunities that we have here. Speaking of economic data, like you mentioned, we have that PCE number coming out on Thursday. If PCE comes out hot, what to you is more likely, a Fed cut or a hike or no change through the rest of the year?
I think no change because, basically the inflation data was really pushed up by energy and it spilled a bit over into services. And really, if you think of it, right, like we had this conflict and what did Iran do? They closed down the Strait of Hormuz and the US put up that blockade. It's like a manufactured sort of a way of pushing inflation higher. The moment you reopen all that, which we're seeing playing out now, oil prices start to climb pretty sharply now. We're down almost $25 from the high or more, right? And this will come through inflation data pretty quickly. So I think this is hot data. We'll get some reaction to it, no question. It will be a little bit of a move and 2-year yields higher, I suspect, and they'll flatter yield curve, as we say. And I think that the market starts to understand, like, this is actually a case where we may have seen this initial peak. So we can trade it, right? I mean, there's some volatility for you guys for intraday. The way the NASDAQ, as you think of it, it's been on fire. We get Micron earnings out this week, right? It will be big focus, much bigger focus, I think, than PCE, by the way. But we can trade it, right? Because PCE data is in that sense kind of looking back. So if it suggests a peak, the volatility that happens will be potentially a trading opportunity.
Awesome stuff there. We also had that GDP number coming out, but like you said, Micron is probably the biggest data point that we get out this week. One of the heaviest names in the NASDAQ. What economic data point, maybe we're overlooking something. What economic data point, I got 2 more questions for you. What economic data point has ability to completely change the Fed's outlook over the next couple of months? Anything at all?
Well, I mean, the jobs and CPI are always the case, but because of the mandate. But look, like for example, if this week also some durable goods data and production data and PMI
Okay.
data, and those matter too, because what's happening is that we have such an investment coming through the economy, and those numbers reflect a lot of that. Like I was listening to Kevin Hassett on different network just shortly. He's making that case, like that the capex spending was up massive, and that through the durable goods data they had like the biggest annualized change since the 80s. So it does show that we're having a huge traction. That at least what the Fed will look at it from a war standpoint of view is that this is all buildup of productivity that eventually should lead us to lower inflation, not higher. Kind of like we experienced in 1999, right? Like that year where people compare this year with. At that year, the PCE data was below the target, below 2%, believe it or not. And we had a hot
Gotcha.
economy, even stronger than today. So I do think we could get there by having this more production-driven economy. So yeah, that's another data that the Fed will look at.
Awesome stuff. Speaking of Hassett, I saw a comment from that interview. He said Warsh is not asking the White House for advice, so the Fed independence is still intact. I know there was some issues, some concern about that, but it seems like Fed independence is still intact for now. Anything you want to comment on that? If not, I got one more question for you.
Well, the brief on that yes, there's independence. I do believe that Kevin Warsh will be different than Powell. He'll actually try to develop a relationship, a better relationship
Okay.
with the president. I've made that case before, and therefore better understanding, therefore less of this friction over social media about Fed policy, which is helpful because that caused too volatility at times, right? I think of 2018 as a good example of how Trump was raging at Powell, and the market actually took that seriously, and we got this huge volatility. So independence is in check. Warsh obviously wants to be more like, let's have the Fed being independent from the markets and from Congress, right? Like have the Fed operate more on its own and focus on the actual mandate as opposed to getting into ESG and other things that shouldn't be involved in. So,
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Ben. And then last question. I know the last time you were on air, you said, you're focusing on the macro picture, but you do day trade every once in a while. What charts do you have up on your screens right now, if any?
So I trade TQQ a lot. Like that is for me one of the opportunities to sort of take risk quick and then get out again. Against the QQQ, I kind of play that spread a bit. Then I look at individual stocks, obviously, like you do. I may not zoom in so much, like 5 minutes. The only one that I do look 5 minutes on, believe it or not, is not on Bloomberg or anything else, but it's on Hyperliquid, which is the decentralized exchange. Because you can trade, you cannot trade it, right? Because it's offshore. But I track it really closely because why that these perpetual futures, that's basically what's traded there, are really accurate in what actually happens overnight or the following morning. Take SpaceX, for example, being carefully tracking that because of the AI boom going to a new phase, with SpaceX being the example. Hyperliquid has been extremely accurate in terms of where SpaceX will be trading the following day. It's an oil, same thing. Over the weekend, I was tracking oil closely to see what's the reaction now to this latest skirmish that we saw with Iran and Israel and Trump. And it turned out to be not too much, right? And that was actually what we're seeing playing out this morning. So Hyperliquid, I'd say recommend, just watch it. Like you can't trade it, right? But it's a good intraday indicator, the kind of charts that you guys look at.
I would not have expected you to be talking about DeFi right now, Ben. So we might have to bring you back on to talk a little bit about hype. I see it in crypto Twitter. They're saying hype over Bitcoin right now. But that could be a whole segment in itself. But I want to thank you again for joining. We do have to get ready for fast markets here. Ben, where can people find more of you on the internet if they so please?
Yeah, aside from that website you found, which is renewed website, kind of the new layout. Substack, so FedWatch notes are on Substack under my name. I'm of course on LinkedIn and on X, which my handle is Marco Madness 2. Not Mac. I'm a macro guy, but I made a typo in that. But it's Marco Madness 2. You can find me there.
Awesome stuff. Well, Ben Emons, thank you again for joining us on Topstep TV this morning. You enjoy the rest of your week. And we'll see you again soon. Thanks again, Ben.
Thank you very much.
All right, JD, we got to get into fast markets pretty fast here. We want to go through the schedule. I see the guys in the back, or should we just get right into it?
Yes, let's do it. Who's coming up next in fast markets, you ask? We've got Andre and Jack driving the bus. They're going to be joined by a couple of rotating guests. We've got Henrico and Vince here from 8:30 to 9:30. Hoag's going to be dipping in with a little chart analysis, and Dakota will be here from 9:30 to 11. Hoag will be back again at 11 o'clock a.m. Central Time for a little more chart analysis during the morning highlights. We did not take that crude oil trade. We would have been stepped out of it, no doubt about it. So good, no trade there. Not much to talk about here on the opening call. But I got a feeling we're going to be taking some trades during fast markets. So make sure you stick around for that analysis at 11 o'clock Central Time. Coach Jay will be back for Power Players with Braden and Coach Ray. During group coaching today, Hoag's going to be joined by Emmanuel and Hoop. In just a little bit, we are going to pin a form to the top of the chat. If you got a question for Hoag, Emmanuel, or Hoop, grab that link, fill out the form, click submit. We will get your question and answer it live right here on Topstep TV. After that, trade with Topstep, 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. I will be back with first-time guest Zach P. and Coach Vince. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, our man, George of the VWAP. VWAP George is going to be in the house, and Jack will be here. So that is your schedule today. Plenty of trade entertainment coming your way all day long here on Topstep TV. Bell to bell. Let's go. Oh, he's on mute.
I'm on mute now. I'll pay
There
the
he
five.
is.
I see Vince, Henrico, Jack, Andre are all here ready to go. Hoag, I think we can do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
I'll do the thing. JD, as always, thanks for your company here this morning. And as always, thanks to all of you for trusting us with your time. I'll say it for you, Jay. Awesome stuff. We've got the top of the chat here. A new leader this morning. HFT, no excuses. Tommy C. We've got Shubham. We've got Rotor Rich, Coog, Mike 1970, Gorillionaire, Billy Trader, Charles Henry, Tandra Takeoff, Dan Trader, Square, and a special visit from Slipkid. Haven't seen you in a while, Slipkid. One of my favorite Who fans. It's good to see you. As always, folks, when you sit down to trade, make sure you take a deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered. Pray for peace every day, and it's time for fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Happy Monday, traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Dre, end of an era. Alan Greenspan passed away at 100 bips. What a legacy there. We'll get into that more.
Wow.
Somebody else on Twitter said it's appropriate that he passed away at par. That's for my bond heads out there. Dre,
Gosh.
take it away. It's Monday.
What do I do with that? That was deep. Well done. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. I guess this is Fast Markets. Lower left-hand corner joining us from Estonia, Mr. Enrico in the house. Lower right-hand corner, you know him, you love him, Coach Vince. Let's get right into it. Happy Monday, Vince. About 2 minutes till the opening bell. Thoughts coming in. What's up, Vince?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning. Hope everybody had a nice Father's Day weekend. I'm excited. We're through rollover now, right? So maybe we'll get some nice moves this week. So I'm excited for the week here. What are you guys looking at?
Nice, Vince. What's up, Enrico? Thoughts coming in. We got 90 seconds till this bell. What do you got?
What's up? Good morning, everyone. Yeah, same as Vince. I'm excited to see a little bit maybe better price action that we got last week. It was a little bit maybe slow, on a slower end. It's summer, so and it's finally also a good weather in Estonia. So I'm in a good mood. We finally have summer here.
There we go. We're talking weather. 60 seconds before the opening bell. We are talking weather. Jack, big week. We have I got micro earnings like Ben was saying. We have some inflation. What's up?
That's the big one. That's the big one.
Yes.
40 seconds to the open here. Not much happened. Just pretty much where we were at the close on Thursday. So clean slate. Rollover's done. Big event this week, as you mentioned, Micron earnings. Like usual, those things are pumping again before the bell. We got SanDisk up 5%. We have Micron, I'm sure, up as well. If I find it, yeah, up 5.5%. It was up 8.7% on Thursday. Party keeps going there. Earnings on Wednesday. That might be the last big one for this earnings cycle.
Well, since we reopened yesterday, we are seeing equities continuing to rally. We got 5 seconds till the opening bell.
Right.
Let's have a trading week and take a look at these prices. Let's go. We have NQ trading right around 30,000, 830 or so. ES trading 75.77. Crude oil continuing to sell off, now trading $74.15, down over $3, $4 or so overnight. And the Dow continuing to catch a bid, 52,165, less than 600 points from new all-time highs there. Gold continuing to see some downside pressure, trading right around 4,200 bucks, and ES on the move, new session highs. ES, same with the NQ and the Dow. Vince and Rico, what do you, Vince? Any levels, prices of interest here in the equities? Or what do you got your eye on?
Yeah, I'm looking for, depending on how we close after this first couple minutes here, I'm looking for targets of like 76.07 and 76.15, and then maybe the 76.30s for my upside targets if I try to get long here. We are inside of the, actually no, we're outside of it now. We're still inside of the trading day though in the ES from back on the 17th. So we're in an area where there was a lot of trading taking place at that time. A lot of time was spent here around this 588 level. So we're going to see what happens here if we find some sellers or if we're going to pop through it and make this run up there to those targets I'm looking at. But I might get long here.
Might get long. Well, for those that are long with Dow, go ahead, Jack.
Just a little side note here. Right now, we just tapped the price in the ES from the Fed release last Wednesday. We are finally back.
Yep.
What price is that? 75.90. 75.90?
Yep.
It is
almost hit a
75.90.
Okay. Dow continuing to see some more buying, pushing higher here. New highs in the Dow. ES following suit as well. A little pullback here in the NQ. Enrico, any levels, prices of interest you have in watching the NQ? I know you're diligent. First 15 minutes. Sit back, watch everything kind of play out. What are we thinking here?
Yeah, exactly. First 15 minutes, let the price kind of settle, give some expectations in terms of what we want to do for the day. But I'm looking for support. I'm looking at the 750s to 780s. That was kind of the support on resistance on Thursday. Also, in the morning, it was also resistance. I'm looking this to become support. And on the higher side, 31,000, 30,950. That's the last Thursday resistance. I want to see if price breaks through with any strength there. But as always, we'll wait for the first 15 minutes, let the chaos settle, and then we look for some trades.
I like it. Okay. And all-time highs in the NQ, 31,101. So we got about 300-400 points to go there. We're seeing some selling now in the NQ, pulling back.
Gold's getting
I'll be interested to see if we get back to, we were hanging out near the 7,500 SPX, and that's been, you can see just how it's being respected, especially during the overnight here. That's around, let's call it 75.70, 75.69, something like that in the futures, heading back that direction right now. Maybe a spot to go long.
I'm thinking the same thing, Jack.
Thinking
the same thing.
Let's see if we get it.
But we've got that rejection up there.
Pullback, yeah.
That's that one thing. I knew there was gonna be some sellers up there around those 88.90 level, but I kind of like this long. I don't know. I'm gonna give it.
We're seeing some
still really early.
Yeah, a little more selling here in crude. Crude seeing down about 60-75 cents right now. Buyers did step back in the Dow, but NQ continuing to see some downside Pressure now down about 140 points since those new highs popped off the bell. NQ trading 30,770, call it 50-50 on the tilt. Jack, let's take a look at bonds. Bonds look okay. 4.5% on the 30.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the new hot bond we're watching is actually the 2-year, which is trading 4.217 right now. That's still pretty high. I'll show something later during my tidbits that we've really diverged from oil's old news. Now it's Fed policy, judging that. But yeah, the long end, so the short end, like the 2-year, has risen quite a bit in yields. 10-year 4.49. We got the 30-year at 4.93, so still hanging out around that 5%, which has been just a brick house.
Yeah, brick house.
I guess a brick wall.
That was an incredible opening, by the way, Jack. 100 bips, par.
It is impressive. It is impressive.
You liked it yourself. I like it. 50 tilt.
Oh, I was talking about living to 100. I was not giving myself that sort of praise.
I liked your opening. With that being said, you heard the fellas talking about some levels, prices of interest. Where can you get those? Well, you see them pinned to the chat. Those are updated, refreshed for every New York Open. But here at Topstep, you can click on the indicators tab at Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. Have them slap overlaid right there on your charts. It's the summer of indicators, folks, for Topstep X. So here come the buyers in NQES. The pullback NQ. Yeah, NQ with about 100-point turnaround to the upside.
Well, in the $1 trillion stock society, as I mentioned, Micron is just doing Micron things. It's up 5.9% right now. Back to mere mortal stocks, including NVIDIA. NVIDIA's up 1.3%. Biggest losers right now, Google's down 3.25%. I believe that might have something to do with Apple and the NVIDIA chips. Broadcom down 2.25%, Meta down 1.6%, Amazon down 1.8%.
Thank you. All right, now ES wants to take the charge, take the lead higher. ES 75.87, a couple points off those session highs. What do we have on the calendar for the day? We had some Canadian numbers before the bell. Expecting Waller, Fed Speaker Waller was scheduled to start about 30 minutes ago. Have not seen any comments from Waller just yet. Eurozone conference, top of the hour. Pretty much smooth sailing, though, in terms of scheduled items on the calendar. But here at Topstep TV, when news does break, we will be bringing that to you. It hits the wire. New session highs ES, 75.91 quarter. What was the
everyone's getting bullish going into Micron earnings.
When it's Micron earnings Wednesday, correct?
Wednesday. To give some context there, I mean, Micron is. Let me pull up that chart real quick.
Looks like gold from last year, no? New low's cool.
It's doing better than gold.
Look at that. Look at that.
Micron. Yeah, these are daily candles, by the way. Wow. This low here is March 31st. Micron trading $315 or so. It is trading $1,203 just 2.5 months later. Pretty impressive.
Yes.
Quite the move.
Yeah, same with this rally. Boys, we got new highs. Yes, new highs. NQ. Nice turnaround there. NQ about 160 points to the upside. ES.
Looks like GameStop chart.
20-point turnaround in the ES. New session highs ES and NQ. NQ closing in on 31,000. About 80 points to go. Enrico, you had your eye on what, 31,000, give or take, 30,950?
Yeah, above anything 930. If we start pushing out from here to 31,000 with strength, I will be looking for some entry for longs. That was the last resistance we had last Thursday, I think. So looking to see if we get any reaction, any sellers coming in on this level. If not, I think this. I don't want to put all-time high out there, but it's not really far away then.
NQ, all-time high, 31,101. Less than 200 points. Less than 200 points from new all-time highs in the NQ. All right, crude oil beneath $74, $73.86. New session lows there.
Yeah, I want to get long, but we missed that long, Jack.
Yeah.
I want to get long at 75.76.
75.76.
Too cheap on that. We did get into we got into the positive gamma area there, but I was kind of waiting for that 7,500. It didn't hit.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Nope.
At least we're not short.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah. I agree.
Now we got gold. Gold catching a bid here. Gold just popped about 10, $12. Now trading 42.12.
Oh, yeah.
4,212.
Gold spicy.
Well, gold spicy. You heard Vince say gold spicy. I love it. So are all the folks, thousands watching us all across the globe right now. Be so kind. Click subscribe. We are closing in on 217,000 subscribers. I think we can get it by today. Click like and click notify if you'd be so kind. Thank you.
We got to stay ahead of this one goofy channel that my son watches on YouTube sometime. It's a guy with a magic blaster.
We
teaches him about dinosaurs. He's
Yeah,
close. He's at like 205.
Wow.
Got to keep these numbers up, guys.
It's hard. Blippy types.
We don't have blippy numbers.
No one has blippy numbers. All right. Pulling back off the highs here in the NQ by about 30 points or so. ES also see about a 5-point pullback. Crude continuing to make new lows. $73.80 now.
Rico, what are you looking at right now? Like anything? Do you trade just NASDAQ or do you look at other markets?
I'm looking at the markets. I'm looking ES as well, and also Russell and Dow Jones on my left. Right now, I'm just looking to see how wide the 50-minute range is going to end up being. Right now, we have 167 points. Why I'm looking at how wide this 50-minute range is, it kind of gives me indication whether I should look for breakout or whether I should look for trades inside of this range. So sometimes this range can get super wide, and then I'm kind of expecting the price to stay in this range for another hour or two and just play the range highs and lows. So right now, just measuring the first 15 minutes. And yeah, we are getting reaction exactly at those 920s, which is kind of in the same area with Thursday highs. So I'm not surprised there's some sellers coming in, but we'll see if they actually sustain it as well.
Yeah, looking at about a 100-point turnaround lower in the NQ off those recent session highs. Looking at 30,830. Yes, about a 10, 12-point pullback, sell off from those new session highs. Yes, trading 75.84. 75.84. Dow taking a bit of a breather, and crude back above $74 by just a penny. Strange.
Interesting spot.
Yeah,
it is.
SpaceX too.
Where they're going to flush this.
That's off about 7.5%. It's testing the lows of Thursday. It's trading within the first day of action there. As a reminder, it's trading 171.5 right now, which gives it $2.25 trillion market cap. The first trades the other day on the IPO were at about $150. So that'll be something to keep an eye on, as is 135, which was the stated IPO price.
Okay. Well, NQ.
We're back in that range here, Jack.
Back in that range.
Second time to the well. I don't know.
I want to wait for the 7,500 in the SPX.
Yeah.
So 75.70 or something like that.
You know what?
Or just stay in the range. We came all the way back. Look at the 5-minute here. All right, we're about 15 minutes into the New York session. Rico, you just saw what NQ did there. We went from session highs to session lows. We're right back to session lows, right around, give or take, 30,789.
Mm-hmm.
We're
the
long.
50-minute range itself is not the widest. I'm still looking for longs until we break some structure to the bearish side. And as Vince was asking what I'm looking for me, it's like how I see the market or how I try to read the market is kind of telling me a story every day, and I'm trying to put that story together with different pieces. So one piece is the most important piece is price action itself. So it's the 50-minute range. It's how the last support resistance, are they giving any reactions and so on. And then it comes down to moving averages, RSI, stochastic RSI, volume. So I'm putting my attention on all of those things and kind of trying to paint the picture what this market wants to do. And that's why I really enjoy sitting out the first 50 minutes to kind of let this 50-minute paint some kind of picture and then see what trades I wanted to take.
Nulo's
Right.
crude.
Well, what's the picture showing you for that first 15 minutes, Enrico?
Good question.
No trades.
No
Okay.
trades. Okay.
Yeah. Chop.
Pictures,
Chop,
no
chop.
picture. Yeah, a little bit.
Chop.
Crude, new session low, $73.68. Crude down about $1 here in fast markets. Speaking of fast markets, you see upper left-hand corner. That's the name of the segment. Why am I telling you this? Because we like you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag fast markets, using the hashtag power hour. So there's some cool stuff. Proof of payouts, see some trader wins, trader swag, trader station setups. Anything you like for us to share with the traders watching all across the globe. Again, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at Topstep TV on the X.
I'm insane asked, how do I mark the SPX levels? All you need is live data for the SPX, like the actual index. And then you look at the price of the future and you see what the difference is. In this case, right now, there is about a 67, 68 point spread between them. So then you find the levels in the SPX you want, you add 67 or 68, and you plop it down on the futures chart. So you see 7,500 right here. It's just 7,500 plus the spread. So at about 75.68 is when the SPX will be trading that. And that spread will not change much intraday, right? Over time, it'll get, as we approach expiration, it'll narrow, but it's good enough for what we do.
New lows in crude. More selling in crude now. $73.60, now 58 cents. 57 cents. Dow liking what it sees there for the bulls, that is. Buyers stepping in. Crude continuing to sell off. Crude down almost $1, just about $1 here in fast markets. NQ catching a bid as well, back up to 30,863. 66 now. ES also working its way back, and gold continuing to rally here.
The barcoding in the NASDAQ and the ES
It's a
right
big
now.
barcode. Big
The
barcode.
The Dow is looking a little stronger. I might look to maybe take a long here in the Dow instead. You know, it's presenting stronger of the markets.
Russell as well.
Jay in the chat, closing in on air horns. Closing in on new all-time highs in the Russell.
Small caps have outperformed,
let's
I think,
pull
by like
Russell up.
10% this year or something. That says it's been a long time since that has
Russell's
happened.
pumping.
So
Yeah, so is the Dow.
Juice. Now they were flat between like 2021 and 2025, but other than that, great.
All right, ES. So far for 18 minutes in New York session, ES, we're looking at about a 20-point range, looking lower end of 75.76 up to 75.96 as we currently trade 75.92. Gold not done rallying. Haven't said that in a while. Gold about $20 here.
I'm short 3.
All right, short 3. What price did you get, Enrico?
Battlefield 871. I went a little bit preemptive. I'm preempting that we're gonna stay a little bit longer in this chop. I'm playing the range, nothing home run in this trade. Looking for the range lows from the range highs.
You can minimize your risk. Not bad.
871. We got 72% long tilt on the ES and 70% long tilt in the NQ.
70. Wow, look at gold rip.
Still not done.
Quite the bounce. $20 bounce in gold in what?
Yes, it is.
10 minutes. Quite the bounce.
20.
All right. Well,
your Enrico, your downside target. What's the lower
range
end?
lows 770s.
770. Okay. 770.
Well, if it does get down there, it'll be quite the neat range on the 5-minute chart so far.
Mm-hmm.
NQ, yeah. Still 72% long tilt in the ES as we trade 75.90. Let's take a look at the ladder. Using that level 2 data on Topstep X. We are looking at SEP is the front month. No more rollover. Nothing really jumping off the ladder right now. Using that level 2 data on the ES. Pretty much 20 on the bid, 20 on the asks. On the NQ. Gold continuing to find some more buyers.
VIX is 1657. Not bad. Bitcoin spot 65,467. The dollar has been showing some strength recently.
Again, still nothing from Waller. Maybe Waller did speak. Waller was scheduled to speak about 50 minutes ago. I have not seen comment. Scratch that, Waller. Nope, still haven't seen anything from Waller. Lagarde, head of the ECB, is speaking.
Waller's one to watch. He's considered one of the more dovish members of the current board, along with Bowman and Warsh. We think. We don't know.
Leveled off. Right now, back to 50-50, give or take. Top of the hour in 8 minutes. 8 minutes. No numbers. Nothing really on the calendar for the day.
Well, early morning shake and bake here, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Shake and bake for breakfast.
Shake and bake for breakfast, indeed. But if this NQ wants to stay in the range, maybe dip a toe. See if we pop some new highs in NQ, about 20 points off of it. ES, same story. Closing in on the upper end of this range here. With ES
Gold and crude are looking the best. And the Russell.
Where's your risk on this, Enrico?
936.
Okay.
That's a few points on top of the highs. Because if you close the candle above, I would say 927. If we have a 5-minute candle close above it, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. And knowing the characteristics of NQ, my stop is a little bit above it because it's just how NQ sometimes wicks before the candle closure.
All right. Does NQ want to pop some new highs here? It's getting close.
Take a look at the 2-year yields here, just to show what we're talking about. They keep on kind of edging up here. We're at 4.226. I got the daily candles here, so you can see we're at the highs we haven't seen since about February 2025. A lot of this has to do with the possible interest rate hikes. Here we go.
Yeah, can we hold it here? 871.
Selling.
All right.
Rico.
Hold
There you
here.
go.
Is the range getting tighter? And QES is indeed. Crude pop bounced about 25 cents off the session lows there, $73.76 as we approach the top of the hour in about 5 minutes. Gold continuing to find more buying. Gold up about $22, $23 since fast markets began. Now trading 42.23. In the chat, Clutch saying, I love these 100-point swings. Wee! Oh, you're getting them right now.
Nice trading, Rico.
Yeah.
Not done yet.
Yeah.
I'm scaling. I'm taking first profits at 821. I'm in with 3 micros, so I can scale out if it starts going my way.
Mm-hmm.
But we are at the New York VWAP right now, so it's definitely fighting area here. Both ES and NQ are both
you're right
kind of
on the
finding
VWAP.
support here. Yeah.
Yep, you're right on it.
NQ in the middle of the range. This is a decision point right here for the NQ. ES in the middle of the range too. Looks like we are seeing some narrowing, tightening of the ranges. Was 100-point 5-minute candles. Now looking at 70-point, even 50 points for now.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of a sell-off in the memory stocks. Now Micron's up a measly 4%. NVIDIA just 1%. Google down 3.8%. What else?
NQ, a lot of head fakes right now. Head fakes in the NQ.
Yeah.
Take a peek lower, and now we're finding a little bit more buying. 30,890 is all within the same 5-minute. The range on this 5-minute, we're looking at about 50 points or so. ES stopped about midway down the range, and buyers did step back in the ES NQ as well. No air horn for the Russell. Did Russell do it? New all-time highs? Is that true?
Someone suggested we
It's
get like
still
a mic
pumping.
horn for the Russell.
That was the Russell. Will that take the ES or NQ higher? All right, Jay, we did it. Jay says, yep, I know. I mean, looking for anything here. Or do we take a short up at these levels in the NQ? If we get back above 900s, which we are.
I mean, they'll be correlated because they're equities, but the Russell's much less correlated than, the NQ and the S&P are pretty correlated because they contain a lot of the same stuff.
This is true. This is true.
The Russell has completely different stuff. Scarier stuff, cursed stuff in some cases.
I'm wondering, we did that game.
Russell's
Name a
mystery
company
box.
Yeah, name a company in the Russell. I think we did that game.
Oh, yeah, that's a fun game.
Yeah.
Let me see it.
Where's ES? ES back to the upper end of the range right here, 30,914. 13 points off the session highs. Will session highs pop? ES got about 5 points to go for session highs, and Dow pulled back about 60 points off session highs there. I'll get out of this one. Gold's seen a little bit of selling. It's like NQ and the ES getting back to popping new session highs, ES and NQ, which we'll get there first. ES has 3 points to go. NQ has 5 points to go. And it was the NQ. New session highs, NQ, 30,931. 934 is now. Out?
I was in with, I'm not out yet. It was one 1 point away from my stop, but I think we're gonna break those 930s.
Just like last week, where we called a megaphone, right? NQ would make new highs, like it just did. Stops would go off, and then get back into range.
Yeah, there goes the Nasdaq.
Yeah, NQ new highs there. Okay, new highs 30,936. ES about a point to go.
Here's a few random ones for you. Some Russell 2000 companies. Papa John's.
Really?
Pennant Group. USA Today Co. BJ's Restaurant. Yeah.
BJ's Restaurant. Papa John's, 71% long tilt in the NQ. Top of the hour is come and gone. 71% long tilt in the NQ. NQ new session highs. Session highs 30,953. ES new session highs 75.97 and a half. That price.
Arbutus. West Rock Coffee.
They're in the Russell.
I'm just naming them.
I don't. Yeah, I believe you. I believe you, Jack.
Winnebago Industries.
Oh,
I'm going down to this. Shenandoah Telecommunications.
All right.
Let me take a stab at the Dow here.
I took
a short. Get a little pullback.
All right. Well, I'll let you manage that trade, but I need our trading partners, everyone's favorite, Delta Don. Delta Don will be joining us on the other side of this because Topstep social community continuing to grow. So I'll give you a little announcement here. Then Hogue on the other side of this.
All right, it is early Monday. What is going on with these markets? What I'm seeing is, the market in the NASDAQ opened above Thursday's high, above value. It continues to push value higher. All we did after the open, after leaving the opening range at the high of the session, was trade into Thursday's high. I'm considering that the true gap. Gap closed. Buyers have been in control ever since. We continue to see value moving higher. I don't like shorting either of these equities, the S&P or the NASDAQ. If we're above Thursday's value area high, looking at that as basically 3730 actually in the NASDAQ. We've just traded up to and seen a little bit of a pullback off of the weekly kickoff high, 3950, which remains the same as last week's. We did take a look above it last week. We can see that right here. It was in the overnight session. 3975 half was last week's high. So seeing a little bit of potential rejection above this level. If we can take this out, if we continue to see initiative buyers continuing to push value higher and push price higher, I don't see anything wrong with looking at September contract all-time high, 31,100 as a potential target. Again, I don't like shorts as long as we're holding above Thursday's value high, 30,730, let's just call it. What about the S&Ps? S&Ps have left the opening range at the dead low of the regular trading hour session. Where was that low? It was right up against value high from Thursday, rejecting value high from Thursday. Of course, rejecting it from Friday's abbreviated session. I don't put a lot of weight in Friday's session, and we're seeing the market continue to try and push to the upside. As far as targets are concerned, there's a naked point of control up at 7606.75. naked TPO point of control and above that last week's high could be an eventual target for continuation to the upside. But again, I don't like shorts in the S&Ps until we can hold below Thursday's value high, which is approximately 75.70 approximately. There's nothing finite and perfect in futures trading. So still looking for opportunities for potential longs as initiative buyers continue to push price higher. As far as Delta is concerned, these are going to be a little bit skewed because they include Friday's abbreviated session, but right now in the S&Ps, we're Delta positive about 1,400, NASDAQ Delta positive about 600. Again, those do include the abbreviated sessions on Friday. Let's take a look. Crude oil continuing to push to the downside. We were talking about the base of the late spike on Thursday as an important inflection level. While the market did not leave the opening range at one extreme or the other, the initial move was to the upside. But when that failed, we fell through all of this confluence here, the base of the late spike, the initial balance high from Thursday, and value high from Thursday. The market has seen continuation to the downside. I'm viewing this as all, kind of good news as we're all constantly awaiting new headlines from Iran and all of that going on. But I'm liking the market heading to the downside here. And gold initially would have, well, it invalidated for the opening range trade. We did close the gap to Friday's high, or did we? No, we did not. So potentially we still have an island bottom for a reversal pattern. The opening range is pretty close to the high of the regular trading hour session. And we are seeing the market leaving some failed downside auction, not necessarily a true failed downside auction, but I do like the fact that we rejected Friday's range. Still looking for this market to come into some repair, looking down to 41.68 to the naked point of control from Friday, or Thursday's naked point of control 42.60. Right now, the market seems relatively content to remain in a relatively small range. Pretty decent opportunities, however. There's always good opportunities in these markets, just not necessarily very directional for gold here this morning. That's my story. Sticking to it. Happy Monday, everyone. It's great to see everybody. Andre, Enrico, my guy Vinny Toothpicks, and my guy Jack. Good morning. Everybody's feeling well today.
Go, Hogue. All right. Flat. Vince, did you get in?
I got stopped out. I was actually long the Dow, and it stopped me out. It was a tight trade. Markets just don't want to move. They don't want to move yet. They're not ready.
Well, NQ is holding bid here. What I mean by that's about 20 points, 15 points off those session highs. Failing to really get some follow through to the downside. Gold just popped some more buying here in gold.
NASDAQ still wrestling with weekly kickoff high here.
Yeah. I'm in right now, but I'm thinking of maybe getting it a little bit early. I was looking for reaction on that 15-minute high. We closed 5-minute candle into it. That was my signal to go short, but I think I'm gonna take 2 losers for me today.
Are you back in? You got in short?
How many are you short and where?
3 micros, 925. And my stop is right above this high right now, 959.
Right.
So
right.
I'll be out in a second.
Okay. Well, let's see if weekly kickoff high can hold as resistance.
What price is that, Hogue?
30,950. But this whole zone between 950 and 975 last week's high looks interesting to limit risk.
Q keeps up news highs.
Still,
I'm out.
Gold on the move.
Yeah, stopped up by 5 ticks.
Not a huge fan of shorts.
Yes.
Were you long, Vince?
I was. I got stopped out by 5 ticks.
Get back in, baby. Hey, we can get back in. Something tells me this might not be done.
Man. I'm going to see if we get a pullback. I might try it again.
Gold on the move.
ES just took out. Gunning for the high. Fine, we might get some movement here. Let's break out of these ranges so we can actually trade.
NQ trying here.
Yeah.
NQ 150 points. 150 points from new all-time highs in the NQ. NQ trading 30,965.
Vince, I know you can probably see it, but IB high in gold, 720 IB high, 42.29.90.
Oh, nice. Yep. Oh, yeah. That might be good.
Seen some resistance up here. NQ seen some
short a little gold, maybe.
There goes the Dow. New highs Dow. It's new highs Dow. 52,299 would be that price. NQ holding bid. ES. All right. New highs ES 75.98 would be that price.
Yeah, everything's starting to wake up finally.
Yeah, it's clawing. It's inching. It's clawing its way higher.
Father's Day hangover. Everybody's a little late to work today.
Yeah. We're going. This has been an interesting level. Maybe why Hogue marked it as the weekly kickoff high. I'm just looking at the 4-hour right now in the ES. This is around 75.25 in the SPX. You can see it's where we topped out. Some support here. Kind of crashed around it. I don't know. I'm with you, Hogue, though. I'm not looking to short right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like the long side. I like the long side as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Delta now positive 3,000 in the S&Ps.
Yes.
Positive 1,000 in the Nasdaq. Yep. Still seeing some aggressive buyers here. No indication of divergence in either.
Yen intervention. What was that? Suspected yen intervention. I did not. I was getting that headline. Suspected.
Yeah, they post that on the juice sometimes. Is when they see a sharp move in the yen. They say suspected intervention. Yeah, probably. I would love to be the person that gets to hit the button on any intervention. Please, if I take a government job, I just want to be the person selling.
You're the one.
Contract. Yeah, just the one. Just like on a Lenovo laptop, just sending thousands of contracts through.
Bottom of the hour again. 18 minutes.
About long in the Nasdaq. I like this pullback.
I'm watching it.
I like this pullback. I really do.
Maybe test the 900s, Vince. Maybe pull back to see what happens.
I'm looking to get long around maybe 50, 60s, somewhere around there. Right around that 50. VWAP, right around this 20-day EMA. If we pull back, maybe I'll try to take a stab at it.
If we're going to get down there. I don't know if we'll get pulled back all the way to those 850s.
You're talking NASDAQ?
Yeah, NASDAQ.
Yep, NASDAQ. Yeah. I'm working in order here in the Dow too, for a pullback.
Right. What price? What price you working, Vince?
52,181.
181. Sorry, so it's about 70 points lower here.
We're trying to play this little range that we have here.
We got crude settling in. Crude settling in $174 for the last 15 minutes or so. I'm trading $73.67. ES at 9 points. 9 points off the highs.
Enrico, they just had to get up there and get your stop, didn't they?
2 points.
Oh.
Well, my stop was 965 we topped 967. So yeah, 2 points.
I'll hit those 900s.
I'm still waiting to see how the 5-minute candle closes in terms of the 50-minute range. That was my last reason to short, because we had this candle closure inside of it. Now we are looking to close perhaps another candle. Not immediate signal for me to short. I'm a little bit more careful with my. This will be my last trade, anyways. I allow myself to take 3 losers maximum in a day. If I lose this one, I'm gonna lock myself out. Come back tomorrow. But yeah,
Typically my rule too, Rico.
3
3
strikes.
strikes and I'm out.
Yeah.
So
Anything
At least
above
you have
it,
to take a break then.
yeah, it's anything above it is more emotional side of trading, not technical or what I would normally take.
After 3, you're
Since
chasing.
Come on.
Yeah.
Give me those.
Since I only have one kind of shot left, I'm trying to pick it as carefully as possible. But I still like shorts here. Both ES and NQ are inside of that 50-minute range. Unless we see strong breakout to the upside, I still like possibly playing range for the shorts and then maybe holding a winner if there is a bigger breakout.
Okay, they are. And Q trying to figure out what to do with 30,900 right now. It did peak beneath it, 30,887. It's you like those what 850s? You got your eye on?
Yeah, I'm working 55s right now. Big stop though, Dre. This is gonna be like a long hold. I'm gonna hold this just 1 micro, pretty big stop, and I'm gonna just let it work for the day. See what happens. It's more of a longer time trade for me.
Longs.
Boy, oh boy.
Yeah, ES down about 12, 13 points off those session highs. ES trading 75.86. We got
A little rally in the bonds. Interesting on this like last candle here to see the ES selling off while the 2 years selling. The 2 year yields are going down a little bit as well.
2 years going down. Gold down ticking.
Oh man, it was really 2 points my stop. A little bit unlucky with this one.
Yeah, and crude selling off too. New lows crude, $73.50 would be that price. I'm thinking long here, NQ. I said 900s. Oh, you like shorts beneath what price? 30,700.
Oh, we've got a ways
to go,
we've
right?
got a ways to go. Oh, yeah. 730s probably.
730s already. Yeah, selling off. Something changed.
Yeah.
And that's NASDAQ.
And Q selling off also. All right, get out of these longs. Get out of the longs. Get out of the longs. Get out of the longs.
All right, we're filled. We're long one MNQ.
Price,
855, 75.
855.
Let's get long.
Yeah, I like the longs. That's the better price. I got long at 800 head, or I'm sorry, 900 head to puke for that. Like the shorts, they're not making it easiest to hang on to those shorts.
918. How many are long?
I am long 1 MNQ.
Okay.
Cheap one.
Got a big stop on that, right?
Big stop, yeah. And I'm going to have a pretty big target, too. I mean, pretty big target.
All right. I like it.
Let's go.
We're going to give it a shot here. I'm going to put way up here. Who knows?
Oop.
Who knows?
Enrico, any case for the short or for longs? Anything that'll get you in long?
We'll see how we close with this New York VWAP. Its New York VWAP is 868. So we'll see. I still probably assume we stay in this range a little bit longer, the 50-minute range. I like what Hogue said, that he will look for shorts under 730s. That will kind of align with the 50-minute range low as well. 50 minutes range low is 755. So if you break below it, that's when shorts become really attractive. But right now, I'm a little bit sitting out because my last short was stopped by 2 points before going down about 80 points. So I'm a little bit cautious about the emotions that would want me to enter.
So, jeez.
It's all good. It's all good. We got gold
It's all
continuing to sell off here. Gold trade 42.14. 42.14. Down about $10 here in this 5-minute candle. What's this new 5-minute gonna bring here? We got 10 minutes to the bottom of the hour. We'll get initial balance, high, initial balance, low prices. What are those? Simply the highest, lowest price trade. First hour of the New York session. Now they're going to stair step this thing lower.
Ooh, something's changing.
Vince, you were thinking about shorting gold up there.
Yeah, yeah.
Tasty.
I know. I should have gotten that. The 42.25 was looking kind of nice. I said it too. I should have pulled the trigger on it. I'm so focused on the equities right now.
We'll get ES. Here you go, ES.
Oh, wow. What a change here.
We're
long Dow.
Long Dow?
Yeah. Long 5 MYM. 52.181.
Vince is in a fast market.
52.
I'm in a fast market, guys.
What'd you get? 181s?
52.181s, yes.
Nice fill. Nice fill.
All right, guys. Let me I'm gonna put it on a 2-screener here.
Brandon in the chat. Beautiful price action today. Do you
15
agree with
the minimum
Brandon in the
combine.
chat? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Are we seeing beautiful price action so far today?
How many are you long in the Dow, Vince?
5.
Okay. Fast market. We got
Yeah,
fast
fast
market
market,
Vinny
baby.
2 ticks here.
Let's do it. All right. Let's go, everybody.
It is beautiful, chat.
Let's get it.
It is. Let's get it indeed. I want to get those.
Beautiful day.
Got stingy. Market just slipped. If personalities changed on us here. We're doing 100 points, 100-point ranges in the 5-minute candles in the NQ. It's gotten narrower and narrower, and we are seeing a little more follow through to the downside. Buyer step back in.
Where are we here?
Nasdaq wants to fight right now. I'll tell you that.
Both ways, man. Both ways.
It's fighting. Jeez.
Oh, we got
dragged by
some
its ear, you know, to the downside.
We got some big names down. I mean, like, it's the war of the hyperscalers versus the memory stocks right now, right? The semiconductors. So right now we got Google is down nearly 5%. Amazon's down 3.2%. Broadcom's down 3. Well, hold on. That ain't all. Micron's up 5% though. SanDisk is up 5.6%. The whole semiconductor, the stocks are up. Where are you? So many things I got to look at now. Semiconductors are up 2.4%. Software flat.
Might be all right. ES. Last 10 minutes or so, ES sold off about 20 points, 25 points.
Yeah.
ES
They lost their steam.
Man, I want to. I'm thinking. Thinking longs.
The market's lost their mojo, man.
No, man. No way.
Mojo's
You know,
gone.
it's lost. Has it lost its mojo to the downside? I mean, is it running on a steam lower here in the ES or NQ?
Can we feed it a Red Bull? I think we need to give it a Red Bull.
This ES. What session lows in the ES? 71.5, about 2 points from there.
Yeah, this Nasdaq's rolling over, guys. It's not looking
We're
good.
about 5 points away from 7,500 in the SPX. That's a positive gamma there. I might take a look. Hogue was talking like he wasn't looking shorts until we kind of spent time below that. I know you said 75.70. That's pretty much 7,500.
Yeah.
Let's see what we do.
Get over here.
Come on.
NQ beneath 800. NQ beneath 800. 30.
This is quite
Nasdaq can't hold these 780s. I'm cooked.
Looking down here, Vince. They are grinding this
We
thing
need to hold
lower.
780s.
It's holding.
It needs to. If it doesn't, I'm cooked.
I'm going to start fading into a few here.
Oh, shit.
No.
Long here. I want the long. All right, I'm in.
I'm long 2 MES from 75.71 quarter.
7.571 quarter.
Nice entry.
Yeah.
For now. We'll keep my eye open on this.
Okay.
Let's see if we can hold this 7,500 SPX.
I think we're going to take heat. Expect to take heat.
Yeah, that's why I'm fading into it. This is like around this level.
Here, what's
supposed to be dip buyers, right?
Yeah.
Right at overnight VWAP is right there as well. 57.70.
Yeah, let's see if we can hold that.
57.70. What's happening around here? A little uptick in gold. A little uptick in crude. 50 on the till bottom of the hour in 4 minutes. 4 minutes till the bottom of the hour. $25.71 quarter. Vince, you got 855s. You still in it?
Yep. Yeah, I put a big stop on it. Just one MNQ.
I wish I had the same.
Where's your stop?
No, my stop was...
It's right below the low.
Yeah. Do the right thing. Do the right thing, market.
Anytime I trade the Nasdaq, I usually put a big stop because it just whips around. It's crazy.
Especially in the fast markets. You need to expect volatility for the first 2 hours.
100%. Dow finding some bids.
Come on, Dow.
NQ. What happened? I thought the buyer was
bet against America.
Oh, you heard it there. NQ's staying beneath 800s right now. Tell you what, some like this price action. Some are saying it's garbage. Let's take a look at some of our live funded leaders that are putting up numbers. Wow, job well done. Up $42,000. Like we got Bushra up 32. Andre up, not me. Up another Andre, better trader. Andre up 23,000. Katia up 15. Victoria up $14,000 so far in this Monday.
Wow.
Well done. We'll check back in, take a look at those names and P&Ls throughout the day.
All right, we're out of the NASDAQ there. See if this Dow can do something for us.
Yeah. Why are they selling the NASDAQ? What's happening? What just changed?
Yeah.
What's just changed?
Down.
It's getting bloody. Getting bloody, guys. Getting bloody.
Oh, baby. Why do I like longs down here?
We're risking $160. We'll see if we're still right around the 7,500 SPX. Let's see if we can turn this around. But like things have changed a little bit here.
Something's changed, yeah.
Yes, they have.
ES. We're looking at the ES right now. ES down 35 points here in the last 18, 20 minutes. NQ sold off about 200 points in that same time.
Crazy,
Crude's been in a range. Yeah, Crude's been in a range between $73.50 and $74 even for the last 30 minutes or so. I don't know. We'll get those initial balance, high initial balance, low prices. That's when I turned to my main man Hogue for those. Also, click on the indicators tab at the top of Topstep X and type in Topstep X. Well, initial balance Topstep's initial balance.
This is,
come on.
What
are they doing? What's going on with the ES?
Pennant here. Pennant formation here in the NASDAQ. Might be a long down around 3,700. I might take a long down there.
Look at them handling
ES is definitely one of the weaker of the two.
Yeah. What's going on with ES?
Oh, there goes the
Inside
Dow too.
Tuesday's
Oh
range.
man, there we
ES
go. I'm
selling
out
off.
Dow too. We're done, guys.
Wow. Selling off.
It's accepting
changed.
value from Thursday. Not there yet in the NASDAQ, but
New session lows.
remember 730s was the area we were looking at in the NASDAQ for
shorts
before we think about starting to sell it. We're not there yet in the NASDAQ. We are in the S&Ps.
Interesting morning here.
Yeah, that was unexpected.
He goes. They got its Red Bull, Vince. It heard you.
Yeah.
This thing goes red. All right, the bottom of the hour. Here we go.
Red Bull in the wrong direction, though.
Yeah.
Damn, they are selling this sucker. Damn,
They
Enrico.
are.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
That's how the cookie crumbles, man. All right, new session. Let's hit me with some initial balance, high initial balance, low prices.
All right. So NASDAQ. Initial balance high, 30,968 even. Initial balance low, 30,744 even.
744.
Now we're inside previous value in the NASDAQ. Not buying them now.
Is this the day of Japan? Yeah.
IB high, it might be. 75.99 quarter is the initial balance high. 75.99 quarter. Initial balance low, 75.60 and a quarter. Initial balance low. Seeing some extension.
Okay, this is big trend.
Almost ready to finish value acceptance from Thursday.
Oh,
Gotta be
right.
quick.
12. Yeah, you do. First hour is come and gone. With that being said, we're doing a little bit of a line shift, but shout out to Enrico, shout out to Vince for joining us here on Fast Markets. Couple words, Enrico, and then I'll throw it to Vince and get out of here. And we've got an announcement, and then Dakota on the other side. But Enrico, please go ahead. Thank you again.
Yeah, I would say today that keep your head cool when things doesn't go your way. As you saw, I got stopped out by 2 points from possibly 200 point short. So sometimes market is like this. And the most important is to keep your calm. I didn't FOMO back in, even though it would be it would be in a winning trade anyway. It's important to follow your rules and stick to your plan. So that's it for me. Trade well, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Vince. Couple words, and then get back in. The markets are moving.
I like what Enrico said. Just follow your plan. Something definitely has changed here, right? I mean, we went from nothing happening for the first hour, or 30 minutes rather, and now it's moving. So just be careful out there. Don't rush it. I got some work to do. Hopefully when I see you guys later, we'll have a different outcome, but I'll see you all later.
All right, take care, Vince. And let's go to a quick break, and then we'll bring back Mr. Dakota, the other side of this. Markets are... Train. Where you at? What's up, Dakota? I see you down there.
What's going on?
We're selling off here. New session.
I see that. I see that. You guys were joining me in slow markets last night. I told you I wasn't wrong. I was just early. Look at this sell-off. Look at this sell-off. We got red across the board. It's two-way trade, and we're seeing that here today. We were buying it up all night last night, and we are dumping it right here, right now. Looking across the board, and this is not surprising. We got Google down 5.6%, so it's getting hammered hard. Amazon down 3.8%. Broadcom down 3.6%. And then SpaceX is down 10% right now. So
Is it
we got
really?
red across the board.
It is.
More room for
SpaceX trading 166.24, so still about $16 to go to from like the opening print on prices there, but feeling it if you bought it at 220.
Yeah, some heat.
Just last week.
Again, Bank of Japan intervention may be the catalyst behind what we're seeing here in the equities. A lot of selling here. ES down about 50. We saw about a 50-point sell-off for the last 20, 25 minutes. NQ saw a 300-point sell-off the same time frame. We got top of the hour in 26 minutes, but what do you like here, Hogue? What's Delta? It was positive, no?
Yeah, it's now negative. In the S&P is just about flat, really, down 100. But again, that includes Friday's session. Negative 600 in the NASDAQ, again, including Friday's session. It would be pretty negative right now without it, I think. Not terribly, but we got pretty long. Like, we had what, about 3,000 positive in the S&Ps?
Yeah,
Gone.
I'm gonna buy this right now.
Those got eaten.
Yes, they did.
I'm looking to sell a bounce here.
I'm looking at shorts too. I just got puked on my last shorts there because NQ just bounced about 60 points. Make it 70 points now.
Yeah, let's do it.
10-point bounce in the ES.
What do we got? 66. Initial balance low in the NQ. 744.
722.
You got 22s?
722. I'm looking to build a position.
Yeah, I might get it.
Yep.
Back. Come on, give me in. 722, Mr. Dakota.
Yeah, wide stop and building a position here.
722.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a settlement right around here for the NASDAQ.
722s, man. I got 717s.
And memory's still strong here. We got Micron still up over 5%. SanDisk up 6.5%.
On the truth right here. Initial balance low 744s in the NQ.
I don't mind a bounce up to 760. 760 would be.
Oh, they just turned
my
hammer this thing.
Last area. My stop loss is 790, so I'm giving it some room in this volatility.
How many short, Dakota?
Short 4 from 721 now.
Okay. Try to get short 4. I got one of my executions, but it didn't get up to my other ones just yet.
Okay, then you don't want to take this lower. What price are you short from, Hogue? And Q's being a little stubborn.
75.54 half.
7.
It's
5, 4.
It's basically the low of Friday's range, regular trading hour.
All right. NQ's being very stubborn, selling off. Damn. Come on.
Retest 700 right here. I'm trying to step in.
Need 700s now. Dow seeing some more selling. We got gold bouncing back a little bit. Hogue short for what'd you get, Hogue? 7.5. Is it 5.4? Short from 5.4 half?
Yeah, 54. Yeah, 54 and a half.
Trying to hold 700s, but sellers keep stepping in. I'm liking this even more to the downside.
All right.
There's a little bit of a break. Get some follow.
Not convincing, is it, Dakota? It's not as convincing as we need it to be for the sellers here.
Enough.
It's enough.
It's enough. Right. It's taking its time. It's very volatile. I mean, we look and we're already in the money 40 points. So it's.
Oh, you're right. How about that?
It's moving. It doesn't look like it, but the volatility can be decisive or
deceptive.
yeah, deceptive is the right word. Yes,
That's right. But
deceptive. Look at that, down to these session lows.
Yes, new lows.
It's the casual 50 points, Andre.
NQ, new lows. I know. I'm with you. Short from what 720. Yes. What's the downside target here, Hogue?
I was just looking at that, Andre. We got our overnight lows last night all the way down at 75.12.
75.12.
Probably stop a little bit short of that. I'm thinking 75.30 would be a pretty decent target for this. We got to accept below Thursday's value low, which is where we're at right now, 75.50.
75.50. Alrighty. We got here. Oh, it's tricky down here. Well, they're gonna buy it or sell it here in the ES. Line of sand, 75.50. Again, about 50 points lower from session highs we printed about 30 minutes ago. NQ down about 300 points from those session highs. Dow selling off about 300 points as well.
Down just 300 points from the session highs, but we're hanging out. This is settlement for the NASDAQ right around where we're in entry is. So there's still plenty of room to go to the downside. The overnight low where we opened up tonight's price action, I mean, 350s.
That's a ways away. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's quite the distance.
It looked like some more selling there as we approach the top of the hour in about 19 minutes. 19 minutes to the top of the hour. But it is now time for us to unveil the new Topstep TV tip of the week. So we bring in a new one. Well, every week it is. Stick to your strategy. That's what the boys are doing right now. They are avoid chasing trends or reacting to short-term market noise. Boy, I chase at that like a dog. I gotta do better at that. Follow your tested strategy and trust the process, even when faced with losses. That is very, very important. Consistency comes from discipline. Longevity comes from consistency. Getting paid comes from longevity. All kind of piggybacks on one another. So again, Topstep TV tip of the week. We bring in a new one every week.
There you have it. Here comes some sellers now. Testing the session lows.
Are they? They're not making it easy.
Yeah. No, they never do. 660s
No, they don't.
right now.
Yeah. I was going to say, when do they make it easy? I want to be there that day.
Long. I don't know. Long. It's being short is can be uncomfortable, but we. So Bank of Japan. Jex, again, we saw, what did we see? Bank of Japan intervention. We saw that. I'm not exactly sure what they executed. It does seem to perhaps coincide with what we saw, a lot of selling in the equities. That headline did hit.
Man, this thing is heavy, Andre.
I'm short with you, man. I'm short with you. Pulling teeth, but we got gold turning around.
The one thing I just don't want this to turn into is just range, which I don't think it will.
Well,
but
we'll
gotta be aware of it. Sellers keep stepping in and selling these little bounces.
This is heavy, says Tandra. Tandra, take off in the chat. This is heavy. All right,
let's go.
Hope so.
I mean, I could see a level at these mid 500s, like 570s could be an interesting level.
570. Why 570, Dakota?
That's a level of support that we've seen pre-London. So overnight, nice little level of support resistance. There we go. New session lows. Break it down, Andre. 8. Yeah. Let's keep going.
About time.
Dump it.
New lows. New session lows. Yes, and
80 points.
The NQ.
90 points here.
We might as well keep getting in, right?
A little bit of level of support at these 620s. If we break through that, Man,
I'm
this thing
sure.
could keep gaining that
Getting there.
momentum. Yeah,
Getting
we're
there.
getting through it.
All right,
Okay, I'll take
some
one off right there for 100 points.
Well done. Just that was very, very casual sell off. New session lows in the ES and the NQ. NQ 30,614. Be that ES continuing to sell off. We're looking at a 60 point sell off.
What a move. Broad coming down 4%. Yeah, lots of selling in these equities.
74.75 SPX right here.
Great trade, Dakota.
The 60 points sounds much more exciting than 12 in the S&Ps.
Well, it might not be done because ES continuing to.
I don't think we're done.
Yeah. Not only. Ooh. Well, here come the haters.
Plenty of room.
Sell into this thing, no?
VIX is popping here.
Is it?
Notice. Yeah, 17.58. So we're up a point in the VIX from earlier, about where we were trading.
Here come the buyers. Is it just some short covering? Profit taking with the NQ. NQ bounced about 40 points or so off those ES bounced about 6 points making now. 7 points.
I'm cautious on any move here. We could rip back to session highs before we know it.
Sure, why not?
Which is wild.
They just pull. You think the lows? They just put the lows in just like that? We've seen it before, haven't we?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's tested right where we opened, kind of a little bit of that gap from Sunday night here in the Nasdaq.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this is over. I think there's still more room to the downside.
I'm feeling that too. Till 50. If I was flat right now, what would I be looking to do? I'm looking at the NQ right now. If I was flat, which I'm not, yes, I would not be looking for longs. I would not look at that. Turn this whole thing around. Here's your bounce, Dakota. This is here's your bounce. I'll sold the bounce.
Nice little.
Sold the bounce. Ooh, but gold popping here. What changed? Gold popping.
42.19. Man, crude's down to 74. Okay.
Oh yeah. What am I short?
Crude selling. Google down 5.6. Broadcom down 3.9. Amazon down 3.6%.
Sounds right. More yen. More intervention. Happen again. What's 6J? Let's try to pull that up, Andre. 6J.
SpaceX is going to be entering on what day does SpaceX enter?
I want to say, don't quote me on it, NASDAQ, July 6th, I believe.
Okay.
Yen just popped big time again.
There goes the sellers.
Yeah, yen just popped big time. Yen, that's back to back.
Man, sellers just
here. If you want to go to my
like
chart, I can pull up the yen. Let me know if I'll pull up the yen. Though we saw a couple huge pops. You got it.
50-point dump in the Nasdaq.
Is that me? I'm not sure.
50 points. Wow, this thing might just. Yeah, Nasdaq might go right here. If we could reject,
you could use another one of those
session lows.
Crazy days, like that emergency rate cut day. That was like a Japan thing too, wasn't it?
The carry trade was a big one.
Yeah,
a couple years ago.
Okay, if you want to pull up the yen, here you go. Bank of Japan intervention. The first one saw a huge pop, and we just saw another one about 15 or 45 minutes after that. What the reaction was in equities. Looks like you got some selling there, but might have some buyers stepping in. What do you think here?
You could trade currencies here.
Yes, you can.
Who's trading a currency in the chat?
More pop.
There's a few of them. We got a few traders out there trading currencies.
Yeah, and back to back. Look at this thing.
NASDAQ.
Got it up there.
NASDAQ still selling right here. Testing these session lows. Dump it.
So back to back. All right. What are the equities doing? New lows.
Just for
new lows.
reference.
They're going to hammer this.
Dakota. Value low from Thursday in the NASDAQ, 30,529.
529. Okay, that makes sense. That's right there at
another
that
100
level of
points for
support.
you there.
Yeah, there's plenty of room to the downside, Hogue. I took one off for 100 points, and it's weird to think that, I mean, you could still find another 100 points in the NASDAQ. And if this thing wants to go test, dare I say it,
what was that?
Overnight lows, that's 340s.
Okay, it looks like the buyer's going to give it a shot here. Gold going bid, but the yen continuing to rally. The yen continuing to rally.
Yeah. I overlaid them here in the 5-minute chart, so
you got
can
it?
see it. Yeah, so it's the ES
What's
versus
changing
the yen is the blue line there, the 6J. Looks like there wasn't too much reaction in equities on that first pump there, but now
sell this.
We'll see. Back to right around that 74.75 SPX right now.
Oh boy.
If I was holding more than one, I'd cover one here.
Nice. Yeah, this is where I covered one, Hogue. Right
Buy
here.
one for the break.
Yeah, and
New
we're
lows
breaking.
ES. Yes, we are. New lows ES.
Yep.
New lows NQ, 30,603. In the NQ, new highs for the yen. That's the 6J.
Okay, I'm going to cover another one right here at these 620s. So cover two of them.
Yen's taking off again. Yen's taking off again. New highs yen. 6J.
Yeah.
New highs yen. Yen absolutely. I gotta get short NASDAQ. Got to short equities, right? Yen pops equities. It's the trade right now, I guess.
Still pushing these session lows. Yeah. VIX is at 1763. So VIX is spiked.
Wow. New lows ES. ES new lows. 75.37. We're looking at over a 60-point sell-off in the ES over the last 40 minutes or so. New highs yen.
NASDAQ chilling here at these 630s for a minute.
Yeah. Oh, you like longs down here?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay.
I like to see these mid to lower 500s come into play first.
Wow. Yen's still popping. NQ reluctant. NQ trying to put it in a low. NQ's trying to put it in a low. Not with more selling. Wow.
They could dump any second too.
Trying to hold out for my 75.30 target.
I'll test your patience. That's for sure.
Yeah, stick to your strategy.
Yeah,
yeah. Tip of the week.
I'm sure it's this is where they try to get the longs to jump in. All right, Hogue, initial balance. Do point blank doesn't matter anymore after what we're seeing here.
I mean, if price goes
back
to the IB lows, it could be resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we really started accelerating. That's where the sellers decided to continue to come in and continue to sell it. So, if we do revisit it, it does offer opportunity at the very least to limit risk.
Yeah. Sellers are trying again. Right here.
Yeah.
Looking at those
What
session
do you got,
lows.
Yeah, what do you got, Delta Hogue? Damn,
Okay.
new lows. Damn. Keep going here.
That
Vroom,
was
vroom.
a dump.
30,005.
ES Delta negative 10,600.
Damn. We got NQ.
You got to get out. You got to get out.
Yes, you do.
Negative
Wow.
2,000 NQ.
And we are puking. We are down, down, down. Look out below in the NQ, new lows. 30,557 ES. Lows there, 70,532. I am getting out of these.
There's still room, Hogue. There's still room to the downside. We're watching it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this? Oh, we're gonna take the plunge.
There's
All right.
Still more room. Nvidia down 0.8. Broadcom breaking through that negative 4%, negative 4.3. Amazon down 4%. Google down 6.2. I'm surprised the Nasdaq's not down more.
The semis are still up. So we got the whole index is up 1.3%. And once again, $1 trillion company Micron reports earnings on Wednesday. They're up 4% right now.
Sheesh. Look at
I
this.
just hit my target 75.30. I'm flat.
All right, nice trade.
Thank you.
Nicely done.
Nice trade.
Never have enough on.
Is there more room to the downside, Hogue?
I believe that there is potentially, yes, but that's basically value. NASDAQ's approaching value low from Thursday, which, again, we were talking about that a little while ago. So it's 30,529 is TPO value low from Thursday in the NASDAQ. We're way past that in the S&Ps. But I was just looking for this swing low from the overnight session right there to look for my opportunity to exit. If I had more on, I would probably have a runner on. But
We might be able to get
what
back.
is that?
4 minutes top of the hour.
24 points in the S&Ps. I'll take that every day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Cody, you like shorts above 600? 30,000?
Yeah.
Me too.
I've taken half my profits and I have a runner on. I'd look to short these bounces here. I mean, I'm still looking for 520s. We got the 100-point move that was looking for. We got our flush, Hogue, and I still think there's more room to the downside.
An 80-point bounce now, 30,610. 615 now. And Q, what's the ES? ES with about 11-point bounce. We got 75.39 last trade. Delta still negative, Hogue?
Yeah.
I'm negative.
We tap those 620s.
Negative 2,100 in the NASDAQ. I may have made a mistake on the last reading for the S&Ps. It's down 1,700 right now.
Okay.
This is correct, though.
Okay. And Q, 100 points. 100-point bounce right here. And count, make it a 120-point bounce in the NQ. 30,645. ES. We got 17-point bounce. And Q coming all the way.
Where do we sell it?
Not all the way back. And Q, that was
another...
a 400-point sell-off. That was a 400-point sell-off in.
Was it really?
Yeah. 45 minutes.
Bounds definitely, 430. Wild times. This volatility
Didn't
is
see that one. All the preparation, all the levels, all of that, and then boom, Bank of Japan intervention. We saw the reaction. I get some more clarity on what exactly their operations were, but we saw the yen saw strength. The 6J popped. It reject off the highs, and 6J now selling off a little bit here. And we're seeing the inverse in U.S. equities.
100-point bounce there on the NASDAQ. If I was flat, I'd look for I'd still be looking for shorts, Andre. It's been some great two-way trade. Great two-way trade in these markets.
I am too, Dakota.
Questions where and when. I mean, this market, I don't want to see.
Yen went back to back.
A little turnaround.
Yen went back to back pops.
But it's turned around a little bit. We can pull up the 6J right now. So what's going on, you can see we're off that like spike high up here. What's going on is if the yen appreciates, it can unwind the carry trade, right? So that just means you have to sell U.S. assets, and it can in a way that, if you're funding trades that way, it's like, well, might explain some of that big negative delta number. It's like it forces your hand. It's like gotta sell, right? So we'll keep a close eye on that. Looks to
go to the daily if you could, Jack.
Yeah, let's hit up the daily. I might have to go over to because this is in Topstep X. You can see that here. Let me go over to a continuous.
Jay was
chart
saying
here.
the intervention never holds.
So here's a day chart.
Sheesh. They tried it a few times.
Yeah. Well, Jay would be right.
Yep. NASDAQ's still pumping here.
NASDAQ is indeed pumping. ES as well.
I wouldn't mind if I was not in a trade, I would like these 680s.
Short? I'm thinking longs. I think
you're thinking longs now.
I think Japan, unless Japan jumps back in.
No, hey, nothing wrong with that. I've taken my profit on this. I just have my one runner, so non-biased.
All right, markets go back to the highs. Maybe we'll find out. All right, we got London closed at the bottom of the hour. Still about 29 minutes from here, but you haven't heard from him yet. He's been in my ear all morning, helping me guide the ship. Let's get Dr. Volatility. Dr. Volatility, come on in here. What is up, James?
What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. I hope you all enjoyed the long weekend. Hopefully you had some good time off. But we're back, and we're here to talk to you about things that you need to know to stay in the know with all things Topstep and Topstep TV related. And I am still preaching the good word of the Topstep Reddit community. If you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing the new digital trading floor. What I mean by that is it's a place where you can go and share your trading wins, your trading losses. You can rant, you can rave, judge each other's setups, cheer each other's setups, find trading help and advice, basically anything you're looking for. If you're not a fan of X, Instagram, or Discord, then maybe Reddit is the place for you, and you can find Topstep there. Go ahead and click on the link that we're dropping in chat now to join the Topstep Reddit community and jump in on the action today. You never know who you might run into. We got Topstep staff in there answering your questions and helping out when we see fit. So join Reddit, browse today, and take us wherever you go. We want to see this community grow big and large, just like we did on YouTube. So help us take over Reddit today. It's the front page of the internet, and now you can find Topstep there officially. So go ahead and click on the link and give us a follow today. Then, when you're done with that, we got some big news because tomorrow on Topstep TV, we are live with another installment of Mindset Matters with Robin Dane, the trader's coach. With over 35 years of market experience, including 9 years coaching elite portfolio managers, Robin knows exactly what it takes to build a bulletproof trading psychology. Whether you're fighting impulse clicks, struggling with discipline, or trying to bounce back from a losing streak, she's taking your questions and answering them live to get your mindset back in the green. Go ahead and click on the link that's going to be in chat now to submit your trading psychology question to Robin Dane, and tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time for Mindset Matters. The tech gremlins got to us last time, but We sorted them all out. We didn't feed any after midnight, and we made sure to keep them away from water. So we are ready for Robin Dane's Mindset Matters segment tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. Be sure to get your questions in, tune in, and see if your trading psychology question is answered. Then don't worry, we still are on for group coaching, and the group coaching is happening right before that, and today as well, each and every day at 12 p.m. Central Time. Robin Dane is a psychology master, but group coaching is where you go to learn the basics and the fundamentals. If you have any questions about a chart, any questions about a product, any questions about a headline, then group coaching is your place to go. We're going to drop another link in the chat. This one will float on by, so if you need it, ask for it, and a chat mod can get it for you. But submit your trading questions in the group coaching link, and then tune back in at 12 p.m. to see if your question is answered live right here on Topstep TV. Today, we are joined by Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Emmanuel from our Discord, so you're not going to want to miss this session of group coaching. Again, that is today at 12 p.m. Central Time, and all week long at 12 p.m. Central Time, with Robin Dane tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. Now, before we get back to the charts and welcome Ted to Fast Markets, we have a small piece of news because Alan Greenspan, the second longest serving chair of the Federal Reserve, has died at the age of 100. Former Federal Reserve Chair Alan Greenspan has died at the age of 100. His wife, NBC News correspondent Andrea Mitchell, says he passed away at home from complications of Parkinson's disease. Greenspan was the second longest serving Fed chair in history. His more than 18-year tenure started with a 1987 nomination, ending with his term of fifth under George W. Bush in 2006. Greenspan is remembered for shaping the U.S. economy, often earning praise for his work. But some claim he's partially responsible for the financial meltdown that occurred after his tenure as chair.
Wow. Dr. Volatility taking a shot at him on the way out there. What's up? Well, we're back. We got Ted in the house. Ted, good to see you here in Fast Markets. Markets are rocking. We are selling off again here. What's good, my guy? Good to see you here on Fast Markets.
What's happening? Good day, man. Good day. Jack mentioned the SMH. I think there's an addition to the S&P, Marvel, and Flex, and then that takes out Campbell's Soup is leaving the S&P.
Oh no!
Or Campbell.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh no!
It's a sign of the time replacing soup with.
Hey, shout out to Jefferson, Georgia. They make one of the best chicken pot pies in Jefferson, Georgia, and I know Campbell's Soup is one of the ingredients. So, shout out to Jefferson, Georgia for pot pies.
Jefferson, Georgia. Anyone watching from Jefferson, Georgia? Anyone in Jefferson, Georgia right now? Ted, what do you think, man?
74.50 and 74.75. I think the whole numbers in the SPX cash. I'm watching for those to trade. And I was short with you guys earlier. Thank you for that great trade. But I'm looking to buy 74.50, which is 75.20 in the ES. It's about a 70-point spread between the two, cash and the future.
It's right around our overnight low as well, Ted.
There we go.
Okay.
All right.
These sellers stepped up again, Andre. I was looking at those.
I'm in, Dakota. I'm in.
Okay, those 670s were the area I was looking at, and sure enough.
Let me show that overlay. Let me show that overlay again.
Yeah.
You can see, it's the yen
what do you
driving
got?
it right now.
What are we looking at, Jack?
We're looking at the ESU is the candlesticks, and then the line is the 6J, the yen. And you can see the big sell-off was during this pump. It turned around a little bit. We got that spike. It's kind of going up and away again. And look, we're selling off again. So looks very correlated at the moment.
What do we have? Back to back.
I think we could enter a chop here a little bit. Consolidate, range trade for a minute.
Yeah, shorts kind of lost their mojo. No.
Yeah. Delta's hanging around 1,800 negative in the S&Ps, negative 2,400 in the NASDAQ.
Okay. What is that telling us, Hogue, when we see negative? Not the
more aggressive sellers. more aggressive sellers, but they're congruent with direction, so no divergence here just yet.
Although to be clear, it could be a little bit different. We see those huge numbers. If it is because it's like a carry trade unwind, I don't know the answer. Maybe someone in there, usually when we think about a short squeeze, it's like, oh, people are actually short, right? And we're going to squeeze them because they got to buy it. But if they're unwinding a carry trade, unless they get back into the carry trade, they're just netting out their position, right? They were long the futures and then they sold them to take off risk, right?
Yes. So once they get out, then they can kind of resume forced selling, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we might see some.
I don't know if the selling's done yet.
I don't know if the selling's done either. ES just, what do we see, about 8-9 point sell off there. NQ's a little bit more stubborn to the downside.
Man, Google's down 6.6. That's quite the move.
That is a big move.
20 minutes till
Was
the
there
bottom of the London close.
There wasn't a news event, was there, for Google or?
There was. I saw something. I don't want to quote it right now, but there's something about like Apple using the NVIDIA chips instead. I'd have to look into it, but
okay.
Intel.
I'll get back to
Intel
it.
chip.
Intel chip.
Yeah, they're using the Intel chip.
I haven't even checked my Intel position here.
Oh, because we're rocking
You're up 10% today.
10, any cases for the shorts, for short in the equities?
Implied move in the S&P cash was 50 points coming into today. I mean, I couldn't believe we were talking about this the other day when we were trading, that we were off on Friday. There was a chance they weren't going to get a deal signed. I mean, can you imagine if Friday we were open? We would have dropped. We'd have had one of those 500-point drops in the NASDAQ, right? No deal, nothing signed.
Oh, yeah.
So I still think they're hanging on to the fact they want a nuclear bomb for their own defense. And I don't see a deal getting done if they don't move their stance. So this could drag out a couple of days for sure. That's my bearish case.
I like it. Okay. Well, we saw a 400-point sell-off in the NASDAQ. Look, crude closing in on new session lows, about 4 cents to go there. Crude trading $73.55. The buyer's back in here. Oh, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking if I'm not already holding on to a runner to the short side, I'm going to be patient because some pretty decent opportunity. Last time the S&Ps went up to around 75.49, which is up against Thursday's value low. Usually not an entry point for me, but it turned out to be a pretty good opportunity. I'm looking for more of a pullback towards the initial balance lows. 75.60 in the S&Ps. What is it? 30,744 in the NASDAQ to look for opportunities for shorts. And I do like the target, overnight lows at level that Ted was just talking about, like 75.20s, 75.15s in the S&Ps for an eventual target for a runner. But right now I'm flat and I'm just hawking the next opportunity, Andre. That's what I'm doing. I'm
getting out of these shorts. Yeah, that's exactly what we got to do because crude's seeing new session lows. Crude $73.37. There's a lot going on right now. Crude selling off, yen on a tear to the upside.
Still going, yeah.
Yes, it is. So this might be a little bit of a tug of war here, the ES and NQ. Which way does it want to go? Dakota, what are you short from?
I'm short from 719, so I'm still like 100, been chilling 100 points in the money. I've taken 75% of my position off, down there in those mid 500s. So kind of just like you said, Hogue, just I have my runner on, watching this. That one trade, that when we bounced up, I was liking to short those 670s and that played out really well. And we're kind of transitioning to a little bit of a chop and consolidation here around these mid 600s for the moment. I might lean
500 lot here.
towards
Yes.
range trading this.
Yes, he's at level 2 data, Topstep X. We have 500 offered to 75.48, about 8 points higher from where we're at right now. 500 offered.
Yeah, if I wasn't in position, I think maybe looking for some range trade or some consolidating trades here could be the spot.
I keep thinking about Greenspan. He was born one day before my dad. Greenspan's birthday is March 6th, 1926, 100 years. Dad was born March 7th. I wonder if they're having a conversation up there now. I wonder if my dad's like, Greenspan, what the hell were you thinking?
Was he not good? I thought people loved him. I thought people loved him.
I think my dad liked him too, I think. So let's go play golf.
I remember being at the base of the building on Wall Street. Guys are standing outside smoking cigarettes, and you just saw a flush of people running towards the door where we were standing. And I remember them going, "You just lowered rates." And I'm thinking, this will be interesting. I'm short 10,000 Merrill, MER, the symbol at the time, but I'm also long 10,000 IBM. Thank God, because I was down 10 points in the Merrill trade. I was down 100 grand, but I was up 14 points in IBM. So I was up 40 on two 10,000 share positions. And it was the craziest thing I had ever seen.
Slinging size, Ted.
Greenspan.
Hey, that was back in the day. Nobody knew what that was. Like, a what? You did a who? What happened?
Yeah, it was the surprise
Yeah, there
rate
used
cut.
to be.
A rate? Why are the banks up? Oh,
I was on
get it.
vacation.
Okay. Yeah. Mm.
I was on one of my few vacations when that happened. Came back. Like, what the heck?
Crazy.
NASDAQ's on a vacation now. We're still getting that chop
We're
right
just
here.
waiting, man. We're waiting for
Well, we're
Japan.
hanging around 74, 75 in the SPX right now. It's one of those
Yeah.
rounder
Could
levels
be.
I've discussed to hold on to.
Range bound for a moment. Crude at session low still.
Yen has the 6J has quieted down for now. What was the interval between major pops? 905 and then 35 and 40 minutes later. Okay.
So this Marvel is a semicon. It's not the Marvel like Iron Man and Thor. From what I read, it was down 200% on the year, and the indexers have mandatory buying. So you have MU this week and mandatory buying in one of the components of the SMH. Could be a reason why those semis are up today. Just a thought.
They don't even need a reason anymore. They just go up. If they go down, they'll have a day that's down 4%, then they'll be up 8%, then they'll be up 5%, 3%.
Right.
Today it's the memory
Right.
stocks going. Micron earnings on Wednesday,
Dakota.
sort of the big event this week.
Yeah.
Dakota's up 10%, and there's Intel today. Check it.
Yeah, I know. I'm pretty stoked, man. That's my golden goose of the year. I keep reminding everyone. They keep telling me I forget it. I try and forget about it, and then it just keeps popping off. One of my best trades I think I've ever had is one of them. Just buy and hold. The fact that we went from $30 a share to 130, and it hasn't even been. It's been 6 months now.
Any indicators that perhaps got you looking at Intel, Mr. Dakota? Don't answer that. We'll see if these markets equities want to make another push lower. I'll tell you what is we got crude continuing to make new lows, $73.37. 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Also, the London close, Jack. Every Monday.
Yes.
I'm waiting. What do you got? Nuggets, tidbits, the goods.
Yeah.
What do you got? If you're ready to go, let's do it.
Let's see what's going on.
What do you got?
Well, waiting for my fancy intro. We've already talked about the first one, but to say again, Alan Greenspan passed away. A titan of the Fed, second longest serving, I believe, 20 years, really involved in everything. The way we view the modern Fed, really. We'll talk more about his legacy in the coming week, but things like the Greenspan put, everything we kind of take for granted today from the Fed, he's in many ways the architect of that. We'll discuss more, but 100 years, good long run. Now back to the markets. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but just wanted to show the divergence. White line there is oil prices. Orange is the 2-year yield. And we do have, during this Iran situation, the treasury yields were pretty closely correlated with oil, right? They would go up when the price of oil went up and down. That correlation is pretty much broken down completely now. And we had a big shift last week with Warsh's first Fed coming out a little bit more hawkish. Right now, the 2-year yields are trading 4.21, so a little bit off the highs today, but still elevated. This will be something close to watch. But oil dead, my new friend is Warsh when it comes to bonds. And speaking of when yields rise, you know that means the banks are sitting on more unrealized losses. U.S. banks are currently facing unrealized losses of $316 billion. More importantly, that's a little increase from the previous quarter. Makes sense because yields have risen with this. Something to always keep an eye on because banks, purchased a lot of bonds at pretty crappy interest rates to buy in retrospect. Thank you. This segment sponsored by Hindsight Trading. But presumably they'll just hold on to these and see what happens so they don't have to take losses. So they're sitting on, whenever you see your portfolio, just be glad you're not sitting on $316 billion in unrealized losses.
It's only a loss if you close it. It's only a loss.
That's the extreme. Even the banks are going that way.
That's what happened to Silicon Valley Bank, right? SVB, that's...
yeah, they were terrible at hedging interest rates, which is like what a bank's supposed to do. They got those futures. I would love to see more of like exactly what went down there because even at the time when when the 30-year bond had like a 1 handle, of course there were people saying, "Hey, we're going to go negative rates like like Switzerland or something." But I was like, unless you're going to trade it pretty aggressively, I don't know why you'd want to sit on a 30-year bond yielding 1.8%. But such is life.
Thank you, Jack. Good stuff. Are we at 217,000 subscribers yet? It does not appear so. Those that are in here, please click subscribe, click like. So we're closing in on 217,000 unpaid for subscribers. Yep.
Do we have to start paying for them?
Some folks may.
Started Venmoing $1 bills. Let's take a look. I can see the live count here.
All right, the yen's selling off now.
Nasdaq's still looking heavy.
Why aren't they buying the Nasdaq? Is that going to unwind this?
It might be.
Oh, I'm
There's a
wrong.
goalpost right here for the ES 7540 is one of the goalposts.
They're not letting it go higher right now.
Negative 2100 delta in the ES, negative 3000 in the NASDAQ. Getting a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
There's some buying.
7 minutes. Yeah, ES catching a bit of a bid. ES, that was some more selling. What's going on? Gold. We got gold selling off as well. Gold down about 13, 14 bucks in the last 10 minutes. Gold trading 42.08, about $7 off the session lows there.
Yeah,
overall,
in 6 minutes.
kind of a barcode on the 30-minute chart right now in gold, right near IB low as we speak.
All right.
A little continuation to the downside in crude oil right now.
Man. And buyers trying to step in the NASDAQ. Still just range bound in the NASDAQ now lately.
Here we are. What are the prices for the range, Dakota?
Kind of like I'm not the best with this. Trying to pull out my Adobe. I'd say 600 up to 660s.
Yep. Last trade, 640s. What's ES doing? ES looking a bit barcodey as well. What's a barcode? Well, you see those candles about the same.
75,
red, black.
75.40 is 75. Sorry. That's 70. So 40 is near 74, 75 cash in the SPX. The ES you gotta add 75, so we're almost there. 75, 45.
Okay.
You're at a round number
Range
in the
ES.
SPX cash. Yeah.
Buy this thing.
I like
range in the ES 75.30 up to 75.50.
Reduce the 50s.
Range. Yeah.
Why are you selling this? Was.
Thank you, Hogue. Come on. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's what I use. He's the best, Ted. He's there. He
I love
fills
it.
in the blanks.
I can't chew gum and walk at the same time, but if I got Hogue, I know I'm good.
It's so much easier, man. It's so much easier. Here's
He understands.
You're long this, Andre?
I am long from 16 or 17. From 17.
I like it. Are you looking for those 60s?
Not anymore.
Oh.
Nope, not anymore. Out. I'm out now.
What was that?
That was
something a little jerk.
Well, that was a little
jerk.
whack.
What happened?
Crude pop a little bit. Crude pops.
The market makers heard you.
Well, he heard you. Heard you ask him.
Yeah, somebody slammed 2,000 ES contracts there.
Yeah, crude pop.
I never liked that stuff.
We got.
That's
What gold do? Gold
market.
downticked a little bit. Shoot me out of those longs. It wasn't long from 17.
Still got this 560 lot offered 75.53 in the ES.
Hopefully, he double checked his zeros on that 2000 lot.
What was that? Was it Thursday?
Supposed to be
that fat finger or
200.
whatever. That just yeah.
Oh, in oil, we think.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Up to like what 98s, 99s.
I lost half my bonus one year. I fat fingered FXI. I was supposed to buy
FXI
200, and he AOL instant messaged me buy 2000. So I started buying it, and my boss said you should call the client on an order that big for a China ETF. He never buys that much, but I was up to 700 on an order that was supposed to only be 200, and there went half my bonus there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that'll do it.
Was it profitable? Was it?
Was
did they
that
make money on it?
Because it probably got out right away.
Yeah. No, it didn't matter. It was cratering. It was bad.
That's a good question in the chat here. Also, get those questions in for group coaching. We got Hogue, Hoop, and Emmanuel. Question, Jack. This is a good one in the chat from Dusha. Jack, can you explain why ES dump of 2,000 contracts impacts all other instruments? Oil, NQ, everything had a significant wiggle.
Yes, I can. So
that's a good question.
It's not the ES. I just use that to measure how big the move was. Every instrument that we trade across the world, there's a million, perhaps tens of millions different pairs and correlation trades going on, market makers and stuff like that. So without some sort of like forensic accounting, like after the fact, where we try and find down to the microsecond which product moved first. If the ES, let's just say in a vacuum, somebody decided to slam 10,000 ES contracts, that's going to ripple through immediately. The NQ is going to drop there's dispersion trades. There's all sorts of things that are spread against each other. So a move in one thing is always that's quick is always going to affect a bunch of other things. You instantly have to hedge option. Think about it's just such a complicated system, right? The S&P is made up out of
get over here
weights of 500 stocks. All those stocks have options market makers that are down to the microseconds pricing options and hedging their books. So it happens very quickly. We don't know where it started. The one last week seems to have been in oil. That makes the most sense. But the truth is, I don't know where it started. I'm just measuring how big the move was.
Okay, London close. 20
selling
seconds
off here.
Yeah, there is some selling. It was a sell order, correct, Jack? That 2000 lot?
Yes.
Yes. To phrase it correctly, all I can say is that 2,000 ES were sold in a second. That's as granular as I can get.
That's all. Yes. All right, London close. London close. What do they want to do? The longs. I want to take the longs.
Hey, Jack, just to add to your illustration, when you said ripple, depending on the size of the order, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and you tie that to a notional value, billions of dollars, it's like throwing either a pebble in a pond that was kind of glassy or throwing a cinder block. And how long does it take for it to go back to being flat? All those ripples are all those other Harrison products you were talking about. Something that was explained to me that way.
I like that. Yep.
Yeah.
And the algos. Algos are all interconnected.
That was a brick.
The algos
That might have been a brick.
are all looking for that. There's a quick move in something.
Exactly.
If there's a quick move in one of the equities, they're looking to sell whatever they can right away. And it all happens within literally, I believe it's classified or whatever. I was listening to some lecture from an options guide Citadel, but it's microseconds now.
It's
It's really cool. It's the latency of however many microseconds. It's the first however many microseconds. It's the algorithms decide whether it's overpriced or underpriced.
Incredible.
And then it's the actual latency of execution. Once it makes that decision quickly, it's then up to the laws of physics how quickly it can actually get to the exchange and do it.
Proximity to the server. The real thing.
Yeah, it could be
Proximity to the
nanoseconds.
server.
Yeah, exactly.
It's wild. All right, London close has come and gone. Again, get those group coaching questions in. You see the form pinned to the chat. Hogue, you got to go prepare for morning highlights. You got to prepare for group coaching. We got more Hogue coming at you. But a couple words as you get out of here. Then we'll see you in about half hour or so.
Yeah, we got a little bit of a kerfuffleation going on here, a little bit range bound. Be patient. If you're holding a runner, hold the runner. I think there may be some more continuation to the downside here at some point. But Andre, Dakota, Ted, Jack, always a pleasure. Get your questions in for group coaching. I'll see you for the morning highlights. See you in a little bit.
You know, there's continuation lower. Oh, these longs are no bueno.
Okay, we'll get I was trading a high frequency stuff. It was more so it would have been 2009 through 2015 or something. It was at least in bonds. I think we're past the what would you call it? There's no NDAs or anything. It was more milliseconds, 1 or 2 milliseconds, and basically, that goes back to what we said about the markets moving to tandem. It was basically because we were trading futures versus cash bonds, futures in Chicago, cash bonds in New York. And it was if somebody put a block order through, what's up? What we got?
Something just popped.
Buyers bomb right there.
Yeah, they just lifted the offers. Just got lifted. Buyers just jumped in. Yes, and Q both around.
Bottom tail right there.
Barcode. There's the barcode right there on the 5-minute Andre and NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Back and forth. Range bound. I talked about that transition in the market, and we're seeing it. Right, just very.
Yeah, you got to change gears, right?
Sideways.
Change.
Yep, it's okay to change the way you see these markets. Markets change. We must adapt as traders. I still have my one runner, just been hanging back and forth, 100 points in the money.
What do you got? You short?
Yeah, still short from 719.
19 last trade 619, 30,619. ES.
Hey, Dakota.
Go ahead, Ted.
No, I was going to ask Dakota what I wasn't watching slow markets in the summer last year. What's slow markets and summer markets equal in your world?
Slow summer markets. It's been a while since we
Yes.
actually had a true slow markets trade where we would zoom
Right?
out on a higher time frame and leave trades overnight. It's been over a year. It's been over a year. Would
Wow.
struggle. I don't want to say struggle, but 10 points was a great trade in the NASDAQ.
Right.
And now, even during slow markets, we see this kind of price action. This is the kind of price action we're seeing in slow markets. 20 points like it was nothing. We had a 300-point sell-off followed by a 300-point rally before slow markets was even getting started.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty wild stuff, Ted.
Okay.
Speaking of
I'm
slow
excited.
markets, Mr. Dakota. Mr. Dakota's star of slow markets. Sunday through Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. We'll start coming back. And who will be joining you on this Monday, Dakota, in slow markets this evening?
My man, Coach Jay. Coach Jay is going to be joining me. I've been got my live account back, waiting for it to be activated. Should be activated here soon. And then it's time to start crushing these markets. I've got my goals. I hit all my goals here at Andre, and gonna do it again. Do it again.
Got out of the longs.
Weekend.
We had a decent pullback in the 6J, but haven't really recovered that much.
All right, so we got ES.
How the dollar react? Not much. DX.
Might be short the ES here. We're along the NQ. Something's got to give because ES trading the upper end of this 5-minute range, 75.45. However, NQ trading at the lower end of this 5-minute range. That was brutal. I shook me out of those longs. Those were good too. Ted, what do you think price wise? ES upper end of this range, we're at 75.40.
The round numbers won't hurt you. 70. Hold on.
You're good.
74, 75, 74, 50 is pretty extreme. That would be 75, 20. 74, 75 would be 75, 40, 41. I think you're going to see a reaction there because I think you're going to see some options go off at those prices.
Okay.
And when business is done, maybe it drops back down like now. If you got long and it drops 5 points, death by 1,000 cuts. So I'm sitting on hands. I don't have a trade. I can't initiate a trade. So I'm waiting for something extreme to happen, and I will be here to take advantage of it.
There we go.
Plan sticking to your strategy.
I love 20 if it got there. 75, 20, which is 74.50 SPX.
A lot of wicks. Right now. Both sides of this market. It's hard to be long. It's hard to be short.
Agreed.
JRG
in a new position.
Exact same. Yeah. Same thing.
If you zoom out on a longer time frame on the ES, the 1 hour candle, we had a nice bottom wick, and we are at the base of the candle body of the previous 1 hour. To me, that's like there was absorption. If I take a long, I stop myself out at the middle of that wick. This is a long trade for me in a longer time frame. If I'm watching 5 minute, I'm getting chopped up into pieces, which is why I rotate through my 5 minute, 15, 1 hour, and 4 hour just to see the different looks on the market.
You ain't kidding, Ted, but
Yeah, I see that.
But this
Nvidia
is
is
a
turning
bullish 1 hour.
green.
Why is gold selling? Gold up to gold's trading 42.01.
Actually took a long there.
New lows gold 41,997. New lows gold.
Nasdaq still just indecisive, right around this 100. See if we get back up to 660s for a
I
short.
bought the 45s and 44s.
You did? I'm short from 46, Ted. Shit, you're long for 45.
My target, like I said, that zoom out and look at a 1 hour on the ES. That 1 hour chart's more bullish to me than it is bearish.
Yeah, but the 5 minute looks.
The 5 minute,
bearish.
yeah, but
you see,
Or
yeah,
later
zoom out.
take a 1 hour chart. It looks bullish.
I might be puking the lungs.
I'm selling half my position right here at 50. It's a full ES, 2 of them.
Yeah. This all sounds like indecision right now. So
Oh,
I'm gonna sit on my head. Like, I'm gonna stay sitting on my head.
What's for lunch? Man? What's for lunch?
These longs are
Yeah, what's for lunch?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, they're buying the gold back.
MNQ
You
and
bought the
ES.
45 cent. Nice trade. Is this last trade?
Nvidia's green. Okay.
And Q popped a little bit there. Nice trade, Ted.
Thank you.
Is it rally time?
Yeah, maybe we head up to those 660s now, Andre.
Is the rally on? I'll peek those.
Yeah, here we go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Incredible.
MNQ. So MNQ is the same thing. There was the 1 hour, there was a wick, and you got a little base of the candle. You could go back to 694 pretty easily. Taking too long, MNQ. Average.
You're long too. What's your position, Ted? Because we are buying.
648. 2 MNQs.
Yeah, 6, 4, 8.
I'm thinking 668 to 700 maybe for a little bounce.
All right.
And there goes the ES. ES on the move. ES. Look at this. About to pop look about 20-point pop here in the NQ. I'm sorry, the ES that is. NQ looking at a 60-point pop right now.
Yeah, buyers trying to step in here.
I was just long, and they shook me out of it. Haters, man.
70s would be. There you go.
Yeah, yes, we are on the move here. 75.55.
Okay,
Trailing
that overnight UAP.
Here's the extreme on NASDAQ, these 660s, the upper end of this.
Yeah, the ES has got out of that extreme, though, so I need to stop looking at the yen here. ES cooking. Here we go. 75.57. Initial balance is what, 66s?
We hit those 670s.
Here. Yeah, no, man.
642 is the base of the 1 hour candle body. And you had a nice absorption up to that. So that's why I was bullish. 642 in the
Good read. Good, nice read, Ted. We got 71% long tilt in the ES right now.
That was possibly the only trade that I've seen in the last 30 minutes is shorting that top end of the range for a little scalp.
Might get another chance here.
You get another shot.
You might get a better price even.
You got some moving averages
on the move
up
here.
there. You got some Mandy moving averages are up above you there.
Okay.
Like 700 and 700 are some of her, I think, her EMAs.
Back looking for a target or place of interest up at 75.68. That'd be 7,500 in the SPX. Didn't help us on the way down, did it? But we got out long before the lows, thankfully.
All right, I'm taking another long MNQ.
Yeah,
Small,
playing the breakout.
Just two. No, I'm just gonna little range. 32 to 700.
What time frame are you seeing that, Ted?
I'm looking at 1 hour. MNQ 1 hour 1 hour chart.
Okay,
Pull it out. Pull it up. You'll see it.
Yeah, what price are you long?
I'm long from 650.
I'm looking for
The first trade was
700s.
at the base of the candle was 42.
By
see if we
this,
can get
that's
it.
off to the race. Yeah, are we off to the races? In the range. What's gold? Gold saying we need $4,200 right now. Yes, on the move. Oh, okay. Well, so I see we got JD ready to go. JD, come on in. I want to take a look at these P&Ls and payouts from last week because we saw some big numbers getting put up today.
Nice.
What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Yeah, we've got payouts and P&Ls from Thursday. These numbers are from last Thursday. Friday was not a settlement day. So we've got some P&Ls for Thursday. Here they are. Here are your top 5 live funded P&Ls from Thursday. Siv Garley up at the top. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a payout number. Here we go. Derek O up at the top. 40,232, trading in a 50K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Derek started in this live funded account earlier this month. He's already sitting on $7,000 in payouts, and they had a good end of the week last week. Carlos S, $23,462, trading on 150K live funded account, also in the NASDAQ. Carlos has been in this live funded account since mid-April, and he's already taken $40,000 in payouts. So big year so far for Carlos. Ubraj, popular name around here, $21,843 in profits, trading on 150K live funded account in the NASDAQ. Ubraj took a $15,000 payout just last week. Masuma, $16,763 in a 50K live funded account, trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Masuma sitting on 17 winning days in this live funded account. And John R., a sleeper pick, $16,756 in profits, trading the S&P and the NASDAQ last week. He's trading a 150K live funded account. John has been in this live funded account since February and is currently sitting on 52 winning days. He's had 40 winning days since taking his last payout. This guy is due. Go get that money. John R. putting together a nice string of winners also. All right, those are live funded P&Ls. Here are some payout numbers to share. Also pretty impressive. Up at the top, Steve Garley, $55,832. Francisco G, $23,486. Pablo, $16,139. Sean, $14,454. And Pierre L rounds out the top 5, $12,150 in payouts. These are all live funded traders, by the way, folks, pulling money out of the live markets and paying themselves with it. Pro ball traders, each and every one of them. Back to you guys.
Look at those numbers. Thank you, JD. Man, oh man. Yeah, well,
make that
gold just made new lows, 41.93. Crude popped a little bit.
They stepped in and sold those 60s, Andre.
I'm short from 6 for 57, Dakota.
Okay, let's get it.
I sold the 72s on the long.
You got 72s?
Yeah, 70.
You sure did.
Yeah, 72 I sold. That was where we had a little congestion previously. Back around.
Now Yen's selling off. What's gold selling off for? Are rates doing anything? Should I even be looking at 6J anymore?
Couldn't hurt. It's good to learn about other instruments. Not much happening.
Look at that NASDAQ rejection.
So we had some rejection there on Friday. and we've sold off 75.
Yeah. 75. Okay.
That was the trade. That was the trade, Andre. Look good. Let's go back down to 600.
I'll take 600s.
Oh, this might dump. Wow, look at the momentum behind
Dakota,
it.
this has got. I'm getting Dakota just jinxed it. I still got 5 on. We'll see if we 5 micro.
Oh, wow. We jinxed it. We're going here. Look at this thing. Speed. Look at that.
What is happening?
I like longs. I like longs on here. What the hell just happened? We got gold.
Man, I
Look
still
out
have my
below.
short on from 719.
Oh, you do? Well,
yeah, we're cooking here.
Yeah, I'm out.
That's 100 points.
Covered it. We are seeing
11 o'clock on Friday. We sold off hard.
Yen's selling off too right now. So
Yen is selling off.
Wow.
Something changed.
Beautiful trade.
Thanks, 50-50 tilt, but Yen is selling off and gold selling off. Crude pops. We are seeing NQ just sold off about 100 and 130 points in this 5 minute. Ooh, new lows.
New session lows in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Gold started this thing though. Gold continued to sell off and sell off and sell off. We were trading 42.10 or so, and they kept down ticking it and got underneath 4,200, and we just bottomed out at 41.87. Like Jack said, the yen was selling off also. Nice trade. Could you still short this from what, 719?
Yep, yeah. Up 150 points now.
Well,
let this one cook. Like I said, I still see if this NASDAQ wants to, man, we could come down and test these 470s, 480s. There's lots of room to the downside.
$400 you could hit. Close below 500, 520. You could go to near the 400s in the NQ.
In the NQ, that is the largest red candle in the 5 minute. That is the for all fast markets.
Make the move.
And right back, unreal. Jack, any levels that you got your eye on for the rest of the day with what we're seeing in options? Markets keeps changing personalities on us. ES did not make new lows. What do you got in options, Jack? Oh, you're mute. He's on mute. A couple minutes here.
Man, I was wondering why you won't respond. I had some like friggin' awesome commentary. I was spitting fire back.
Data center in space.
Data centers in space.
Nice.
Damn, I was wondering why I was being ignored. We're at like 74, 75 right now. That's kind of a decent level, but the big ones would be 7,500 SPX or 7,568 if we start going to the upside.
7,568.
Below there. Nothing too much jumping out at the moment, but it looks like on this dump right here, we did find some support at the 74.75, which is about 75.42 in the futures.
Okay, so CAD. Let's recap fast markets because we're about to wrap this thing up, but we got morning highlights coming up after this, and then we got power players. Braden, Jay, Ray will be after that. But we saw NQ, ES, we were range bound first 20, 25 minutes or so. 100-point ranges in the NQ. Chat was loving this price action. And then we saw the Bank of Japan intervention, which kind of got the selling party started in the equities.
Yeah.
Just to see some consolidation here. And then we just made new lows in gold and NQ for whatever reason. Ted, what do you got here? What's your position? Or are you flat? Did you make money in fast markets? Did you just carve that thing up?
Yeah, I did good. I'm going to go to the gym, and I'll be back at 2:15.
Okay, well, I'll be seeing Jack in Power Hour later today. Ted win. Yes, Ted. We'll see Ted again on Wednesday. Wednesday, you'll be in for fast markets. Dakota, we'll see you on slow markets this evening. Again, you'll have Jay joining you, correct?
That is correct. Jay and I. See if we get some good price action like we did last night.
Awesome.
Oh, and I'm just told you definitely need to stick around. Definitely need to stick around for this mini break because we're gonna wrap this up. But we've got a little tribute to Alan Greenspan. We lost. What was it? Rational Exuberance? Was that his famous?
Irrational Exuberance, 1996.
Rational-
Cue the Wiz Khalifa.
Wiz Khalifa. All right, Dakota, fantastic. Ted, Dakota, we'll see you in Slow
Thanks.
Markets. Ted, we'll see you again on Wednesday. Jack, I'll see you in Power Hour. Markets are moving, but
Thanks,
you
guys.
guys stick around. Let's check out this little tribute to Mr. Greenspan himself. Topstep TV, let's go. Markets are rocking. Let's get that money.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe.
When he left the Federal Reserve in 2006, after 18 and a half years at the helm, Alan Greenspan was a legend.
He has dominated his age like no central banker in history.
First appointed Fed chairman by President Reagan, Greenspan oversaw some of the market's most tumultuous times. Just 2 months into the job, on October 19, 1987, the U.S. stock market crashed, plunging 22% in one day, Black Friday. Greenspan was credited with reassuring investors, and later helped steer the U.S. economy through an Asian financial crisis, the dot-com bubble implosion, and the September 11th terror attacks. But after he left the Federal Reserve and the subprime mortgage meltdown threatened to collapse the world economy, some praise turned to blame. Critics said Greenspan's policy of low interest rates fueled the housing bubble and argued that he failed to rein in risky mortgage lending.
Do I like people making unkind remarks about me or my colleagues or things? Of course I dislike it. But that doesn't make it true. And the fact that other people have misunderstandings of how the world works, I'm not going to fret about that. It's not my job.
Do you solemnly swear?
Called before Congress in 2008, Greenspan didn't admit fault, but acknowledged the free market let him down.
I made a mistake in presuming that the self-interest of organizations, specifically banks and others, was such as that they were best capable of protecting their own shareholders. That, as I said, shocked me. I still do not fully understand why it happened.
Born in 1926 in New York, Greenspan first pursued a career in music, touring with a swing band before giving it up to study economics.
Looking back in retrospect, I kept taking the right path all the time and ending up where I never expected to be.
He became a consultant on Wall Street, later advising Presidents Nixon, Ford, and Reagan.
Hello, everybody.
Greenspan also found time for love, marrying NBC correspondent Andrea Mitchell in 1997. As Fed chief, his words were carefully chosen and often Sphinx-like, but he always moved markets. In 1996, wondering if stocks were overvalued, Greenspan posed this question during a speech in Washington.
How do we know when irrational exuberance has unduly escalated asset values?
65.71. Within hours, stocks around the world sold off, cementing his reputation as a global economic force.
The testimony you are about to provide.
In 2010, Greenspan himself offered this assessment of his career in public service.
I was right 70% of the time, but I was wrong 30% of the time, and there are an awful lot of mistakes in 21 years.
Traders, welcome to the morning highlights. Really hoping that you're seeing lots of green on your screen. Happy Monday. Not a lot of economic news out today, so just kind of depending on what we might be seeing from headlines. As always, we're going to start looking at these markets in context, starting with gold. Gold, we did not see a opening range trade trigger. It looked to the upside, looked to the downside, and did not trigger a trade for us. Although there was some pretty decent opportunities, and one of the things that we were kind of looking at is, were we going to leave this island bottom? We have not. We have traded back into the range from Friday. Now, remember, Friday was a holiday and very low volume. I don't put a lot of credence in the fact that we had the gap from Thursday to Friday and then a gap higher. However, we still have a session gap from Thursday to today. That might actually end up being a potential island bottom. Not much of a gap, but still a gap nonetheless. I'm going to take that off for clarity's sake. The market opened, looked above the opening range. Here's the 5-minute. So we did not get our trigger to the short side or to the downside. It invalidated before we got the chance to get into it. Came all the way back up, took a look at the initial balance high, traded through the initial balance low prior to that, really range bound, and now we've seen some continuation to the downside. My question is, are we going to create an island bottom or not? We did see some excess on the weekly chart earlier during the opening call that may still remain supportive to price at these levels. Still some really good opportunities. The gold has just been providing wonderful opportunities, even though it has been somewhat non-directional overall for the past few sessions. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil. All right. So this was Thursday's range, Friday's range, 30-minute chart. We opened with a gap below Friday's range. First thing we did was to close the gap and reject it. We rejected the range from Friday. Next thing we did was re-accept value from Thursday. Value high, 74.46. Value low, 73.07. Once the market did take a look and start to show signs of reacceptance of value from Thursday. Remember, Friday was a holiday. I'm not putting a whole lot of credence in the volume or the things that happened there. So we opened above value, reaccepted value. I'm looking for the market to rotate back to value low. It may or may not have kind of given us that opportunity already. What was that low? 73.04. So we'll see how this plays. Market did offer some pretty decent opportunities once it was reaccepted inside value. Value is where 75% of the volume, where the transactions were done on Friday in the regular trading hour session. Just to kind of remind you what value is, and this is volume value. There's also TPO value, but this is the volume profile, so we'll look at the volume value. What about the S&Ps? All right, on the 30-minute chart, the market did leave initially the opening range at the low of the regular trading hour session. A lot of folks, including myself, were thinking, you know what, this could be a pretty decent long opportunity. But when the intervention came in from Japan, that certainly seems to have changed things. The market is still kind of holding, looking pretty weak, looking like we may see some more continuation to the downside. We've already been all the way through value from Thursday. Remember, we opened above value, we looked above, we failed, came back inside value. We've traded all the way through the value area from Thursday, and we are still inside of the extended from the regular trading out range from here on Wednesday, a very large range on that day. We're still inside of it, so no major changes as far as the value is concerned for the last 3 or 4 sessions. We had some pretty good hopes for some continuation to the upside. That changed. Let's take a look at a couple of the trades that were taken. So we were kind of looking at the settlement price or value high from Friday as a potential for a support area. The house did get long a couple of MES 74, 71. Got taken out of those on our stop, probably about 75, 65 approximately. When we started seeing acceptance below the initial balance, we got short. Tried to get short a few. We never get filled on any of them, but the one got short, one MES 75.54, and ended up taking those out at 75.30 based on these lows over here. These were kind of the lows we were looking at. We got there, we took our profit. Nice trade. And here we go. The market did take a look back up towards initial balance low, 75.60 quarter, almost got to it. We also have overnight VWAP up in that area as well on the 30 and the 5-minute chart. So pretty decent opportunity to limit risk against the initial balance low. And the market is continuing to maybe see if we can put in a new session low, our overnight low just below that, down around 75.13 and change. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. We have on the 30-minute, okay, the market did open with a gap above Thursday's regular trading hour session. First thing it did leave the opening range at the dead high, where the S&P started the day with the S&P at the dead low. First thing it did was close the session gap and reject the range from Thursday. So the market did try and continue to push this move to the upside. We got up to and took another look into this zone that we were talking about on the opening call. 30,950 is the weekly kickoff high. It remains there from last week as well. And we had last week's high at 30,975 half. So this whole area up here was an interesting area, right? I mean, if we did not get that news from Japan, would we have been able to break out through this and seen continuation to the upside? Maybe. My dad has a kind of an old colloquialism about that, but it's not PG. So we'll take a look at this and say, yeah, this turned out to be pretty interesting area. We had Henrico, who was short up there, and just got ticked out just by a couple of ticks on his stop. That's when that news from Japan came out. A little bit of intervention, and the market started tanking. But that's the way the ball bounces sometimes. He was short 3 MNQ 30,271. He got taken out by just a couple of ticks on his stop. And then, of course, the market continues this move to the downside. We had Vince looking for longs here, right around 910, 915. 920 got long one MNQ, 30,855, and there was only one MNQ because he was going to be putting a rather large stop, which was going to be basically outside of the current regular trading hour session low. Unfortunately, the market did continue to push lower. Vince got taken out just about 30,760. Dakota came in. We were looking at extension below the initial balance low. Dakota got short 4 MNQ at 30,722. He got out of 3 of them about 100-point winner on 3 contracts. I know he got out of the first 2 right around 30,620, and he got out of the third one, I think, right around that same area. But as we were leaving, Fast Markets was still holding on to his runner, which is continuing to get paid. So that's what the market looked like this morning here early on a Monday. And hopefully you're trading well. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the quotable quote for this morning. It rings a lot like always trade for tomorrow. But L.M. Montgomery says, isn't it nice to think that tomorrow is a new day with no mistakes in it yet? And that's what we try and do as traders. Today is a day. We're going to be here to trade always for tomorrow. And tomorrow is a new day, new opportunities, new ideas, new ways to do things right. All right. So I'm happy to be back here on Monday. It's always a pleasure. We've got power players coming up here now with Jay, Coach Ray, and Braden coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Don't forget to get your questions in for group coaching. Looking forward to seeing you then. Until then, this is Topstep TV. We will be right back. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV Power Player Edition. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got Ray, and in the middle, Braden. Braden, Ray, welcome to the show for the first time this week. Braden, how we doing today?
Yeah, happy Monday, guys. It's been good. I did some trading last night. Fortunately, I feel like that was kind of the better price action. The Asia session, we had the gap down, saw a continuation move. Then when you had a nice reversal, pop back above VWAP, pull back, bounce perfectly off VWAP, continue high. It was just really good setups last night. So fortunately, I did some good trading last night, locked out my funded accounts, took a $4,000 payout
Hey, there we
this
go.
morning. So yeah, I'm doing good now.
Excellent.
So
Good work.
yeah, right now markets are pretty
Love-
choppy. So I'm gonna trade the combine and see what we can do.
Love to hear that. Putting money in the bank, taking a nice payout there for Braden. Locked out on the XFAs, but we're going to see if we can find some opportunities here. Coach Ray, how are we doing today?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. I'm with Braden. Price action today has been a little bit choppy. Much better on the Asia session. Actually, was able to secure a nice trade in the Nasdaq on the bullish side, on the sort of the second half, and then maybe later evening in the Asia. So yeah, looking forward to it. Took a little small paper cut here on an attempt at a short here on the MES, but all's good. We'll see what we can find on the markets.
Let's see what we can do. Right now, we got the Nasdaq trading 30,568.5. The S&P 75.44 last trade over there. Taking a look at oil, $73.64, and gold 41.96.5. Looking at the Japanese yen, just have it up on a side chart here. Japanese yen was in the headlines this morning for the bank intervention. We'll pull that up on the side over here. We're right back into the middle of that candle. If you were at the buzzer, viewer, you know that we get these kind of Bank of Japan intervention candles all the time. They just never seem to hold and seem like great opportunities for swing trades short. We'll see if one of these do hold, but we're right back into the middle of it now. Any areas in the markets that you guys are looking at, the S&P, the NASDAQ, maybe even oil, gold, that you guys are looking at for potential opportunities?
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm looking at the crude oil market. You know, I see that price is coming into the initial balance range. Maybe could offer us maybe a long opportunity is kind of what I'm seeing developing here a little bit in the crude oil. So I'm kind of watching this 15-minute candle to see if we can actually get a confirmed close in the on the 15-minute time frame inside initial balance, and that could maybe offer us maybe an opportunity back to the highs and maybe beyond.
All right. Potential longs here in crude. Braden, what markets do you have your eyes on?
Honestly, probably just NQ. I'll be watching NQ. Unless there's something super obvious, then I'll switch it up. But if I'm just going to scalp today, I'll look for NQ here.
Stuff. For some NQ potential scalps here. I was looking for longs here in the NASDAQ. It did seem like we had that, what was that, a 500-point sell-off? 400 points, 450 points to the downside. It does seem like that momentum has slowed down. Now I'm trying to gauge whether or not that's just midday volume slowing down or are the lows in for the session. We didn't get down to the low of the day, but let's see. Interesting spot here for
I think you're asking the right question.
Right?
The momentum is slowing. Sellers are weakening a little bit, but it's like, is it just a bit of a breather before we get stronger continuation to the downside?
Let's see.
But price action's pretty rotational here, so I wouldn't really want to chase anything that looks too momentum driven because we don't have momentum right now. So try not to get faked out, chase anything that looks. Just try not to chase entries. Really, limit orders in this kind of market environment is going to help you a lot. So that's 100% the goal.
agree
We'll
with
try
you
to
there.
snipe for these entries, limit orders in. That'll be good.
Taking a look at the delta here in the NASDAQ. This is for the full session starting last night. Positive 1,500, positive 4,500 in the S&P. So I guess you could say congruent with direction for where... not really. Very interesting there. Because we're trading pretty much right where we opened last night here in the NASDAQ and the S&P. We are red on the day below settlement, but we'll see what happens here. Gandhi in the chat saying, I'm with you. Seems like we just swept a low and might be looking to bounce. Yeah, we need some buying behind that, though. And it is looking maybe potentially like we did. NASDAQ swept 500s. We're up 100 points from that right now. Taking a look at the tilt, it is long, 58% long in the S&P, 59% long in the NASDAQ. 59% long crude and 50-50 in gold here. Braden Air Funish in the chat is saying, take us to Greenland. Take us to
Oh
Greenland.
man, get your tickets.
Get your tickets to
Let's
Greenland.
go.
Is that a long or a short? Going north to Greenland or south? Which way are we going?
Probably short term. I see this rotating probably back to 60s, but like I said, given the nature of how choppy and rotational it is, I wouldn't just chase into the long, but I will concede that it does look like we'll probably get that move back up to the 5-minute structure in the 60s. But I think buying it right there is a little bit not my style, so I'm just gonna wait.
I think I might have missed my opportunity there at those 570s, but we'll see here. Coach Ray, we got a question for you in the chat. We know you are a math teacher. What grade levels of math do you teach?
Anywhere from freshmen all the way up to seniors. So I teach the gamut.
There you go. He's teaching us about the markets right now and patience in the markets, looking for a potential trade opportunity here in oil. But Ray, you did say you're waiting for a 15-minute candle to close?
Yeah, I'd like to see a 15-minute candle close back inside the initial balance range here in the crude oil market. And if I do get that, then I'm willing to take maybe an opportunity to maybe take us back up to some of these moving averages that I have, maybe as high as this point of control, but that's kind of maybe wishful thinking here a little bit. But I like the risk, here. I don't have to take a whole lot of risk for a pretty good upside opportunity, I think, right now in the crude oil. So we're gonna hang tight. We're gonna wait for this 15-minute candle and then go from there.
There we go. And there you go with the short-lived bounces in the NASDAQ. We're already down 40 points from that high we just made a couple of minutes ago. Reminder to everyone in the chat, we got Robin Dane coming in with us later today. Robin Dane and Hogue. We do have that form pinned to the chat. Submit all of your questions for Robin there. And if you've ever seen Robin on Topstep TV, submit as many questions as you can because she gets through. Robin is great at what she does. So we need some questions there for her. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Right back down here in the equities. Is this just a sell every bounce day? Oh, sorry, chat. Robin Dane is coming in tomorrow. That is going to be tomorrow with Robin Dane, not today. Thank you, Coach Hoop, for that clarification. Robin Dane tomorrow for group coaching. So make sure you get your questions in there. 30,578 slash trade here in the NASDAQ. What are you guys seeing on a higher time frame? We do the analysis during the opening call. Ray, I'll start with you. You look at higher time frame charts. What are the equities telling you right now?
Equities look soft, really. Honestly, I see a lot of bearish kind of price action. I was kind of looking at, and that's kind of what prompted me to kind of enter a short earlier in the MES. So, I was focused on the MES. MES was looking, relatively. I like looking at the 1 hour and the 4-hour chart when I kind of arrive at that. But price closed below the initial balance range, and if I look at this on the 1 hour time frame, it's still relatively a little bit in indecision here at the lows, right? So that's kind of maybe what's contributing to this kind of choppy price action. But yeah, overall, with this kind of bearish candle here that we had, the bearish engulfing candle, my thought was that we were going to continue lower, but it seems like we're kind of stuck in a range right now.
Braden, what about you? Do you take any higher time frame analysis into your trades? I was looking to buy the equities earlier, but we were talking about it on a higher time frame. It's just they're not going anywhere. Right? We had the Russell make new all-time highs, but the Nasdaq, S&P, it just seems stuck.
Yeah, looking at higher time frames is tricky because, obviously you want to trade with it, but at the same time, as a day trader, if you're just ignoring the short term direction of the market, I can say, hey, we're in an uptrend on the daily. You could have said that the past several months, but that doesn't mean every single long you take on the 5 minutes is going to work.
Right.
I think on the daily, this thing looks great. We're just consolidating right around all-time highs on NQ. We're kind of inside the range that we've seen for the past week. But like Coach Ray said, on the shorter time frames, yeah, we have a really aggressive selling candle to the downside. We're seeing sustained price action down here. Sellers are still in control. So are the longs going to work today super well? Probably not. I think if you buy it and probably a week or two from now, we're probably back at all-time highs and you're okay. But as a day trader, you have to be thinking a little bit shorter term. So
100%.
I don't know. I think we're just ranging, consolidating on the hourly and daily. It's just smacking people is all normal stuff.
Yeah. Normal stuff here. Let's take a look at the quote board. We got 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts today. To the downside, we got silver down 1.17%, platinum down 2.21%, and crude, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down just under 3%. To the upside, we got soybean oil up 2.02%, micro Ethereum up 2.2%, and micro Bitcoin, our biggest percentage mover to the upside, up 2.7%. Again, all of those are from Friday's settlement. Thursday settlement, because Friday was not a settlement day. But micro Bitcoin catching a little bit of a bid here over the past couple of days. It still looks like trash on the higher time frame, but hey, it'll bounce every once in a while. It looks terrible though. Braden, I know you've traded Bitcoin before. Have you traded it much recently?
No, not at all. I
Yeah.
dabbled with Euro some in the past,
Okay.
but not much on the Bitcoin side. No.
Gotcha. The euro looking pretty ugly today as well. all the currencies selling, except for the Japanese yen. They tried the intervention. Let's see how long that holds. 30,563 last trade here in the Nasdaq. 75.41 last trade in the S&P. I think I'm going to wait to the bottom of the hour in about 3 minutes here.
Yeah,
We hold up
not
well.
just not really seeing a whole lot of aggressive, kind of involvement from participants at this moment, right? So, but I think this may be kind of a function of the hour that we're in, but
for sure, patience. Here, Ray, that you got 3 minutes on this 15-minute candle to close in crude.
Yep.
See some potential.
I'd like to see a real definitive candle here. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of selling wicks on these candles, so that's not giving me a whole lot of confidence right now. Obviously, there's still a fair amount of selling pressure in this market. We've been down in crude oil for some time. I'm kind of looking at this as kind of more a little bit of a relief rally. Honestly, I mean, we've been down for most of the day, most of the session. And just kind of looking for maybe a little, kind of scalp opportunity, maybe back to the highs of the initial balance range. But these kind of wicks on the top of these candles really not giving me a whole lot of confidence right now.
Where we are seeing some selling, SpaceX right now. SpaceX is down just under 11% on the day, trading $165 right now. Made a high post IPO of around 230 and is down about 27% from that high. Getting back to the first trade prices, first trade in SpaceX was around $150. Pre-IPO price or IPO price was $135, and seeing some aggressive selling coming in there. It's like the 3-day rule in stocks. SpaceX rallied for 3 days, and then all of a sudden, we're back to selling off. Maybe just giving some opportunities for longs. Would you guys invest in SpaceX? I don't know if I've asked you this question already.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting, giving it that 6-month window, waiting for some of these insider traders to dump their shares.
Yeah,
and then maybe have me kind of scoop in on some of that action later. But yeah, no, I'm definitely interested in SpaceX. I'm just kind of waiting it out a little bit. Maybe get some of the euphoria away from it a little bit and come in at that point.
Yeah, I agree with Coach Ray on that one.
Maybe getting long here in a second.
You know what, in my eyes, the best trade here is on NQ?
What's that, Braden? What you got?
Apart from not trading it, I think we're in a range and it's developing. It's a developing range lower. Like the direction is lower, but it's super rotational. We'll break the lows by, a handful of points, 50 or 60 points, and then we'll rotate back up, and then we'll rinse and repeat. So to have like a buy limit in 60 points under this session low, or I guess that's technically it's New York session low. That would be the best idea for me. And then as sellers weekend right there get picked up. Yep. Yeah, just because it's still a range and we haven't seen strong follow through on breakdowns past, 10 a.m. So just kind of waiting to get picked up on a break of a new low, anticipating that the pattern is going to continue, that we'll break a low and then rotate back up. And then don't be super ambitious with the price target.
I think that's the most important part of that, right? I mean, could we rally another 400 points? But how many 400-point moves do you get in the Nasdaq in a day? We might
All
have
right,
played
so
our
I
cards
just
with
got
that one, but
I just got in on a long here. We'll see what happens here on the
okay.
crude oil. Just kind of expecting a little bit of a rotation back to the highs of the initial balance range up here. And stop loss will probably be placed down below here.
Ray long crude. What price are you getting long there, Ray?
73.70.
73.72 micro crude.
Yeah, basically just looking for a rotation back to the highs here. So that's kind of what I'm looking at.
1, 2, stop at 33s. All right, we got Ray in a long Braden flat right now. We can bring in a little bit of news, and then we'll get right back to these charts. Clive Davis. We heard about Alan Greenspan earlier. We could bring this one in. Clive Davis, the executive who steered Columbia, Arista, and J Records to the pinnacle of the pop music business, died Monday at his Manhattan home. Davis is credited with guiding the careers of Whitney Houston, Aretha Franklin, Barry Manilow, and dozens of other stars. He was 94 years old. These guys are living a long time, right? 94, 100 years old. So life well lived there. Life well lived. Rest in peace to
Alan Greenspan,
Davis.
right?
Yeah, 100 years old. 100 years old.
Yep.
30,574 is here last trade in the Nasdaq. 75.43 last trade in the S&P. Got Ray Long from 73.70s in crude. 73.72 last trade over there. Taking a look at the tilt, 60% long in the S&P, 60% long in the Nasdaq, 63% long crude, and 50-50 still in gold. Here we go with some selling here.
Yeah, just looking for some volume to kind of step into this market.
Pretty quiet on the headline front right now. Pretty quiet on the headline front for now. We'll see if anything does pick up. Right while we were coming off of a break, we had Iran's head of energy saying, with this license, Iran can sell its oil under conditions closer to real prices and without sanctions-related restrictions. Braden, where did you have that bid? You said 60 points below the New York session lows, so somewhere around 440s?
Yep, 47, and then I've got to stop at like 391. That's about an ATR on the 5-minute. This is really where I like to use these ATRs, where you get a lot of rotation, and so I'm using that as kind of an adjusted volatility measurement a little bit. Like how much on average are we moving on these breakdowns, give or take 50, 60 points. So that's about what my stop would be. If it's valid, we should get a reaction and then a rotation back up. If it's not, I'll get stopped out. But yeah, this is, you can almost entirely use the ATR on a setup like this, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice location on that.
We did get another crude headline for you here, Ray. Stocks of crude oil in the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve fall by about 9.1 million to 331 million barrels last week, the lowest since 1983.
Well, that should actually cause it to rally.
Yeah, right. Supply of crude is down.
Yeah,
it should help raise trade out here. Yeah. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a clip of Trump saying, he was up on a podium and he was like, I'm sure you guys have saw it, but he was like, in 4 weeks we'll run out of oil reserves. I was just like, wow, you said that. I don't know how true it is, but
yeah, I mean, I guess if you keep going at this pace, right, falling by 9 million barrels, but a week, but yeah, still 331 million barrels there. But our lowest level since 1983, so I guess that is a little bit concerning here. We are seeing equities continue to sell, maybe down to the low of this range. I'm looking at this is a 1-minute candle here. 30,538 is the low of this range. Let's see if we get a little bit of a sweep down there. Let us know what you're at and what you're looking at in the chat. Are you long? Are you short? Are you flat right now? Let's get a little vibe check. Who's up on the day? Who's down on the day? Who's been following a plan? Who's been managing their risk? See how's it going out there. Ray, you had a target in crude of 74.
74.31 is kind of what I'm looking at right now.
74.31.
Top end of the initial balance range here. 74.32, 74.31. That's kind of what I'm looking at.
73.72 last trade here. Bilbo says holding a short runner for a breakdown. Let's see if we get it here. Flat and up for Catherine. Nice job. Bull Shark, I like this. Looking at a green P&L and not wanting to change it. Hit that lockout button. It's the one that looks like an exclamation point on your Topstep X platform. Or if you have the discipline, just close the platform. Stay tuned into Topstep TV. Hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. And hang out with us. But green to end the day is a good way to end the day, especially if you followed your plan.
Good stuff.
Some more selling coming in here. Seeing some more selling coming in. Taking a look at the components of the NASDAQ, we have NVIDIA down 0.6%, Apple up 0.8%, Microsoft down 3%, Amazon down 4.6%, Google down 6%, Broadcom down 3.8%, Tesla up 1.75%, Meta down 2.75%, Micron up 5%, Walmart up 0.5%, Intel up 3.7%, and the SMH ETF up 0.45% on the day, but off of its highs of the day. Let's see here. I am going to take. I do want to get long the equities, but I'm just not. We swept that candle's low at 538. Let's see here. I'm leaning to the short side, long side. I'm trying to not let my my bias, Braden, influence me into a shitty trade location here. Excuse my language, but
I mean, you're buying. At least you're buying it when it's low,
right?
Half the battle.
Yeah.
No, whenever we have like kind of it's arguable, but it's a downtrend on the session. It's so much better to be at least trying to buy a dip than buying it on its way up whenever it's in a higher time frame downtrend.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
the worst. I've done that, and that is not a fun time.
Not at all.
It's not. It's just not.
No, it's not. It's
you're really throwing your probabilities in the garbage when you do that. Now, if it's a momentum play, you can make an argument for it, but I just really don't think it's a great idea most of the time. That's just that's just one man's opinion, though.
I agree with you. Buying the highs. I said it this morning during the opening call. It's like I want to buy it, but I do not want to be the guy that buys the high. It does throw you on tilt. And shout out to the high of the day. If you're not using those Topstep levels on your Topstep X platform, 30,950s in the NASDAQ. We made a high of 968. 950 is Hoag's weekly kickoff high up there. So interesting spot to look for where the market responds to. Really nice rejection up there. Trickle up economy is saying just push the damn button. See, if I push the button and I lose this trade, I'm not going to be happy about it. So I'm going to wait. Maybe for a little bit of confirmation here. But
what are your thoughts on like maybe you like to trade? Okay, maybe I'll do a half or a third of the typical size I would put on a trade because it's okay, but I don't love it. You ever do that?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
A little bit of a feeler trade for sure.
Yeah.
Where not every trade deserves a full allocation.
Correct.
At least not up front, right? I think that's what happens a lot of the time, right? Braden, like you're saying, especially, I mean, that's a great use for micros. I could scale into one if I want to build into a better position as the market is confirming what I'm looking for. Then maybe I do that. Mm-hmm. But how many traders get the direction right about the market, but you put on so much risk up front that you can't sustain any kind of pullback.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm not preaching to the choir. I do that quite a bit. I still struggle with that.
Same here, man. Same here. Yeah. It's funny. I've been reading that new Market Wizards book, and the traders that he's talking about in that book, or the traders that he talked to in that book, they all say the same thing, right? It's just no matter how much money you make, you still are susceptible to the same mistakes in the market, right? So I don't think you can ever figure out the markets completely, but you know how you respond to certain things, right? And let's see here. That one.
I think that's why it's kind of important to kind of keep a little bit of an emotional journal, just to kind of get a feel for how you feel entering the trade. How do you feel during the trade? Because it really should be kind of pretty much even all the way through, right? So
agreed.
There shouldn't be any sort of heightened emotions as you come into the trade, because I don't know about you guys, but I don't do very well when I'm emotional when I'm trying to have to make a decision. So
I don't think any of us do. Yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
Ray, you're pretty stoic right now with this crude oil trade. Long 2 from 73.70s, up about 7 ticks in the money right now. And there you go with the equities. It's a sell every bounce right now. These buys are not sustaining price for now. This is where I start to look at, what might happen in the second half of the day. Because sellers are definitely in control right now since the New York session has started.
Where'd you
Delta
get your
positive
hands on that?
13.
Where'd you get your hands on that book, Jay? You buy it online?
Yeah, I try to read physical books, but I'm a Apple Books guy. I just buy everything on my phone, take it with me. It's a good one,
We've
though.
been listening to I remember like a week or two ago, you guys were talking about the argument of audiobooks, and I was like, no, you got to read physical books, even though I'm not really a big reader. But we got this audiobook, and it's like the dramatized version, so it's got all like the sound effects, and it's got multiple voice actors. I was like, this is pretty damn good. This is pretty damn good.
Yeah. People say you retain information differently from listening and reading. Ray, you're a teacher. What would you say to that?
I'm kind of old school in that aspect. I mean, I love having access to something, I can physically touch and make notes on and things of that nature. So, while I've kind of started to gravitate to more online books, it's hard to pass away a hardcover, to be honest.
For sure.
Here's a good one. This is the only hardcover I have.
There you go. That's a good one to have. That is a good one to have. How many times have you read that? Or gone through it?
Just once.
Once.
It's super. Yeah, it's just all about psychology. It's a good book. I tend to zone out sometimes when I read these books, though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's pure psychology. It felt a little bit more like psychology than trading psychology. It just felt like more human psychology, but it is good. It's a good book.
Yeah, great point. Daniel in the chat says, "Reading is for rich people. Is it the chicken before the egg? Are they rich because they read, or do they read because they're rich?" Interesting comment though there, Daniel. Ray still long crude here. Tilt pairing back just a little bit. 70% long in crude though. It is building to the upside. Net worth G says natural gas might break out here. Who out there in the chat is looking at an alternative market? Maybe one that we don't often look at on Topstep TV. We got a natural gas trader here. Who else is looking at something different? I know Coach Hoop's looking at cattle, which had a pretty nice sell today, it looks like. Yeah, they're trying to tempt me into these longs in the Nasdaq, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not gonna do it. Dan Emons says, "You looking at the Japanese yen? We're right back into the middle of that yen intervention candle." I'm not even going to attempt to quote the yen prices, but you can see the structure there. We're right back into the middle of where all that volume stepped in. Brad Sims saying, "Can't we just break down already?" Brad, just market order a couple of whatever market you're looking at. I think you can get it done. Let's see here. Ton of negative delta in this area in the Nasdaq here. Somebody's trying to sell. In the last 15 minutes, we've had from 30,000 530s up to 550s, about negative 1,000 contracts sold in this area alone. And if they don't get what they're looking for, does that give us a pop is what I'm looking at here. But I'm going to let them fail first. It is hitting the bid here. Not really seeing anything on the order book. What we can bring in is some live leaders. We'll take a look at that really quick and then get back to these charts. Today's live leaders, we got Lacey up $50,556. Bushra up $32,116. Andre $23,187. Katia up $21,700. $745. And to round out the top 5, Victoria B up $14,076. Those are all live traders from the real live markets. 50
Very
G's
nice.
on a day like today. What do we think the trade was? Getting long the
Overnight.
equities last night. You guys both came in and said,
scalping
the
it.
Asia session. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it had to be Asia, I think.
Yeah.
Probably catching some
Was
big
it-
swings in the overnight because we had
Oh,
a
yeah.
really nice continuation lower, then a really nice reversal. That was like
Yeah.
damn near 300-point
It was
reversal.
good trading. It was good trading Asia
It
last
was.
night.
That's where I made my money. So that I'm assuming.
When you get
Or at
a
least you
high
get-
to low range, 600
At least you
points,
get
there's
some-
opportunity in there.
Yeah. Say on those live account, whenever you had a big, at least I know from when I had a big day on my live account, it was usually making some progress in the overnight session. But that was just me. Maybe some of those traders have a pretty flat P&L coming in, and then New York, they just start ripping and you just start killing it. But
Yeah.
I would always get some progress in the overnight session. If I can get a $1,000 or $2,000, build up a bit of a buffer to
Yeah, a little base.
parlay with, if you will. Yep. And then try to get more aggressive. But maybe they just get it out of the open.
Were there ever times where you just traded? I mean, similar to what you did just here, right? Trade the overnight session and say that's enough. I don't even need to trade the New York session. I just lock it up.
Yeah, I mean, definitely can get
Well-
you make you a little bit more selective, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like a double-edged sword. Sometimes I really do all. I think I prefer the overnight session. Honestly, I think I do. I don't know what it is. Just the world slows down. It's just you, and it's nighttime, and it's not the middle of the day. I don't know what it is, but I always trade
Right.
the overnight.
Less
I still
headlines, maybe?
do, and maybe it's that.
maybe Trump's
It's-
asleep.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Now we got
But,
some size. We got some size in the S&P book here. 700 on the offer in the S&P 7550, and 5 points above that, we got another 600 lot at 7555. So first sign of life maybe on this order book. See if that does anything to the markets again. About 1,300 contracts between 7550 and 7555 in the S&P here on the offer. So those are passive sellers above the market. See if the market wants to run away from those. Maybe if they go to market here. See here, Ray Long 73. Getting some news from, I guess that's not going to really be a market mover, maybe for grains. Getting some news about grains here. We'll bring that to you in just a minute. It's always interesting when you see size on the order books and then you get squawks in your ear saying, hey, we got a headline from somewhere. Somebody knows something. Spending of blocked funds for grain purchases is not true. Iran's Tasnim cites informed source. It says that the U.S. is making up these headlines. Andre Smith says, how do you know that they're a seller? Because they're above the market, right? If you put in a limit order right now above the market, you would be passively selling up there. Stops are not going to show up on the order book. So if anyone is above where the market is, and they're showing that order, that is a passive seller. Now, we don't know whether or not they're selling to open or close a position, right? We don't know if it's a directional position, but the fact that there's the volume out there could mean something. And then, vice versa, if they're below the market, that is a passive bid. They could be buying to close or open. We don't know, but the volume gives us an area of interest, right? You don't put out 700 contracts at a price for no reason, or maybe you do. Maybe it's a spoof, but we'll see if and when the market does trade up there. Good question, though. Tilt still long in crude here. Ray, is this a trade that you just hold on to? I know you've
yeah, I mean,
deemed yourself a
looks like
intraday swing
Monday-
trader.
Yeah. I like holding trades that, obviously in good risk reward locations. I have my stop, really don't have anything else really to do, right? Other than, have the market say I'm not really ready for this trade. So yeah, I like positioning myself in good risk reward locations and let the market kind of tell me how it wants to play.
Those offers are gone in the S&P here. This is kind of setting up to do what I thought it was going to do. All that negative delta at these 50s in the NASDAQ. It's just not time yet, right? This is where I, normally in the middle of the day, my trading mentor used to say it all the time, right? If you're at your charts, make sure you're, making valuable time of the screen time that you have. And I'm scouting, the NASDAQ for a trade here, where this is the area I want to trade from long, but it's not a trade yet, right? So this is where I'm starting to develop kind of like an if-then.
Right.
Seeing all this negative delta. If volume steps in around these prices, then I'm looking to get long and I know where my risk is, right? If I take the trade now, this is that battle we have all the time with day traders, right? What's more important? Is it timing or location? Ideally, you get both, right?
Yeah.
But I have the location. I just don't know if I have the timing yet on this trade. So it could take a couple of stop outs trying to get into a long here before it's ready to go. But those offers in the S&P are gone now. See if that gives us some runway to the upside. 30,586 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 75.48 last trade in the S&P. Reminder to everyone, we got group coaching coming up today. That form is pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Today you got Hogue, Coach Vince, and Coach Hoop. So get your questions in there. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Top of the hour, you got group coaching coming in. Hogue, Vince, and Hoop for group coaching. Let's see here. 73.69 last trade here in oil. Gold has slowed down a lot as well. 42.05 last trade there in gold. Google Work says, I think a squeeze is in the books. We'll see what happens here. Settlement price in the NASDAQ all the way up at 30,719. That would be the target if I was to get longs, which is why I'm okay staying flat right now. There's about 150 points available to the upside here. Braden, no trades for you today. You had a bid in there lower. Well, you took some trades in the overnight session, no trades during the regular trading hours. If you don't take a trade here, is this normally a time where you would lock out? Do you come back to the charts at a different time in the day? How does that usually work for you?
Well, I'm in just a combine and I'm flat. This is like a brand new combine. So for that sake, I probably wouldn't lock out. I usually like to leave it open. Now, if I'm up on the day and there's like it would actually be stupid for me to do something on this account, then I would lock out. But this is a flat slate. I'll keep it open, and if the market presents an opportunity, I still like the trade setup I have. I could see it. I could see this market rallying, but I just don't think it's the highest probability setup. I'll just leave it open and see.
Good call. Yeah, I like that trade setup you have as well. Run that low, see if the sellers fail, and then pop right back up. Coach Ray, you've been enjoying your summer, man. I know you're. You look like you dressed for golf. You're gonna rep the Topstep brand on the links out there. Got the golf hat and shirt on.
I did play some golf on Friday, so got out to play. Got out to the links a little bit, touched some grass. So we're all good. It was all good.
If you had to give one suggestion to a new golfer, someone who's looking to pick it up this summer, what would it be?
Don't trade with your arms. I mean, don't swing with your arms. Don't trade with your arms.
Don't swing with your arms.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a shoulder. You're swinging your shoulders and your hips.
Swing your shoulders instead of your arms. There you go. Well,
don't
golf tips from Coach Ray.
Yeah. So I got trade in them.
Use your shoulders. It's all in the shoulders. It's like dancing.
Yeah. Eliminate the arms from the swing as much as you can. It's just there. Use your bigger muscles.
Coach Hoop saying grip it and rip it is his suggestion here. We are seeing a little bit of a bid here in the equities. NASDAQ back up to 30,600s. It's going to be a no trade for me. It's about 80 points from where I was looking at, but I did not like that price action. Not very decisive, so I'm okay being flat there. Braden has a bid down there in the NASDAQ. We are seeing a couple of headlines come out here. Again, Tasneem says, it seems the U.S. is spreading such news to overshadow the issuance of tax exemptions for the sale of oil and its derivatives. We got not much coming up on the calendar as far as planned news goes, but of course, unplanned headlines are always around the corner. So make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Braden, Coach Ray, we will see you guys later in the week, but we got to make some space for group coaching. And that form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Hogue, Vince, and Hoop for group coaching. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Traders, welcome to group coaching just afternoon here, Central Time. Grab a sandwich, manage your positions. Our lineup today, I'm Hogue. We got Hoop in the middle, and Coach Vince. We are working him today. Vince working for a living. Coach Vince. We saw him in fast markets. We seeing him now. We're going to see him later. Vince is everywhere. He's nationwide today. Hoop, you've had a pretty good morning, and you're currently holding a position. Tell us about the position. Tell us about your day today, Hoop.
Scalped a little bit of the Asian market, was very directional overnight. And then we've kind of been bouncing around and trading gold. I have one micro gold left, long from 41.91. Have one runner left, kind of deciding, right now you're sitting right, VWAP's flatlined. We're about 21 minutes from COMEX settle, so I'm thinking of pushing my stop up a little bit here. But yeah, just a bunch of kind of base hits. And I've been pretty bullish gold along the way, but man, the better play right now is just selling rallies in there. Jay said it, and I've had a hard time doing it, but it seems like selling the rallies is just seems to get there quicker than it used to be than buying the dip in there. But I'm long now. Yep.
All right. Let's see how this plays. Yeah, you got about 20 minutes before the COMEX close. Doesn't mean the market can't continue to move, but you might see a drop off in volume if there's no new information coming at it. Vince, how are you doing, man? You had a kind of a rough fast markets this morning. Any changes?
Yeah. Nah, I'm still in the same spot. Haven't taken a trade since. I'm just trying to wait for a good opportunity, but that whatever came out in Asia really destroyed the positions. They started off looking pretty nice, and then things happen and the markets turn. So we'll just try to find another opportunity sometime here throughout the day. But how about you, Hope?
I'm cool,
Yeah,
man.
nice
I appreciate you, Vince. You had a couple losses. You took a little bit of time. You're relaxing. You're not trying to scrape it back right away. You're just looking for the next good opportunity, and that's nice work. Nice work.
Yep. Trying to be patient, I did miss a short though. I was working a short up at 75.50, 150, and it did get up to 50 quarter, and then it kind of turned around on us. So I did miss a trade by about a point or so, a little over a point.
Well,
we're in this range down here.
Demand your location. You're going to miss
That's
a couple.
Yep.
He's stingy.
Sure. Yeah, I try to be as cheap as I possibly can.
He's stingy.
Yeah.
That might be partially my fault, but you know what? I think overall it's going to save you.
For sure.
Going to save you.
I'll tell you that gold short would have been the beauty today, man. Right up against the IB high originally. Yeah.
Yep.
I was so focused, dialed in on the equities at the time. So.
Yeah.
But Hoop, where are you long
watching
from?
that again.
41.91. I just moved my stop to break even, and we'll see how we close the bottom of the hour out. It's just kind of the range, Vinny. If you look at it on the 30-minute, right now we're pretty much at the lower to middle range of it. But yeah, silver, the only thing that gets me a little bit, silver's rolling, Hogue. And we always talk about silver gold ratio too a little bit. So that kind of sits in the back of my head a little bit. So yeah, just like you said, be nimble.
That's it.
Stingy. I like it though. I like it. Man, good trade location. Good trade location. All right, let's take a minute and take a look at the live leaders as they stand here. We'll take a look and see what some of these traders just huge. It looks a lot like earlier. We still have Lai up $50,556. Just amazing days these traders are having. Bushra up 32K. Andre, not our Andre, another Andre, up 32,000, almost 200. Katya up $21,700. And Victoria B up 14,076. Pro ball trading there,
Very nice.
traders. Pro ball trading, live accounts, live markets. Make sure you keep those profits. Tomorrow's another day. Great job, traders. Right.
Yeah, very nice.
So we do have some questions. Again, thank you all for bringing us these questions. It's always great to have these and to be able to answer them. I'm going to go back a little bit here, though. There's a couple of questions that we missed in the past, and we'll get to the ones from today here for sure. But Fong is wondering what's the best stop size for NQ. Now, this is a very loaded, complicated question because to me, stop size should really be directly related to current market state, direction, context, not necessarily what Foe is thinking, like we're going to come up with a 10-point stop or a 15-point stop every time, because sometimes the market is going to be bigger than that. You may have to have a bigger stop, like you had a big stop today, Vinny. And you have to be able to gauge where the invalidation of the trade really is. And we never really 100% know, but as you kind of get more familiar with trading, more familiar with technical analysis, you'll probably be able to see your support and resistance levels. And when those are broken, the trade is likely going to be invalidated. Vince, what would you say to Fong about, what's the best stop size for NQ? To me, it's where the trade is invalidated, and that's always going to be a little bit different. What do you think, Vince?
I agree with that. And Fong, just so for me, like this morning, I put a big stop. Now I did put my stop below the intraday low, right? Hoping that it was going to hold. I didn't know if it was going to hold or not, but the stop was large enough where if it would leave some excess at the low, I would have been in a pretty decent position going forward. I was pretty bullish this morning, off the open. But then, things happened. Asia released whatever they released, and then the market decided to turn around on us. And these things do happen. But for me, I try to sneak my stop in within a certain dollar amount because I only risk a certain percentage per trade. And depending on how much that percentage per trade is, and it's a small percentage, sometimes I'll have to play with my 1 micro. It might be 1 mini. It depends on how much, how big that stop is going to be for me, right? So it's not always a specific, like amount of ticks or anything like that. It more has to do with me with dollar amount and risk per trade. So I'm more of a risk per trade type of guy. So if I can squeeze in 2 minis, right, and let's say I only have to risk 3 points on a trade, I'll buy or sell 2 minis. But if I got to risk 25 points on a trade, I'm going to have to go to micros. So hopefully that helps you out. So there's no right or wrong way. But what about you, Hoop?
For me, I'll look at the trade setup and determine, like, let's say how many points I'm willing to risk. And I'll kind of adjust my sizing accordingly to it. So if I'm going to look like I think this trade, that's more of a scalper's brain, if I think I can squeeze 20, 30 points out of it, if my, where's my stop going to be? So, hey, I don't really want to take this with a full mini. I want to take it with, once again, everybody, I think with NASDAQ, I've had way more success trading NASDAQ with micros than ever trading mini. I'll have good runs trading it in mini, but you can also get chopped up, sliced up, diced up, and your day is done. So I just think when it comes to the NASDAQ, I would trade micros, and once again, a lot of NASDAQ traders looking for 20 or 30 points. But in the volatility we were in this morning, 100-point swings, were happening in 10 minutes. So it's a very loose, you know, I guess way to look at it. But for me, I'm always going to see what that risk is and then size the trade accordingly as a scalper. Because sometimes I'll cut it, Vinny, early. So.
Right. So you got like an emergency stop kind of in there, and you'll just trim it off.
Oh yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, thank you guys for the wonderful answers and there's no right answer. It's directly related to the trade you're in, the size of the opportunity and how far you are from your stop, right? It's never about an exact, I'm only going to risk $100 per trade. You're missing part of the picture in that. Look for points of real invalidation of trades, breaking of support levels, breaking of resistance levels, breaking of technical structure, and then size your trades accordingly. Sometimes you're not going to have to risk as much. Maybe add a couple of contracts to those. If it's a big risk like Vinny had today, you're only trading one. You don't have to always trade the same or the same stop size. It's all about invalidation of the trade. And again, thanks guys for the great answers. Cindy's asking, how do you know the level that price will pull back to? Whenever the market's directional, that seems to be one of the eternal questions is, okay, what constitutes a good pullback? Vince, do you have any suggestions for that?
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of measured, like technical moves. So I will take kind of like, an expansion leg, right? So if the market is rallying, you can some people use a fib tool or whatever to gauge, their pullback. I kind of use 50% on some of the really big moves up, look for it to retrace, half of it, or sometimes even 75%, it gives you a decent cheap opportunity. Like I was trying to do today, I was trying to kind of get that pullback right and risk the low. It just didn't work out today. But I usually do a lot of measurements, based on, how big of a run did we have over the last 30 minutes or the last hour. And then I kind of try to gauge where I think the market might pull back to. But then I'm also looking at other things like value and that kind of thing. So that also can help to say, okay, well, value is 80% lower than where we are here. Maybe I'm going to wait for it to pull all the way back to value low and then take an opportunity there. So it's kind of, there's a lot of different factors, right, that come into play in the tools that you're using. Some people will use like a stochastic or whatever, but for me, it's going to be based on value and a measurement of the pullback.
Thanks, Vince.
Sure.
Hoop, any suggestions?
So, I mean, like, especially on directional days, it's really hard sometimes trying to get in on that pullback, right, Hope? When the market goes, especially like in the equities, when it goes vertical, you're always trying to like, oh, I'm going to get it, and it just keeps going and going and going and going. So I think the market state you're in makes a little bit different. So like, here's a great one today. My shout out to the old cattle market. Cattle had a report on Thursday that came out after the bell. Cattle on feed. I call it cattle on fade. Gap opened up higher, rallied up, and then basically kind of like the equities kind of topped out, broke down. So on this breakout, if I see this pullback on this little bounce right up and through here, I might just make it as simple, this is kind of how we used to do it, right? Vince, just take whatever I measure that, and I don't probably use the tool well enough sometimes, but I'll start looking whatever that distance is right there to see if I get the same of extension. It just gets me in that point where, okay, if I'm in a trade now, where am I looking at a potential take profit? So, there's measuring tools inside Topstep X, which are really good. But, equities and other markets outside of equities, I think are different. Like the yen today, I actually traded a yen. And we were talking about this in the green room before, that's before you were in there. And, when we traded on the floor, for me, I had my coat used to have a gold badge, and the gold badge used to allow me to walk into any pit on the floor if I wanted to, right? Some you could just trade S&P and options. Some you could trade just options, and then there's ones that were different for currencies. But with a gold badge, I used to be able to jump, and if I said, "Hey, something's going on in the yen pit," even though I don't trade it on a regular basis, I jump in there because there's opportunity, right? That's when traders ask, "Well, why do you look at so many different markets?" I had the ability to do that. Um, you know, it's one of those things where traders are just trying to take opportunities where they see them. And if the equities are, kind of moving back and forth, like we said, Vinny, you do it. Your eyes move to something else. Maybe it's gold. But today, there was a little bit of anti-correlation or correlation at one point this morning early on the yen. So, yeah. And I think I gave the guys a picture of the jacket. I know some people have seen it before. And the other thing too, I posted it on Reddit, Hogue. I used to trade in the golden pit. You remember that one, Vinny? And basically that had 26. Yeah, it used to have 26 different markets. So if you want to see that thing, go jump in, go look at Reddit. I posted something about it. It was an inflationary index like the CRB. So when you say why do I look at so many markets, it's sorry, it's in my blood. As a young trader, right? Hope? I mean, just like you guys in market profile, you look at other things and other indicators, but you always tend to go back to what you know. Yeah.
Yep. So, as Vinny was kind of pointing out, sometimes a good measured move can kind of tell you where the pullbacks might be. And
right.
I was looking for a really good example of it, and this might be one of them. This is last Thursday, but the market wasn't necessarily directional. But this pullback, okay, from this high to this low, if you measured that, that's about what you've got, right? So that high to that low. If you go from the next high and then measure the same measurement, that's about how far back that pullback was. So this is something that is going to work when it works. It's not going to work when it doesn't work, but it is a tool that I've had some reasonable success, and I know Vinny and Hoop would say the same, is just by looking at those measured moves. Sometimes you're going to get a pretty good look at how the market might pull back. It has a tendency to repeat itself, and the pullbacks also, to a degree, have a tendency to repeat as well. So hopefully that's something that's going to help. Now, today we ended up really directional in the equities after the high. Was there a decent pullback where we could have looked for another pullback in this move to the downside? No, not necessarily. Not really. So sometimes, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to show this clearly enough, when we do have a auction that is directional in one direction, yeah, I'm not going to be able to look at this and be clear enough. I don't think. Here's the 5-minute chart. So I'm gonna try something here, guys. Hang on just a second. I want to see
those down bars.
I'm looking at gold right now.
Hanging in there.
Okay, so this will probably help a little bit. So this was, the move to the upside. There was a lot of volume up there. Once the news came out, once the intervention of the Japanese banks was announced, the market drove quickly to the downside, and we don't see a lot of decent pullbacks, and even on a 3-minute. Okay, there's not a lot of decent pullbacks to look for opportunities. You may have seen this pullback to this pullback, maybe might have been something that you might have been able to look at. But there's always things sometimes in the volume profiles where if the market is directional, you're going to see higher volume nodes and lower volume nodes. This lower volume node provided a pretty decent opportunity once it kind of stopped there and broke to the downside. This low volume node where the market pushed through quickly, once we get back to the bottom end of that low volume node, I call these volume shoulders. Sometimes those volume shoulders can show you, all right, there was aggressive selling here. If that aggressive selling is still there, here's your area for potential entry based off the volume profile. And then you see the market continuing to push to the downside. And now it's really just range bound. So I just wanted to point out that there are times when the volume profile in directional markets can show you higher volume nodes and lower volume nodes, and the lower volume nodes in a directional market can help you limit risk if you're trying to get in that direction. Vince, I know you've seen that.
Yep,
We
absolutely.
talked about it, many years ago. Is that something you actually still look at to take advantage of sometimes?
Oh, for sure. I did it last week when I was on Fast Markets. We had a rally up in the morning, and it was a hard rally, open drive. And yeah, I waited for the pullback into the low volume area and took the trade and just risked, a little bit of that to the next one. And, it ended up working out. And I did the same thing on the downside. So those work when the market is moving, fast, that tends to work a little bit better than if it's not moving so fast,
Yes.
Like Hoop was saying,
you
it's
really
one of
want
those
it to be
days where you
directional.
can't get in. It's like
Yeah.
what Hoop said, one of those days where, you can't really wait for the pullback, and you want to get in and you want to participate. That's the only way actually that I feel I can participate with minimizing my risk, or else I won't even try it, right? Because
Right.
you don't want to buy up in the highs and then, the thing rolls back over to the low of the day, so. But yeah, I use it all the time.
So, well, thank you. And hopefully that is going to help you, Cindy. Finding the pullback and the depth of the pullback is yet another challenge in day trading. And hopefully that's going to give you some opportunities to check out a few things, and hopefully it's going to help. Okay. Kay is asking, she's interested in my trading strategy. Are there any books, academic papers, or videos that you could refer me to in order to learn more about your strategy? Well, Kay, I didn't have a strategy, and I spent 2 years just flopping around. And a friend of mine handed me a book that's called Mind Over Markets, and it's by James Dalton. And Mind Over Markets is a book based on auction theory, the auction process, and the market profile, as well as a little bit of volume profile in there. It was, I think, the moment that changed the direction of my trading career. There is another book that is called Markets and Market Logic. It's by a gentleman by the name of Pete Steidelmeyer. If you can find it, it is a very expensive book, but if you look deep enough on the internet, I believe that there are a couple of free downloadable versions in PDF. Learn about the auction process. And to me, I mean, learning that, like I said, I think I probably would have left the business and been doing something else for the last 40 years had my friend not handed me that book. He stuck it under my trading jacket like it was contraband. Said, read the first 100 pages of this tonight and then bring this one back to me tomorrow and then go get your own copy. So I read it, and it opened up my eyes to a different way to look at the markets, to organize the information in a way to understand the auction process that I had never thought about or even knew about before that. And my dad was a trader, and he actually knew Pete Stottlemyre. and told me, back before I think I was in high school or something. And he says, there's a guy on the trading floor that's got this new way to look at markets. Let's check it out. And, when I started in the industry, he never brought it up again. And it wasn't until, that book came into my life where I started to have a much better understanding of markets and how they work. And there's nothing, that is going to 100% turn you into the trader that you want to be. There's still a lot of work to do, and there's a lot to know when it comes to the auction process, market profile, volume profile. There always seems to be more to know. Nobody knows everything, but it was a big difference to me. And Kay, again, if you are here, it's Mind Over Markets by James Dalton and Markets and Market Logic by Pete Stottlemyre. Now, Markets and Market Logic were the original text when it came to the organization of the market's information using the market profile. And Dalton, I think, was a little, variation, not necessarily a variation, just a maybe an easier way to look at it or think about it. But they're both excellent books, and they both changed my life. Great question, Kay. Vince, I know you've read the book.
Yeah, I haven't read the new one though yet, but yes, definitely, it's definitely a good read. It gives you a lot of insight, and you just have to learn how to use the information, right? Because it's not a buy here, sell there type of an indicator. It kind of just it gives you market generated information, right? And you have to take that information and then try to minimize your risk around what you're seeing. I'm a very visual trader, so it resonates with me because I'm very visual. I like pattern recognition. I like, technicals. I like a lot of that kind of stuff. And a lot of times it's like art, right? You look at a picture and sometimes I'm able to finish the painting right before it's painted, if that makes sense. I don't know about you. Same with you, Hogue? Like you could kind of see what you're looking at and be like, all right, well, I see this. I think we're going to do that. And sometimes it actually comes to fruition, right? Not all the time. And that's why you got to minimize your risk.
Yeah.
But I do look at certain things and be like, okay, well, I'm seeing this and I think the market is going to eventually, get to this level and it's all based on the market generated information, and sometimes it's right, sometimes you're wrong. And that's why we got to worry about risk management first.
Yes. And, Vince, you mean it's not a signal indicator. It's a context tool. So when when you understand the nuances that the profile provides, it can, help you kind of finish the picture, like Vince is saying, just when the nuances are stacked in a particular direction or a particular way.
Yes.
So it's all market generated information. The market profile or volume profile are just different ways to organize the information.
Yeah.
And offer different insights. Hoop, I guess you got stopped out on that gold trade if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, Vinny, did you get short?
No, I didn't fade you.
I just thought you might have been looking at it.
But
So
I was starting
all I
to
did
see
is-
some things there, Hoop.
Yeah.
Just seemed a little funky.
So I moved my stop. I originally had it at break even down there at 91, and then what I just did is I moved it. I watched the VWAP band, the lower band here. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to give it all the way back, so I just put it under the VWAP band. He took it out, and it looked like it was going to pop. Now it's rolled over. So, now we're kind of at the lower end of this. Sometimes you get a little bit of reversion play, time is a level, shout out to D, after that COMEX close. So just keep an eye on it here. But yeah, I just saw that VWAP band sitting there and it was flat. So I just used it as a stop out target. So,
okay. All right.
Move on to the
good
next
cut.
one, right? Yep.
Good cut. Good cut, Hoop. All right. Well, we're going to take a second here. A little news break here. Apparently, Waymo recalls thousands of robo-taxis. Who didn't see this comment?
That is right. Waymo is pulling almost 4,000 of its robo-taxis off the roads. That's according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. The self-driving software in these vehicles were unable to recognize construction zones and ramp closures. Officials say there were several instances in San Francisco and Phoenix where the robo-taxis drove into zones that were closed, posing a potential crash hazard. According to NHTSA, Nietzsche, all of the recalled vehicles have this technological glitch. A spokesperson for Waymo says the company, quote, identified an area of improvement regarding performance around freeway construction zones.
If you're ever in an autonomous taxi, you want it to be able to read the sign that says "Bridge out." Don't want to go there. Don't want to go there.
And if it doesn't identify construction and it's in Chicago, watch out, because that's all you ever have there is construction.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, it's winter and construction season.
Yeah, exactly.
Scary.
Okay. Kevin has a question. He says, "Thank you to us for everything that we do, and of course, thanks for the kind words, Kevin." He says, "I believe your time frame to trade is 30-minute charts. I believe failed auctions and IB extensions are two of the setups you look for. Are there other setups?" Yes, there are. The main question I have is in regard to a failed auction. Is the stop loss at the high or the low of the 30-minute candle that created the failed auction? I believe for IB extensions, the stop loss is always right below the IB high if looking for buys, or right above the IB low if looking for sells. Thank you for your time. So, in generally speaking, Kevin, what you just said is pretty much going to be true, although it is always somewhat situational. Okay. I want to show you the failed upside auction that occurred on Thursday in gold. Right. Hang on a second here. There it is. This is Friday. Let's go to the 30-minute. Okay. So what I want to do here is I'm going to point out the initial balance high. Okay, so mine are always, I don't know, I like this pink color for IBIs. So this is the regular trading hour session range for Thursday of last week, right? Friday was very low volume, not a lot going on there, although it does look like there was a failed upside auction there as well. So what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at the initial balance high, which is the high of the first hour of the regular trading hour session. When we're going to look at this, we're going to look really closely. So we have the market has established the initial balance. Initial balance lows down here around 42.5880. Let's just call it that for now. But the actual initial balance high from Thursday was 42.8860. In the fourth 30-minute period or 30-minute time frame, TPO, whatever you want to call it, the market looks above the initial balance high and rejects and closes back down below the initial balance high. Now, if you were to take this trade down here, your risk is certainly going to be rather substantial. If you were to get in here 42.7560 and you're going to be looking at 42.9750, we're looking at 25 points of risk on that trade. However, when we look at the general overall direction of trade that gold has been in, it was relatively congruent with the lower highs and the lower lows that the market has been putting in. So there's always the possibility of kind of getting in a little early on this trade. Because if you were to say, okay, this looks like it might end up being a failed upside auction, you're reducing your risk to $10 instead of $25. Okay, it would be preempting the closure of the 30-minute bar back below the initial balance high, but it also would be getting you better trade locations. So, this is something that every trader has to decide for themselves. The reason I would have taken this in a preemptive manner was because the extension above the initial balance high wasn't very big. A big extension above the initial balance high and then coming back into it only increases my risk on that, and it makes me believe that there may be maybe some stronger buyers, and then we'll have to see what happens after that. So if we were to take this failed upside auction and preempt it, our stop would have been right above that previous high, which never got taken out. And then we saw the market do what it was supposed to do, and that is trade all the way down to the initial balance low. And then it continued on that. But your real target for any failed upside auction is the initial balance low. Any target for the failed downside auction would be the initial balance high. If you'll notice, we did see a failed downside auction at the low as well, which usually tells me the market is likely to be relatively range bound. Well, the market did come back in, stayed inside the initial balance for a couple hours, and then we saw the continuation move to the downside. So, in a failed upside auction fade, yes, the high of that bar is pretty much going to be your stop. In an initial balance extension, your okay, so we saw an initial balance extension here that failed. Okay? Is this 30-minute bar closed below the initial balance low? Or wait, is this right? Oh, this is gold. I'm sorry. So yeah, it did close below the initial balance low, but it did not provide a downside push. The market came back inside, traded all the way back up to the initial balance high. So, when it comes to initial balance extensions, I'm usually going to be a little bit less likely to preempt an initial balance exemption. What I'd really like to see is the market to push significantly below the initial balance low, close below it, give me an opportunity near the initial balance low to limit risk to look for the short, and then see the market continue this push to the downside. And again, that's only two setups, Kevin. Am I missing anything, Vince? Anything I'm missing here? I know that there's a million ways to peel an onion.
No, I think you covered it really, really well there. The same way I look at it. So,
all right. So, you mentioned that that there are other setups, and yes, there's like we said, it's a million ways to skin a cat. Let's look at the S&Ps today. All right. So originally, we were looking at value high from Thursday as somewhat pivotal. The market opened and started to show rejection of Friday's range and rejection of value from Thursday. Okay, that is an opportunity to look for potential longs. If we didn't have intervention by the Japanese bank today, the outcome of this day may have been different, right? My dad used to have, I can't think of another way to put it right now, but if this never happened, then this may have happened, but it didn't, right?
That's right.
So, now we've got a new situation. Now the market is showing us reacceptance of value from Thursday. The longs are no longer welcome, in my opinion. So now we're looking for shorts. We close near the low of the initial balance. We extend the initial balance almost immediately after it's established. To me, that's a short. We traded through the value area from yesterday. We traded to a swing low here. I wasn't looking for anything huge to the downside today, but that certainly changed the the face of the market, the context of the market, and it changed my bias immediately once we took out that low of the opening range and started showing signs of reacceptance of value. Now I'm short. I was long. I was thinking long all day today. That changed it. So, understanding opening outside of value and reacceptance of value, that in its own way is an opportunity for a value acceptance play. Value acceptance goes from value high to value low. Well, it actually played out. Now we're looking at value low from Thursday, largely being resistant to price. And if we continue to hold below that, I would look for shorts. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, look at these 30-minute bars. This is like, bleh. Look at the long wick, shallow, narrow bodies there. It looks just like very indecisive. Very indecisive.
It looks like a saw blade just chopping you in pieces. It's like right? It's a saw blade in the middle of that little meat.
So, Kevin, great question. Lots more we can still continue to talk about that, but the one thing that traders miss that don't look at the profiles is value. Always be thinking about where value is going and how good of a job it is doing in that direction. Curtis is asking, Vince, how do you identify naked points of control?
Yeah, we could go over that. Well, I can show you right now. Go to my chart. I'm actually long the Dow. But yeah, we can take a look at naked points of control here. All right. Let me pull up the other
First
day.
off, what's your definition of a naked point of a point of control, Vince?
The point of control would be where the fairest price of the day based on either time or volume. So that would be one. And then a naked point of control would be where the market had left a point of control from that previous session that hasn't been revisited in regular trading hours yet. So let me pull up. So here, this was a
Vince,
naked point of control here.
Do we have your screens shared?
You need to reshare.
Should.
Refresh
should
and
be. Hold on.
reshare your charts, Vince, and
Okay, sure thing.
We'll get through this.
Yep. All right. Sorry about that. I thought we were good.
We just barcoding.
Real quick, I'm going to answer
There
this.
we go.
IB, as you discuss IB, do you have any insights regarding midpoint as value, as is finding equilibrium? Not necessarily the midpoint, but the half back is something that every trader is aware of. Every fib has half back on it. It has that 50% level. People's eyes look for the halfway level. Yes, it can be an important level, even though it's not necessarily one that's pointed out in most indicators, except every fib has a default to 50%, even though it's not an actual fib number. So that's a really good question, and it can be an important level. Why? Because it's a short time frame mechanical level. Shorter time frame traders are the ones looking at that, and when you see price stop at the halfway mark, that's usually going to be shorter time frame, weaker hands, mechanical buyers at that level. That gives you a hint as to who your competitors are at that level. All right. Good question, Ibe. All right. You ready, Vince?
Yep, I think we're good here. So it looks like we're fired up. All right. So for instance, today we have our point of control in the ES just sitting right here at 75.44 half, right? That's fairest price of the day based on volume. Now this was Sunday night, right? This is Sunday here. This would be Friday, which wasn't a regular trading day. So this would technically be a naked point of control, right? If you extend this out here. And you'll see that this morning, the market opened pretty much. We got above Thursday's range in value. We traded up here towards excess from this big down day. And we found those same sellers again, and they brought that market down, and we checked this naked point of control. So now that naked point of control is now checked, right? And you could find levels within here. Here's a naked point of control sitting up here at 76.1475 from back on Tuesday, June 16th, right? So this was the fairest price of the day. So at some point, the market likes to test those types of areas because there was a lot of trading that took place at that particular price. Now, the volume profile is based on volume, where the TPO is based on time. So they're a little bit different, but they do have similar characteristics, right? So I look at both.
Awesome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, the point of control is that that single price that has the highest volume for a particular session. Vince and I are both looking at regular trading hour session, and that's where we're getting those points of control. Again, it's the in volume profile, it's the single price that has the highest volume for the entire session. In TPO charts, it's the most visited price through time. Quite often, they're relatively close together, sometimes not so much, but they are visual targets, and they are also, I think, kind of psychological targets. When people are comfortable transacting business at a specific level, those levels get kind of ironed in to your brain, and you kind of remember them, and you kind of look for them. And when traders are looking for a specific level, there's a tendency for them to bring price to those specific levels. And as far as Curtis, as far as notice identifying and checking those points of control. If you watch on Topstep TV, if you watch Fast Markets, if you watch particularly the opening call, every other day there is a naked point of control that gets targeted by price. Sometimes it can be an excellent out for a trade in that direction. Sometimes it even offers excellent opportunities for entries if the market is in the right kind of market state. So, excellent question. And just identifying them is they're basically on the platform. I'll look at the 30-minute chart, and I'll take a look at where the point of control is today on the 30-minute chart in the S&Ps. It's telling me it's right here. There's a green line right there. It's kind of hard to see because I've got value low there from Thursday. But right now on the 30-minute chart, it's telling me 75.49 even is value low, is also point of control. Point of control value low has been showing signs of resistance to price. This has been very messy here, but we'll see if this holds. We'll see if this holds. I don't know if it's going to, but great question. We appreciate it. Hoop. I didn't get much of a chance to talk to you today.
I'm just listening to you volume profile guys go at it. All I know is with POC, shout out to Jeff in chat, it can be very magnetic. And I've heard Vince talk about it. Just POC can be it is what it is. It can be very magnetic. 100%.
Well, thank you, Hoop. Thank you, Vince. Looks like we're out of time here. Time sure flies when we're having fun. But I appreciate you guys, Hoop, Vince. Thank you for your time, wisdom, and the love of the trader. We got Trade with Topstep coming up next year. JD is going to be here with Zach P. and the hardest working man in the business, Coach Vince.
Working OT today.
All right, I'm glad to see you working.
Yeah, appreciate it.
You're like the rest of us now. All right, folks, this is Topstep TV. We'll be right back with Trade with Topstep and more Coach Vince. We'll see you in a little bit. Hey, it's Zach P's first time today, by the way.
Oh, nice. This should be good.
See you in a minute.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD, you know Coach Vince, my other bookend over there, and the man in the middle, the man of the hour, the man with the plan. First-time caller, long-time listener. We've got Zach P. from the great state of California joining us today. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Thanks for
Zach,
having
what's
me.
going on? Oh, our pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
For having me. Bye, guys.
Zach is a live funded trader here at Topstep. We're going to get to know him a little better. We're going to go through some charts. We're going to take a look at some trades he took. He's already locked out for the day. He made some money in the live account, which is very good on a day like this. Let's start with you, though, Vince. Vince, what have you been doing in the last 6 minutes since we saw you in group coaching? Anything happen?
Well, first, nice to meet you, Zach. JD, it's always a pleasure. We are long the Dow, long 5 micro Dow. We hit the point of control, and now we're backing right off of it. So it's, that was a good spot probably to get out. We just talked about point of control and group coaching, but we'll see. We're down on the day. It's been it's a rather rough day, with that Asian news that came out that totally killed both of my longs. But we're trying to battle back, and we're just being patient, and hopefully this trade will, get a little helium underneath it. What about you, Zach? What do you got brewing today?
Yeah, so I trade the MNQ. I do a lot of, I would say my trading style is more scalping, kind of off supply and demand levels. So I actually traded Asia session yesterday after this big news spike here. I did lock myself out, so up 1,000 today. So I'm happy about that.
Nice.
Just trying to chip away. Recently, just moved to a live account, so I'm still feeling it out for the live account. It's definitely, I would say, a lot different than the combines and the funded accounts. So trying to feel that out still and really hone down my skills. Just making sure that I'm not getting. I really find myself trying to hone in on my emotions. I feel like early traders, it's easy to get super emotional. So that's the biggest thing I'm working on. But yeah, so last night I have a demand level here, right here at this 30,520. Was able to catch a long here. I did some scalping here, kind of was breaking even, and then found myself in a long here, was able to hold, and then just was able to hold overnight and kind of just play it out and sell it over here. And then tried to take a little bit of trades here this morning, but ultimately just broke even on these with this massive down day. So I've found Asia sessions worked well recently, just with all the things going on with the war and stuff like that. I feel like the volume is kind of happening over Asia session down in this area. You get a lot of nice clean moves, a lot of continuation. And then as you see here, we're kind of just doing nothing today. So this is where I feel like back in the day when I first started trading, I would try to just scalp this like crazy. Now I'm looking for these nice clean moves. So that's kind of where I'm at today. And as you see, kind of doing nothing right now. So a little bit slow.
Yep. Very good. Very good. Hey, Zach, do us a favor. Walk us through your chart a little bit. How are you coming up with your supply and demand zones? What else are you looking at on your chart? I see a couple lines in there. You got moving averages, VWAP?
Yeah, so
what's going on?
Yeah, I got moving average, 9 moving average, and then just your VWAP. I don't like to have too many things on my chart. I feel like it can get a little too much to look at. I like to just keep it super simple and break it down super simple. But when I look at my supply and demand levels, I'll start out with the 4-hour time frame. I'll start out here, kind of work out a bigger picture and then work inwards. So 4-hour time zone, you can see clearly right here. We have some supply right here. It's actually today, as you can see right here, rejected right off of it. We had some more here, and then we got above it, but weren't able to hold here. And then as you kind of drop it down, you got this wick here. You got some action right here. So you kind of just try to find points where the market's reacted off of. And those are my key levels. And then on the downside as well of supply, the demand, you got like here. I find for me, I need to keep it super simple. If I overcomplicate it, that's where I get in trouble. So I just try to find super key flat levels. So right here is support, or it was resistance turned into support. You got some reactions right here. If I keep scrolling over, same spot here. I just try to find certain areas where the market's reacted off of. And like I said, I'm just going to be a preacher of it. I just try to keep it super, super simple. I feel like it's really easy to overcomplicate things. And the more simple I keep it, the better it works for me. And then I can go in here 1 hour as well. Same areas here. You can kind of just start to break down a little bit, find certain pinpoint spots, and then get down to the 30-minute. But I trade always on the 2-minute time frame. So I'm always trading on the 2-minute, but I get my levels mostly from the 1 hour and the 4 hour as well.
All right. We call that the top-down approach. All right. You're looking at the higher time frames, the lower time frames.
Correct.
We talk about that quite a bit around here. And yes, keep it super simple. Something else we preach quite a bit. No reason to muddy up the charts and whatnot. How do they say it? Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, right?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like the more simple you can keep it, the better you're going to be. Trading it's already hard enough. Why make it even harder, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Ooh, question in the chat. Why the 2-minute? How'd you land on a 2-minute chart?
That's a good question.
Yeah, that is a great question. So when I first started trading, I started trading with the 1 minute. I personally just think 2-minute just fits me. Back in the day when I first started trading, watched a lot of YouTube videos, saw somebody trade on the 2-minute. I was like, I'm going to try 2 minutes. So I just feel like with the 1 minute, if I go to the 1 minute time frame, there's just so much more going on here. And with the 2-minute, obviously it's just one extra minute. But for whatever reason in my brain, the 2-minute just suits me. When I see too many things happening or too many, like right in here, this area would be so easy to get chopped up in. It looks like it's going to go short. It looks like it's going to break down, but then it pops back up. It looks like it's going to break down, pop back up. Or if I kind of zoom out, and for me, just the 2-minute I find, it's a little bit, and I'm sure on the 5 minute it's probably even cleaner. Yeah, the 5 minute, like I could trade 5 minute here, but I've just always been a fan of the 2 minute. Something I feel like I just wanted to master a time frame, and so when I picked the 2 minute here, it's something I just wanted to master, and from that I just stuck with it. But I just find it's a little bit easier to read the chart when I have a 1 minute, or I've tried doing the 500 tick chart as well. So if I go here 500 tick, like this just stresses me out looking at it. It's just too much for me. So I just need to keep it simple. Yeah, a lot of noise, exactly. So 2 minute for me right here just is right where my wheelhouse is, and I'm comfortable there. And that's just something I decided to go with, and it's stuck, and I've really enjoyed it.
Very good. Excellent explanation. Vince, what's your favorite time frame? What do you look at on your charts?
I use the 5 and the 30. I used to actually trade the ES of a 5,000 tick chart. But right now, because I'm a profile guy, so I like the 30-minute auction bars and the 5 minute too. So it gets a little more granular, like what's going on inside of the 30-minute time frame. But the 30, I kind of feel runs the 5, and I think, I really don't like going lower than that because it gets kind of noisy. But hey, there's no right or wrong way, right? Whatever you feel most comfortable with. I do notice though, on a shorter time frame, like a minute chart or something, maybe you can minimize your risk a little bit more, right? Because you kind of, find an area maybe where it might be invalidated that's closer to your entry. But then again, it's easier to hit the stop too, right? So, but I would say the 5 and 30 are my favorite. What about you, JD?
I'm all over the place too.
Yeah.
I look at a 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, 8 minute, 30 minute, 1 hour, 4 hour, daily, weekly, monthly. I look at them when I'm doing my analysis in the morning before we sit down for the opening call. I always start with a weekly chart, and then I work my way down from there. I do like the higher time frames to get a clearer picture of the longer term structure of a market. That gives you good insight into overall direction. I always like to trade in the direction of the trend.
Yeah, I do look at some weird time frames too. I have some other charts pulled up. Like I have a 13-minute Dow chart up, and I have a 36-minute NASDAQ chart just to see kind of, what it does. It's funny you say that.
Yeah, there's people that just stick to the Fibonacci sequence when it comes to looking at charts, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. People do that religiously. Just something else to think about. But let's check in on the tilt real quick, and then we're going to dig into Zach's trading history a little bit. Find out how he found Topstep, how Topstep found him. But real quick, checking in on the tilt. The S&P about 57% long. NASDAQ is building up to the long side right now, 68% long in the NQ. Crude oil, 57% long, and gold, 52% long. Gold did settle at 12:30 p.m. Central Time. Crude oil is about to settle at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Of course, they will continue to trade until 4 o'clock, but the exchange establishes settlement price at specific times for different markets, and that will be happening in crude oil very soon. All right, Zach, you've been here at Topstep since, I had it written down, since April 1st, April Fool's Day of 2025. You made it through multiple combines. You've taken payouts. You're in the live funded account now. How did you find the futures markets? How did you find Topstep? Give us a little bit of your background.
Yeah, I kind of found the futures markets not by or Topstep by accident. I found, but futures markets not. I started trading options. That's how I got into it. I started trading options or dabbling into options, I should say, back in 2020 during COVID when there was really nothing to do. I came home from school, just kind of was laying around doing nothing. So I was like, oh, I should try to find a way to make some money. Found trading on YouTube, kind of fell in love with it, to be honest. I just like how fast paced it is. I like how different it can be, how challenging it is. And then as the years went on and I was sticking with options up and down, really no success. I was just on YouTube browsing one night and I found Topstep. I found how you didn't really have to put up large amounts of capital to get started. I liked how beginner and user friendly it is. And that's kind of just where it kickstarted things. And I was addicted ever since. The journey The amount of failures I've had with it, I wouldn't trade it for anything. It's something that I'm really appreciative about, and it's something that I fell in love with, and here I am today.
Awesome. Very good. Yeah, it's a common path going from options to futures. It used to be the complete opposite, you know.
Yep.
People became futures trader and then discovered the options markets. I'm not sure exactly when it flip-flopped, probably with the popularity of apps like Robinhood and whatnot, especially during the pandemic.
Yeah. Social media.
The roles have definitely flip-flopped. We haven't mentioned
I
this
think
yet,
it's just
though.
it's easy.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Very true. Oh, no. Continue, please. Continue.
I was just going to say, I think it's very easy to, with options, the whole PDT rule. Well, now that's a lot lower. But starting back 25,000, I mean, that's a lot of money to have in an account to trade as many times as you wanted. And all that money is basically at risk. And starting out, a lot of people don't really know what risk management is. So that's where it gets really, I would say, kind of sketchy in that sense. And with futures and prop firms, it's really easy to learn how to trade without having to put up tons of capital. And that's just kind of where I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the process of it and just the whole idea of it.
Yeah. Vince and I both know that all too well also. We both came from trading backgrounds, right? The prop industry, the prop space really changed the industry in amazing ways.
For sure.
When I was first getting started, you couldn't open a retail brokerage account unless you had a minimum of $50,000 in cash plus collateral to back that up, just in case you really goofed up. You know, they wanted you to put up a bond or your house. You know, there's no way you were getting away with it.
And the S&P was, it was what are we at? $50 a point was 5 times, 5 times the tick value back then too. One ES was 5 E-minis was one contract.
The industry has come a long way in the last 20 years, no doubt about it. And for the better.
Micros really helped. Yeah, micros really, really level the playing field, get people involved, who are newer with lower capital. It's awesome. Because now everybody can play.
Right.
So before it was kind of like, not everybody could play. So
it was very, they called it the good old boys club, right? It was very exclusive. Yeah. And now practically anybody has access to these capital markets for $50, it's pretty incredible.
Yep, for sure.
All right, let's dig in a little deeper. For you guys that didn't know, I should have mentioned this at the beginning. Zach comes from a hockey background also, right? You played some college hockey.
Nice.
Yeah,
it was a very popular sport
for a long time.
Very popular sport among traders also. There was always a handful of guys in the trading pits that came from very serious hockey backgrounds, right? Yeah, I used to run into Dennis Savard at the Ceres, the restaurant in the lobby of the Chicago Board of Trade building. It was always fun. He was there almost every day. So let's tie this in a little bit. What's harder, becoming a consistently profitable trader or becoming a good hockey player? Or is it the same? What are the similarities you find?
That's such a good question. I think I fell in love with trading because it's the same, but it's different. And the way it's different is if you have a bad game, you have teammates to pick you up. With trading, it's just you and the charts and your mind. I think trading is a lot like golf. I also like to golf a lot. And it's just you and your own little world and your own little bubble. And you have to learn how to really manage your ups and downs, because if you don't, your golf game can go down quick. And trading's kind of the same. But with hockey, I really like for me, hockey, I grew up playing hockey. I'm 27 now. I started when I was 3. So it's been part of my whole entire life. It's taught me work ethic. It's taught me how to, try to persevere through injuries, things like that, ups and downs. And it's the same with trading. I feel like if you give up in trading or anything in life, you're never going to be able to see it out. And I always told myself, no matter how hard it got, no matter how down I was on myself, I was just going to keep going. And I know if I put in the work, I'm going to see results. And that's kind of the same way with hockey. And I think that's where I get a lot of my drive and passion for it and discipline. You learn every day. Hockey, growing up, I learned every single day, practice. You got to put in the hours, you got to put in the work. If you don't put in the work, it's just not going to show up overnight. So I would say in those ways it's very similar. The only thing is with hockey, if you have a bad game, you got teammates to pick you up. So trading, you're kind of just in your own space and in your own head. And obviously you could bounce things off of other traders, but at the end of the day, it comes down to just you and your mind and the charts in your system.
Yep. It can be a very, very lonely game sitting there by yourself. That's why we stress the importance of community also. We try to bring people in bigger groups, trying to get people involved, you know. We have our coaching staff in Discord. We do all kinds of things, you know. I don't know if you're familiar with our Discord. If you join our Discord, there's hundreds of thousands of traders in there. So easy to find like-minded individuals to bounce ideas off of or get advice from or just kind of talk with throughout the trading day, you know, because it is lonely just sitting here. Just sitting there staring
and
at a wall.
it's easy to get down. It's easy to get down on yourself if you have a bad day or a red day and you see all these people making money. But trust me, everybody who's been in the trading space for a long time, they've had those days where they've been down and they've done what you're not. I know it's so easy to feel alone because I've done it where I've just sat in my room and I felt alone. Like, gosh, I just screwed up so bad. Like you just feel like it's just you're the problem, but everybody's done it. It's just part of the process. And that's the biggest thing I've learned. And I think trading, most of it, I feel like is mental. Like that's the biggest thing I've learned is if you can dial in your mental state with trading and then just being kind of in a flow state where you don't get too high, don't get too low. I feel like that's where you find a lot of success because it's so easy to have like when I started out seeing $1,000 green days, it's like, you feel like you're the man, you feel invincible, but then that next day you lose double that. And it's just, then you feel really down on yourself. So it's kind of figuring out how to manage those ups and downs and just try to stay even keeled.
That's 100% correct.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it happens to everybody, right? We all get on that, like the God kick, right? You start to win every day and no matter what you do, right? You're just not losing. And you're like, wow, I don't lose, right? And then all of a sudden, the next day, like you said, pow, you just eat humble pie, right? It's like sports too, right? What happens when people go in overconfident to a game or whatever the case is, right? They take a licking the next game, you know? So it's kind of the same thing. I love a lot of traders that I've coached over the years. A lot of them come from athletic backgrounds. I was athletic, you know, in school and stuff like that. And, you know, I do find that some people who come from an athletic background do have a lot more discipline than some other traders who may have not been through some sort of like structured athletics or whatever the case is, if militant or. But the discipline is a huge part of this. You know, I can't stress that enough with some of the traders that I've coached. And you know, once you lack discipline, you get spanked, right? And it's how the markets are. But it doesn't make you a bad trader, and you can't get down on yourself. And also, as being an athlete, you know how to take a loss, right? You lose, you get upset for the day, you come back, you practice harder, right? And you're stronger the next week, or whatever the case is. Same here with trading, right? Every day is a learning experience. Every day. Like, you know, I took 3 losses today.
Lockout comes into play.
Terrible. I traded terrible today, right? But am I going to beat myself up? No, I'm just going to take the next opportunity and hopefully it'll turn into something. You know, hopefully this Dow trade will work out. Finally, it's moving a little bit. We'll see. But yeah, I love the story there.
Absolutely. What's your entry on that Dow trade again, Vince?
Long
time,
5, 52, 113. I'm long MYM. And we're going to move this stop a little bit.
113, got it.
I'll trail my stop a little bit.
Yes, excellent points though.
Yeah.
One down day doesn't make a trend, just like one bad shift doesn't lose a season, right?
Correct.
When did you, Zach, when did you realize that trading could be more than just a hobby? You say you only trade during certain hours, or you set out a specific amount of time to trade in the morning. Do you go to a 9 to 5 after that? Or is this, are you locking in on this full time?
I'm just locking in on this on the whole time. And so I'll start out, since I'm on West Coast time, so I'll take a look at the Asia markets. They open up here at 3 p.m. So if I find something and usually from like 3 to 3 is pretty slow. I would say from 3 to 5, it's pretty slow, but I found a way where like I look for what I see. And if I see something, I'm going to take it. That's where your stops come into play and risk management. And then I find like the best volatility for the Asia sessions here, I find at 7 p.m. So I'll try to trade. I won't trade the whole time, but I'll just kind of browse, look around, and see if I see anything. I use Thinkorswim as well for charting, so I put the notification so it alerts my phone, so I'm not just staring at a chart going crazy, because that's easy to do as well. And then if I don't find anything, I'll wake up in the morning here and I'll look at it in the morning time. But usually I try to trade Asia session, especially recently I just feel like there's been a lot more volatility and trend in the Asia hours as opposed to the New York session. I mean, this chart that you're staring at, that's literally barcode, is a perfect example of that. I move off the open where I could, but West Coast hours too, the market opens up here so early. So sometimes it's nice to be able to sleep in and just trade in the afternoon.
I hear that. Absolutely. Let's check in on these markets real quick. Last trade in the S&P 75/50, just about 30,646 last in the NQ, 52,154 in the Dow. This trade's looking pretty good for you, Vince. 52,113, 113 entry price. Is that correct? 52,113.
Yeah. Yep. It was looking good. It's pulling back here now. It's right back at point of control again. It's like magnetic. So we'll see what happens.
It looks like
Zach,
we're in
you
a
said you came
range.
from options. Were you like trading stock options or like options on futures?
Stock options, doing the Teslas and the Nvidias, all
Okay.
those things. I also dabbled in penny stocks too, which I feel like everyone who started trading dabbles in that. Maybe not so now because there's prop firms, but back then, I say back then like it was so long ago, but 4 or 5 years ago, it feels like penny stocks, you see the whole get rich quick, and that's just really not it at all. And I feel like that's the biggest thing is you got to flip your perspective and you have to learn how to detach from the money side of it, because if you're trading to make money, like obviously that's the end goal for everybody to make money, but you gotta find a setup, you gotta find things that work for you, and then the money will come. Once you master those skills, the money will come. And you just gotta believe in the process, and you gotta be okay with failing too, because it's not just one dimensional where it just goes straight up. You're gonna have your ups and downs, your peaks and valleys, and you gotta be able to manage those. I'm a big preacher on how being in a good mental state trading and finding that balance is really, I feel like that's most of it. And that's just in my opinion.
Have you ever done emotional journaling before? Like emotional trade journaling?
I've done journaling. I actually got a therapist too, just for my sports and things like that. And that actually helped me with trade on just being able to, and I wasn't even talking about trading, but just clearing your brain and understanding that if things are happening outside of your life, it's so easy to bring it into trading. Like you don't realize you're doing it, but subconsciously you are doing it. And that's where it can get, a little hard. So it's something that everyone I feel like will go through, and it's just something you got to learn over time. And it just takes time. That's the biggest thing. You got to give it time.
Yep.
True words. Couldn't have been spoken by anyone else. Our good friend and mentor, John Hoagland, talks about this every single morning on the opening call. He goes over his checklist. He checks out his emotional journal. He likes to know he's in the right mindset before he actually gets into a trade. And I think it's a valuable lesson for everybody else, well, for anybody out there that's involved in these markets. If there are outside factors affecting the way that you're thinking right now, it might be a good idea to just step aside and give it a day. The market's going to be here tomorrow, just because you have an open active account does not mean you need to be in the markets every single minute of every single day.
Less is more.
Yep. Us against us.
You are allowed to take breaks. Zach, you did say the magic word a couple of minutes ago. Get rich quick. Get rich quick usually leads to real bad beats, right? This is one of our audience's favorite questions. Tell us about a bad beat. You spent some money in the options markets. Sounds like an expensive education. Tell us, I guess, how do you put this? What's a market lesson that cost you real money to learn?
Trading with more money than I should have been trading with. Having no stop losses, having risk management. That's where I love prop firms, because of the whole risk management tool, the feature you can see at the top of my screen, I have an $800 max. I really try to focus on not changing that. Sometimes depending on where, account balances are at or things, you can kind of navigate those up or down. But trading on options and on your personal brokerage, you have none of those features. And that's where the whole being mentally strong enough to say, okay, I'm done. And that's really hard to do at first. If you take a losing day, it's really easy to try to revenge trade and get stuff back. And that's where I've learned my lesson the hard way several times. And would I change it? No, because it taught me some valuable lessons. But that's where learning how to use your lockout features. Like today, I'm up 1,000. I could have easily tried to trade this chop right here, and that's where your day red really fast. Then you get mad, you go on tilt, and then you try to make it up. So yeah, I've had days where I've blown accounts because I'm trying to do that. And I feel like that's just part of the process that I've had to go through. And if people are doing that, and I know there's people out there who do that, you're not alone. Everybody's done it. You just got to be disciplined. You got to take a step back, and kind of like what you touched on, that the markets are going to be here tomorrow. They're going to be here next week. They're going to be here next year. If you need a break, take a break. Like that's probably something that will benefit you over the long run, is if you just take a break.
Absolutely. Vince, you got a bad beat story? We ever talk about this?
Oh, what was that, JD?
You got a bad beat story? I don't think we've ever talked about this, have we? You've been doing this for a long time. You don't have to share if you don't want to.
Like getting beat up? Yeah, I've been there. There's been days where, you get into that tailspin, right? And you start to battle back. Like you said, you kind of get tilted. And a lot of times it happens from a mistake, right? You get a mistake happens, and then right away you're trying to just make back the mistake, and it just starts to go and go and go and go and go. And, it's just part of the process. And, as you progress as a trader and get more seasoned, you try to make those mistakes a lot less, right? But I do know a lot of traders, they get stopped at like a break even, and they get so upset about it. Like, it is what it is. If you have a plan, and I think that's the biggest part. Like if you have a written trading plan, like I don't know if you have one or not, but I have written things down, like certain things that I do, and it helps keep me from getting upset, right? Because when you're following your plan, it's okay to take a loss, right? It's when you do something out of the ordinary where you flip out, right? Like you started chasing FOMO and you bought in, and you didn't put a stop, and all of a sudden the market goes against you, and then you're like, oh man, I just took a beat, and you started playing the reversal challenge, in your personal account, and it happens to everybody. I'm sure every trader's experienced it at least once, and it's part of the process. But yeah, I've been there. I've had days, earlier on, where you kind of at the end of the day, like, what did I do? I don't even remember doing it. I don't know if you've been there. Have you been there, Zach? Where you're like at the end of the day, like, what did I do? I don't even remember doing this. Like, how did this even happen? And it's part of the process.
You almost black out,
JD, right?
Yeah,
I mean, come on, we're all honest, right? I mean, this is trading. This is the real deal here. And
it's like pulling into the garage after a 6-hour drive. Like, how did I just get here? That happens. That happens.
Just teleport in there.
And it's part of it. And you can't beat yourself up over it, right? You just gotta try to take every trade, win, lose, or draw as a learning experience, and just try to build upon that, and just get better a little bit every day, right? Just try to every day just get 1% better every day.
Try and suck a little bit less every single day.
Right. Exactly.
I remember there was one time
I really got
talking
myself
about
on tilt here this morning.
What's that, Zach? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, just a story that I had is there was one time in particular where I was one day from a payout. And I didn't even see a setup. I just wanted to hit that daily goal just to get that payout. Ended up blowing my accounts, and that stuck with me. I will never do that again. But that's just, I think that's just the slap in the face that I needed to kind of snap out of it and be like, look, like, the market's going to be here. Like, don't force a setup just because you need to get the payout. When you're chasing the dollar amount, that's where you're not trading anymore. Now you're just, at that point, you're just trying to get paid. Where if you just focus on your setup and your trade plan, whatever it is, there's no right or wrong way. There's no right trade plan or wrong trade plan. It's whatever works for you. And that's the biggest thing I learned is I kind of disconnected from social media as well, because I would go on there on a red day and see all these people making so much money, and then it just makes you feel even worse about yourself. And I started unfollowing all these accounts just because I found it was just noise in my head that I didn't need.
It's toxic.
And like
It's
I touched on
absolutely
earlier,
toxic.
yeah.
But those people aren't showing you their bad trades, right? They're showing you the good.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're posting
Exactly.
some of the bad ones.
And you get to a point where you realize like, oh, the bad trades aren't there, but it's really easy to see what they're doing and kind of just really feel bad about yourself. And that's just not where you should be, because you're a good trader. It's going to have bad days. And that's the biggest thing is at the end of the day, like just understand this takes time, and you be a good trader. If you're not now, you will be with time. And that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Already said it during the segment. We'll say it again. One down move doesn't make a trend. One bad trade doesn't make a bad trader. One bad shift doesn't lose a season. Spin it any way you want. People make mistakes. It's human nature. Great comment about this in the chat too. From Freddie says, we've all heard these same words, but it's like you don't learn until you experience it for yourself, right? So we can only hold your hand so far, but we are retail futures traders, right? We got to touch the stove 1,000 times before we learn that it's going to hurt when we touch the stove. And that's when
exactly
the mindset kind of shifts and you start really paying attention to what you're doing, not just shooting from the hip or leaning on the reset button. In the real world, there is no reset button, right, Vince?
No, absolutely not.
You call the
my
complaint.
personal
Nobody's giving you money back.
Very
Yeah.
stingy. Nobody's
Mm-hmm.
giving it back. You can't hit reset. You take that loss. Like when I first started trading, I opened my first account in 2003, and I had my first winning trade. It was a mini crude oil, the QM. I made like $175 or something like that, and I was like, yeah, this is it. That's it. And little did I know that year I would lose that account that I saved money up for probably who knows how long, and it wasn't a huge account. It was like a $3,000 account. And, but you can't hit reset and get your money back. So you have to go back to work. You got to fund your account, right? So it's kind of a little bit different. So I love how traders can learn here in that kind of risk-free environment. You got to pay a small token to get involved, but and then all the risk parameters are in place. Like everybody's like, oh, I hate all the, but it teaches you to become a better trader, right? Because like JD said, you can't reset your live funds. That money is gone. And, the only way to get it back is to trade your way out of it. So like I trade my own personal account pretty strict. Like, my combine and stuff, I'm a little bit more loose about it because I'm trying different things to see if different things will work out. But like when it comes to my own personal account, I'm very, very strict with it. Very strict.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I posed this question to the chat last week. I got a lot of mixed answers. It's a hypothetical, Let's say you spent 5, 6, 7 years putting together $30,000 to open up your own personal account, right? Would you go full port on day one and risk it all on your first trade, or would you take it a little easy and maybe build yourself a little cushion and maybe learn a little bit more about the market that you're trading, or spend a little time doing some research? Got a lot of mixed results in the answers, but ultimately,
that's shocking to me.
Right?
Hey man, some people it's just win lose. Just that's it. Just go for it and YOLO, right?
Yeah.
It wouldn't be
at that
me
point,
though.
just go to
It wouldn't be
Vegas
me
or
doing
something.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Just put it on
that's your-
black.
that's
One
your
shot,
hard-
boom.
Yeah, seriously.
Or I'll
That's
give
your
you my
hard-
account. You could
hard-earned
just wire
money.
me the funds.
Yeah.
But
It's
you know,
wild,
I
though,
do
the
tell
way
some
some
of the traders
people-
too, like, go ahead, Jay.
No, go ahead, please, Vince.
No, I was gonna say, like, a lot of times traders come in here and they're trading for a couple of months, like, oh my god, why can't I, why can't I get my account or get to a payout or get to through the combine? And think about it, this is a profession. You're trading. This is the Super Bowl, right? And I've said this before. It's like a high school football team playing in the Super Bowl every day against the best of the best. I mean, you have, huge traders out there that do this for a living, right? And their goal is to drain our account. So when you come at this, don't expect to have success right away, right? If you let's say you want to become a doctor. How many years does it take to become a doctor? 7, 10, maybe even longer, right? You go through school and you got to go through internship and this and that, fellowship. And before you know it, you're 10 years in, and now finally, you're at the point where you can do things. Same thing with trading, right? Some people, it's going to take a little bit longer than others, and don't beat yourself up, right? Just learn how to trade and be disciplined, and don't strategy jump too much. Try it out for a certain amount of time. I met a lot of traders, they're always looking for the holy grail of trading, and they jump from one strategy to another strategy, right? And usually they start to lose a little bit of money, right? They'll change their strategy, and then they start losing money again, because now the strategy they were doing was, on the downslope, you're in drawdown, and right before it gets back to, profitability, you jump to the next one, and then you continue the drawdown. So, you need to really document and really come up with a plan and check your plan. I've done it before. I mean, I've been in a drawdown before for a couple of months straight, and then finally it'll come out, and then, it's just about surviving during that period of time. Everybody wants to make money every day. It's hard to do.
Very difficult.
What would you say your win
Everybody
rate
goes
is,
through drawdown.
Zach? Exactly. And there's nothing to be ashamed about. The best of the best. I mean, there's major hedge funds out there that don't make a profit for the year some years, right? They're down a couple points or whatever. It's just the way it is. Zach, what would you say your win rate is? I like to ask people this question.
Well, I scalp a ton, so my win rates are
Okay.
very skewed in that sense. I know people who trade like 3 trades max. So I'm scalping up and down, but when I was in my not my combine phase, but the express funded phase, before moving to a live account, I was hovering just above 70%.
Wow, okay. That's good.
So, but I also found for me what worked was once I got 10 points in the profit, I automatically moved it to break even.
Okay.
And that saved me a lot. So that's something that I implemented. And I really like that strategy, where before I was kind of just letting my stop stay where it was. Then from that point, as it kept increasing, I would just move the stop up, move the stop up, move the stop up. And just kind of, because I like to do the momentum. I like to scalp that. So if I could catch a good momentum trade, I'm just going to ride that as high as I can and just trail that stop. But once I was 10 points, without question, if I saw 10 points in profit, instantly break even.
Are you trading multiple contracts too? Are you taking some off at 10 points and then moving your stop?
Yeah,
or are you kind of
exactly.
Doing
Yes.
all out?
Yeah, I
That's a great way
was
to do
starting
it.
with five, and then I would scale out 2. Sometimes I'd scale out 1, kind of depending on how much momentum. Like when we had this giant bull run, I mean, you could catch, if you got a good entry, you could catch 50 points in a matter of a couple seconds. And at that point, you could just scale off a few and just let the runners run. And there was days where in the Asia session, I would do that. And then I would set my stop loss to in profit where I was comfortable with it. And I would let it run overnight. And that's something that I would do. And it's just, I just found that gave me success, and I enjoy that. And so once I see 10 points, break even, no questions asked.
Speaking of which, Vince, I heard a trade trigger.
Yeah,
You get stopped
I'm
out?
out at even. Yeah, I'm out at even. No,
Okay.
I'm out at even up. So yeah.
Still,
It
Dow
just
looks like it's
rolled.
just going sideways. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, I think we're gonna put a new low.
that is a barcoding market right now.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're gonna
There's
take a real quick breather and bring in some news. We got some news about fireworks. 4th of July is coming up, and we here at Topstep TV want to keep you safe ahead of the holiday. So here's a story about a fireworks stand that went up in smoke to scare you all straight. Let's roll it.
4th of July is right around the corner, but eyewitnesses in Oklahoma got an explosive early show when officials say a fireworks stand went up in flames, setting off its wares in a spectacular pyrotechnic display. The incident unfolded in Broken Arrow, just south of Tulsa, and when officials arrived, the fireworks were already actively detonating. Thankfully, no injuries were reported, and while the cause is yet unknown, the effect was quite impressive.
Wow.
I'll guarantee you this much. In the event I ever lose a hand, I guarantee you it will not be due to a firework accident. I don't want anything to do with them. I don't light them off. I'll go watch them. You come within 100 yards of me with a firework, though, and I'm walking the other way. That's it.
I don't blame
Playing
you.
it safe. Playing it safe. All right. I got a couple questions written down that we could hit. Ooh, let's check into the markets real quick. NASDAQ and S&P still moving sideways. We're getting a little... Looks like a little bit more structure in the NASDAQ than the S&P. S&P is moving more sideways, where it looks like the NQ is sort of rounding out. We'll see how this plays out going into Power Hour. It feels like a move is imminent, though. There's no news coming across the wire. Nothing hitting the tape. Well, we've got settlement prices for crude. Still giving me the July settlement price. July crude settled at $74.82 a barrel, down $1.78 or 2.32%. We are trading the August contract right now. Last trade in the August crude oil contract, $73.77. Also barcoding a little bit sideways.
Yeah.
Phenom says, same JD, fireworks are inverse risk to reward. I couldn't agree more. Get away from me with your fireworks. All right, Zach, what's the trading equivalent of a hockey player being on a hot streak? You win.
That's a great
You take three
question.
trades in a row. 3 trades in a row, you get the hat trick to get out of there. You got a daily loss limit. Do you have a profit target in mind? What does a really good day look like for you?
I would say today is a pretty good day. 1,000. If I could do anywhere from 500 and up, that's a good day for me. I would say that's where I really set my risk management at, and having those lockout features, because it is super easy. Kind of like in hockey, if you get 3 goals, you think you're the man. You're going to go out and try to get another one and just try to do a little too extra or too much. It's crazy how much it relates to sports, not even sports in general, but I would say once I get, like, if I get one really good trade, I'm done. I'll just lock out. That way I don't have that temptation, because once you see a 1,000 today, like, it's so easy to see that and be like, oh, I want more. Like, I still do that. It's so easy to do that. It's just natural human instincts. So that's where making sure you have that feature, and I just told myself 3, 2, 1, go, lock out. Like, if I think lock out in my head, subconsciously it's telling me to do it, I'm going to do it, because I haven't done it before, and that's where it gets messy. So that just comes with time. I know I sound like a broken record, but things take time. I'm a big preacher on that.
Absolutely. You ever have a day where you see in the market real well and you've sort of exceeded your profit target for the day, or your profit target for the day, but you're still seeing the market real well, so you stick around for a little bit longer. You still get tempted to do that, or are you pretty disciplined to the point where?
Not so much now, but yeah, it was easy to you see the market, you feel like you're real well. I've done that too, where I've had a pretty big day, and then you see, oh, one more trade, one more pullback. It's in a clear uptrend. Let me just catch that pullback. You catch that pullback to the 9 EMA, and then it just dumps, and then now you're in tilt mode, and that it just gets messy from there. But I feel like those things people just have to go through in order to understand it. Like, I can sit here and tell you about it, but until you personally go through it and you feel those emotions, it's just easy to hear about it. So it's something that I feel like once you go through it, you kind of go like, whoa, okay, I don't want to do that again. I don't want to feel that again. This is where I need to kind of lock in and be more disciplined. And I still go through it too. Like, I feel it doesn't matter if you've been trading 40 years, 3 months, however long you've been trading it. I still do it to this day, where, like, I still get, on tilt, but that's where you have those risk features, and, then you're okay.
It's gut wrenching to hear those bad beat stories too. There used to be a segment, we used to do a segment on Topstep TV called the shoulder tap, where we'd bring in a risk manager and we'd either roast or toast a couple of traders for the day.
Mm-hmm.
And it seemed like every single day there was a story about somebody in 5-figure territory carving it up, just ripping, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, they hit DLL or max loss limit,
Yep.
and they lose their account on the same day, in the same hour. You know, how do you take?
I mean, I've been there. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe I was on that segment. Hopefully I wasn't, but I've done that too early in my days. So it's something that I just, you learn from it. And if you can't learn from it, then it's going to be something that you're going to succeed at. You have to just take it on the chin and understand, come back tomorrow. If you don't want to come back tomorrow, come back in a couple days or a week or a month, however long you need. It's just take the time you need.
Yeah,
exactly. All those stories are so gut wrenching. It breaks my heart to hear them. You know, someone with a life changing day going complete 180 for no reason, no reason whatsoever.
Easy to do. It's very easy to do, though.
I mean, I tell some of the people that I coach, like, usually I'll ask them, like, do you know what you're trading? Like, do you know how much money you're controlling with these contracts? And I would say 95% of them don't know, like, the value of the contract. Like right now, think about it. If you have a $4,500 buffer, right? You have a $150K account. Your drawdown is 3%. That's your allowance, right? You can only draw down 3% of the account. And you're putting on 15 contracts. You're controlling $5.6 million of S&Ps with $4,500. That is a massive amount of leverage, right? It shouldn't happen. You could do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people might get lucky. But think about this. You're controlling $5.6 million with $4,500. That's scary. It's very easy to lose $4,500 when you have a $5.6 million position on. So just keep that in mind.
And one thing too, I've noticed that I had a mental shift in was when I was trading 5 express accounts. $200 may not seem like a lot to a lot of people, but when you times that by 5, that's $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
You have to understand, like, that's a lot of money in one day, and you have to be okay with seeing that. So I had to flip my perspective. Instead of just looking at it in one account, I'm really looking at it with all 5 accounts and understanding, it says $200 on that account, but there's still 4 other accounts that it's calculating for. And that's a great day. Anybody, you go ask anybody on the street, I guarantee you anyone will say, I'll take $1,000 a day, even $100 on one account, $500 a day. It's a lot. That's a lot of money. So over years of time, that adds up pretty quick.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Extrapolate it. $300 a day is the equivalent of $75,000-$80,000 a year. Doesn't sound like a lot when you're playing the game, right? Because you see,
it's very doable.
Social media. You see these huge numbers floating around. Absolutely, extremely doable. $300 a day,
even with micros. With micros, it's doable with micros.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, $1,000 today I made with 5 micros. So it's something that you just find your setup, find your trade. Don't be afraid to take your setups too. That's the biggest thing too. A lot of people hesitate. You cannot hesitate. Cannot hesitate. The second you hesitate, that's not good, because now you're second guessing yourself when you need to have that confidence and understanding your system and just trust your system.
Mm-hmm. And give your trade room to play out, You put the time in, putting the strategy together, at least give it a chance to work, or a chance to do its thing before you get out of it. All right, I know we've been on the subject for a little bit, Zach, and you've mentioned a few things. Let's pretend that you're a performance coach here at Topstep. If you could only teach a new trader one lesson, what do you think it would be?
One lesson.
You had one.
Trust yourself. I would say one lesson that I would teach somebody. I'm just trying to think about myself and what I would do, telling myself when I first started, is understanding failure is okay and not being scared to fail. I feel like that's where if you try to be too perfect, it won't work, because nobody's perfect. You're never going to take the perfect trade, and understanding that you can just sit there and be okay with failure, and everything else will work out. Just put in the time, put in the effort, find that strategy. And for me, less is more. So for me personally, less indicators, just supply and demand. That's what I like. But find something that works for you and stick to that. Put in the hours, put in the time, put in the charting, and you'll succeed over the long haul.
Mm-hmm.
Always wear a stop.
That might have been like 3 lessons, but we'll narrow that to 1.
No, that was perfect. That was perfect. What did you say, Vince? Always use a stop?
I said always wear a stop.
Always wear a stop, yeah. It's not a loser till you get out, right? But yeah, you should always have a stop.
Right. It'll come back tomorrow.
That's why my dad, my father's a coach here at Topstep also. He had a trading career that spanned 6 decades, right?
Wow.
And in his experience, he said the C students always made the best traders because they could take a hit and move on. It's the people that were obsessed with always being correct. They couldn't stand being wrong, you know? It just wasn't in their psyche. I've been doing this for thousands of hours. There's absolutely no way I can be wrong. And those are the guys that always blow out the fastest, you know? You got to be able to roll with the punches, get on the right side of the market, take a little hit, keep the losses small, let the winners ride, you know? And it is a process that takes time, right?
Definitely.
All right.
The markets woke up, getting spicy. All right.
Here we go. We're getting a little movement.
Mm-hmm.
Zach, your first time on Topstep TV. Who's watching you? Who'd you tell? Who do you want to shout out?
Shout out my mom. She's working right now, so I'm sure she'll come back and look at it later. But I actually kept this low key. I was gonna surprise a couple buddies and show them the recording of it. So Dylan, Dylan, my mom Stacy, my grandma Marcy, my dad Hart. Yeah, those are the people that are gonna see it. But a lot of those people are unfortunately working right now, so I don't know if they can watch live. I did tell my mom, so I think she might tune in, but she's I hear her on a meeting right now. She works from home, so I know she's in a meeting currently.
That's cool. Have a little watch party later.
You did awesome, Zach.
We will.
Yes, you did a
Thank
very
you
great
so much
job
for having me.
We got about 30 seconds left. Let's check in these markets one more time. 75.35 last in the ES, 30,561 last in the NQ. Dow's breaking down a little bit, 52.043. Bitcoin, 64.375. Gold is trading 42.0870, and crude oil at 73.90. All right, Zach, I want to thank you for joining us here on Topstep TV. That was great. Love to get you back on again real soon and start trading.
Thank you for having me.
Hours.
Appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. Oh, our pleasure.
Thank you.
Our pleasure. Oh, look, Jack showed up on the screen. Jack took Vince's spot.
Thanks,
I think
guys.
we're fighting for this. We're gonna have you back on again real soon, Zach. Appreciate your time, man. Thanks for sharing everything with us, and we will catch you very soon. We're gonna step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Andre, Georgia the VWAP, and Mr. Jack himself are here to take us into the close. All right, we are out of here. Zach, I'll catch you later. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's get right into it. It is Power Hour, the last hour of the New York session. Who do we have today? The man in the middle. You see him in the chat. You know him. You love him. VWAP George in the house. To the right, my partner in crime on the Fast Markets, Jack.
Hello.
George, let's get into it. Good to see you again. Thoughts coming into the final hour of the New York session. How's it going, George?
Good. I've been flat most of the day. I took a couple trades in Combine, a couple trades in XFA. Pretty much break even in XFA. Not my cup of tea as far as price action go. We've been kind of sideways since like the 10 o'clock central hour. Did have a little rejection off of the high of day anchored VWAP and the previous day close. That would have probably been a good short, but I didn't trust it. So I'm flat right now. I'm still looking for longs because I have this ridiculous long bias. We could sell off all day and I'm still like looking for longs, which gets me in trouble sometimes, but we'll see if we can't get a couple trades in this power hour.
Like it. So, right. Let's take a look at these prices. Saw some selling right before we came on for power hour in the equities. NQ currently trading 30,573. ES trading, well, buyer stepping in 75.36. Crude back above $74, trading $74.05. Gold trading 42.09. Jack, prices, levels of interest here in the ES.
Well, we shall see. First, I was going to say it's like the yen trade. It's like your car breaking down or something. Like you don't really think about it until it happens, and then every couple years it becomes front and center of whatever trade we're doing. That seems to be what's going on here for just today, at least. Yeah, as far as levels go, it is a soup right now. I'm looking at the options. We've had all this chop. I would just look at the bigger round numbers. We've been chopping around the 74.75 SPX. That's about 75.42 in the futures for the ES. Do we have enough to rally up to the big round number, 7,500, which is like 75.68? I don't think so, but weirder things have happened in Power Hour on a Monday. We got SpaceX doing weird stuff too.
What's going on over there?
SpaceX is trading 161 and change right now. I think they announced that they're issuing like $20 billion in debt, which is honestly kind of a power move after you just did like a $75 billion initial public offering. So they sold off 12% on that. We'll see. I expect I don't really take too much into what SpaceX is trading. It's, as I said, it's just the casino right now. We'll see where that settles down.
Okay, that yen did. I know. I got what I have the yen right now. We did see a little bit of buying there and then has sold off just a bit. Okay, for those that are new to Power Hour, first of all, welcome aboard. We like to play a game around here called Above Below. How do we play, you ask? Well, I'm going to ask George what he thinks the price in the NQ will be on the close. We'll put it to a poll. Will it be above or below said price? George, last trade in the NQ, 30,589. What will the price be on the close?
I'm going to go around 30,743.75. Here's why. I got a pivot point R1. I have the IB right at that area. Got a nice zone from 740 to 760. So that's my game plan for the old above and below.
743.75. We're talking 170 points higher.
Let's go.
Okay, love it. Bullish. All right. We do see, sellers step back in there. Bull is up. Ooh, we're just right on it. Get those votes in. For the above below. And crude continuing to uptick here. These longs are probably not great. Delta update, minus 2,300 in the ES, minus 4,400 in the NQ right now.
Pivot point at right at 600. I'm going to see if we can maybe get above that. We have a little bit of structure from 12:30 Central, 11:30 Central, where it tried to pop and break above it and close above it. With mixed results, right? So we are kind of in this big range. If we close above that, maybe a retest, maybe I get long from there.
Well, look like the sellers did put a stop to, it might have been profit taking there. ES looking at 7 points off session lows in the ES. Session lows ES 75.27.
Well, let's see if these folks can do it. I mean, like, I took a break, ate lunch. I've had a lovely afternoon so far. Looks like I missed a lot of rangy stuff going on here in the ES. Impressively so on this 5 minutes. So we just had the big sell off on the yen intervention, and then we've just been dancing around 74, 75 SPX. Let's see if they can push it to take out the lows. Otherwise, it seems pretty clear what the game is today, which makes me nervous.
What's the game, Jack? Help me. What's the game?
Buy it at the bottom of this range and then sell it at the top of this range. Look at this right here. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, like, I haven't seen something like that in a while.
It's what price is the bottom of the range?
Well, there's like,
that's a good question.
There's like two bottoms, right? We're through the first, it's around 75, 36, 35. And then there's a second that we're going through right now. And then you just have the low of the day there, which is what? 75.28?
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
We do have a support zone down here around the 550s to 520s in MNQ, but we are flushing pretty good here.
We are.
We could be testing, maybe a regular trading hours from a couple days ago, or the Thursday low maybe down at 392. Who knows? See if we don't get support here.
Mm-hmm.
We got within point and a half in the ES of those.
I'm in 2
session lows. Long 2, George.
From 551 and a quarter, just trying it out, risking 20 points here.
551. All right.
Correct.
What's your upside target?
I think my upside target's going to be right below this pivot point and the structure that I was pointing out earlier from the 1121 Central, right around 609 to 603. We'll go a little bit below that for at least one. I'll put the other one to the upside at the prior day close at 651-ish, maybe a little below that, 650. So I'm going to set a limit sell order right here at 598.
It's excellent. 598. We got lower right hand corner of the screen. You see the countdown clock. That is 50 minutes till the closing bell. 40 minutes till MOC.
Playing the range, right?
I'm playing the range. Yes, I'm long from 48 3/4.
And so far, walk around the markets. We still got, I presume, Google getting hammered today. Google, down 5.5%. It was down as much as 7%. Meta's down 2%. Microsoft 2.5%. Nvidia down 1%. Amazon down 4%. Broadcom down 4.25%. I saw someone post, and I've been thinking about this the whole time too. I don't understand how the hyperscaler stocks can be getting kind of punished right now every day. Meanwhile, the memory keeps on going parabolic. You kind of be shutting down the hand that feeds you at a certain point.
She would be. All right. They being the ES and Q are continuing to keep it offered right now. Look at all these longs, George. See if they want to continue to.
I kind of want it to go. I don't want to chop around for a half hour and talk about the weather, Andre. I kind of want it to go and get out of this trade with a win, and then maybe take another one for the short side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, Dre.
Yes, sir.
I want to hear something that's going to date me, but I think you'll get it too. I was looking at that. Remember to get your questions in for Robin Dane tomorrow. I see that pinned to the bottom there. but I just glanced over at it and thought it said, "Get your questions ready for Ron Dane, the great Wisconsin running back." And I was thinking, holy hell, we got Ron Dane on the show tomorrow. That's going to be sick.
What kind of
Hey,
questions?
Ron Dane also sick, but let's reach out. Let's see what Ron Dane's doing.
Thunder and Lightning, right? Who was the Lightning? He was the Thunder on the Giants. Was it Tiki?
Tiki.
Was it Tiki?
Barber.
Oh, nice, George.
Was it the one that cheated on his wife or not? I can't.
Oh,
that was Tiki,
wow.
right?
Oh man, which
Wow.
one?
Or Ron Dane.
Wow.
Guess who's not coming on the show?
Thunder or Lightning?
We'll figure it out. We'll cast a wide net.
Turns out he ends up being like a huge futures trader, you know.
Mr. Dane.
He's watching
Yes,
right now.
Get those questions.
Oh god,
in
just
for
throws up his
Ron
headset.
Dane.
Been 15 years.
Chicago for the next meetup, Jack.
Okay. You guys both so you're along the MNQ, George.
I cut it.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
From 551. It's not looking too bad. 30 points is no joke, but in this market, you kind of want a little bit more, you know? Handles are 50, 100 points, you know?
Just hold 50-50 on the tilt. Also, we're closing in on 217,000 subscribers. I believe we are less than... Just click subscribe, please.
If you haven't, then you can join the chat.
Yeah, light us up.
You might have to wait a week. I don't know what we have it set to right now.
Just get a TP here. Get another trade in.
580 last trade. We're looking at it's about a 40-point pop right there. In the NQ, ES has found its range, like Jack was saying.
Andre, question for you. Do you set
Yes, sir.
take profit, or do you just kind of do it manually?
I have a automatic that goes in, risk reward automatic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But discretion, manually get out based on what's going on around the other markets or news headlines. Like right there, I got shaken out. But yeah, I actually learned this from Jack. The take profit, I'll put way out there just in case that headline does hit.
Yeah,
and it's favorable, and you get a, let's call it maybe a lucky fill, ambitious fill. However, I typically manually or discretionary get out of the trades, both winners and losers. How about you? Maybe I can do better
a
at
bit
that
of
more,
both. I think it has to do with like how I'm trading and reading the market. Also, there's it's like a pro and con thing, right? Where like if you set it to, you know, all-time highs or something stupid and it gets there, it's awesome. But when it would have gotten to your TP and then some, and then comes right back to your entry, you're just deflated. You know, so it's just, I guess it's just a mental capital thing on which one your personality likes more, right?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. Yes, so scaling out also helps with that. What do you? How many long right now?
2, right?
2.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, take one for profits. I think let that other one ride and, you know, manage your stop and move it up or down based if you're long or short. It's tricky though, George. Well, when Dolby's on here, you know, the break even. Do you move your stop to break even? Do you not? I don't think there is a silver bullet when it comes to that. It just depends, right? I know Dakota always says it depends. You know, market generated information.
I'll make the case, and this may be unpopular for what you were talking about. My thought on profit targets is, and this is specifically for super liquid markets. If you're trading like the ES or MES, especially, is I am pro market orders to get in and then essentially to get out too, but like not having a set target in there because you're a sitting duck if you have a limit order in the market, right? And you open yourself up. It's like I consider that, you know, one tick just part of the cost of the trade because you open yourself up to adverse selection otherwise, right? Like there's no free ride in this. Just because you got that extra tick you could be adversely selected by somebody with better information or faster information. I.e., you could, you have a limit order to get in there. You could get, wiped on some sort of crazy candle. And then on the other side, like I say, I don't like the whole just in case something crazy happens. Like if you're short, especially, there's no reason. It's not bonds where your Q position really matters. I don't think we've even seen it on Topstep TV where maybe once or twice somebody's had an order at a price that traded but didn't get it in the ES or especially NQ. And since Q position doesn't matter, it might as well just leave the optionality there that something crazy could happen and it's going to go way in your favor. So that's my thoughts on that.
Yeah, Jack. I mean, if I'm in the live account, I guess you're right. Like setting a limit order to get out of a position, that's like the definition of a passive buyer or seller, right?
Well, it's fine if you're not there, but it's like, especially with your targets, if you're sitting there, it's why like the very word limit, it like theoretically limits, especially in this environment where you got
your upside
headlines and crazy stuff like that. You never know when the things that come out that pumps the ES, 150 points or dumps it.
Yeah.
Poll results are back on a George is above below. We're going with, all right, 65% are going with below, 23% above, and 12%, George, saying you're going to absolutely nail it, that the NQ will close.
I'll take that percentage, man.
30,000. I know. 30,743 with 12 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
About to get Polymarket on the phone.
Did you get 551s?
This is exactly what I didn't want. You get in, kind of moving your way a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy being a little green, but just wanted to get there.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned strategy, which is having a rough time at it. This might be the goated chart of all time for Sailor right here. Well, he's running these are monthly candles, but I just want to point out, I'm not sure this has been done before. We may have a situation brewing where, during the dot-com bubble, they got MicroStrategy lost 99% of its value right here. And, to come back and do it twice would be impressive. It's down probably 80-something% from its high print here. But call that like what, the Twin Spires or something? That's a wild.
That's horse racing.
History of a company.
That's horse racing.
That looks like it.
Yep.
Okay.
What's up, Doom in the chat?
Doom?
Man. He's a good guy.
Are we going to play the ranges? ES. Upticking here just a bit, 75.37. ES with a 70-point range today. NQ with almost a 500-point range. Session high in NQ 30,967. New York lows of 30,502. 50-50 on the tilt. I got crude though, 71% long.
Andre, you looking at gold or oil or anything like that as far as...
I have it up. Yep, I'll keep it up just if something does move. Gold would be dollar related. Crude, obviously, sensitive to headlines. Yeah, dollar as well. Just make sure I'm not getting all the information that you can. I have the yen up now, too. How about that?
Hey, that's...
what the Dow's doing.
I haven't really looked at the currencies and futures yet. Maybe I should take a look at it.
Only reason is what happened earlier today with Bank of Japan intervention. Got the chart up here. You saw these huge pops, right? You saw the yen to the dollars was closing in on like a 40-year low. And there was some intervention. We saw that pop in the yen 2 separate times in fast markets.
I hope it's not the new trend is something involving currencies. I have a massive sort of gap in my knowledge about like currencies and stuff like that. I don't care for them. I mean, I like currency. I like
Yeah.
cash.
Sure. Yeah.
We're gonna
Yeah,
test
that's
these sellers are starting to
it's heavy, doesn't it?
jump in just a little bit. Gold down ticking here, down about $4. Well, in this 5-minute trading, 42.06.
But I look at these like
lows.
Twitter threads sometimes where like the people that really know currency stuff are talking about, and they tend to be like economists and stuff like that. And it's just like, it's the worst. And I like some pretty in the weeds stuff in finance and trading, but like that stuff, it's like, oh my God, please don't let this be a thing.
It's yeah, for the little I do know, it just always bring it back to how it is strength or weakness for the dollar. Then maybe gives us a little bit of insight. We are watching crude continuing to grind higher. Crude up about 40 cents since Power Hour began. Crude trading $74.20. 7 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Well, I don't miss Forex like at all. I was pretty successful
lot.
at Forex, but I like trading that's maybe it's a little bit more regulated and not trading against other people and stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, also, yeah, do people trade Forex because they have a deep interest in like the global markets and the flow of currencies between economies, or because it has a lot of leverage?
Yeah, leverage for sure.
A little more downside pressure here in gold. Not too much. Gold, 42.06. When Power Hour began, we're trading right around 42.11. It's down about $5 here. Crude continuing to grind a little higher. $74.22. What's going on in SpaceX? SpaceX getting killed? Down 14%.
Yeah, well, it's trading the 150 handle. I mean, really, once again, as I said, casino's open, boys. Like, it's who knows where it's going to go right now. But the only real interesting print would be if it goes below 150, because that's where the first here, I'll show it right now. This is the entire history of SpaceX in half-hour bars right now, and
Talking about what, yeah.
150 is where it looks like the first trades were, and then 135 is what the advertised IPO price was.
Just for transparency, I did add to right at my entry. So
did I, George. What price? 551.
Technically 553. Not bad in NASDAQ terms, right?
On 4 from 553. Last trade, 30,562. 63s. 50 tilt. ES. It might just stay in this range though. And let's see what this 5-minute wants to do. 5 minutes bottom of the hour.
Where we got this?
Come on. We're gonna close on the lows. Will we make new lows here? What's the scarier trade, Jack? What's the scarier trade right now in ES? In ES.
Well, absent what's happened the last 2 months, I would say probably long. The runway is clear for it to run down to 74.50 SPX, so that'd be like 74.20 in the future, 75.20 in the futures. But being short's always been for several months now, and overall for several years has been the scarier trade.
And keep testing these entries. Our entry price is here, George.
Yeah. Where are you at? Where
I'm long for 557. We're pretty much trading right now. Session lows 30,502. And Dow just got down ticked. Crude continuing to get bought. All right, Dow just got sold. A little down ticking. Dow's about 30 points from session lows, trading 52,037. 50-50 tilt. Or just commit to the range. Why'd you add, George?
Yeah.
Why'd you add? What'd you like?
Yeah, it just retested that structure. Again, I have the support zone that I had was pretty large. We're talking 525 to 550, but it's not so large in like this day and age on the 1 minute chart in MNQ, right? So when I got in, I liked the structure, look left. I kind of pointed it out all day. We've been kind of testing this exact spot, and we've gone below it and tested it as resistance and gone above it and tested it as support. So I kind of think this is an important level, kind of like a do or die for the buyers. And with America, do or die, we're going long, right?
Okay. Hey, we got 1,000 lot here. ES 1,000 offer is 75.35. 1,000 offer. We're about 4 points higher from that right now. Use that level 2 data. Topstep X again. 1,000 offer is 75.35.
As a fly in chat, George is looking for VWAP and that. The whole all roads lead to VWAP, right? Why not? Would be an amazing trade.
Will they fill this 1,000 lot? We're about 2 points away now. You got 1,000 offered at 75.35 in the ES. We are trading 75.32.
Oh yeah, that's a big order.
You cut the longs.
Sure, gains are up to there. 1,000 ES. 1 second.
Andre, you kind of consider yourself a scalper, or like most traders that are trading futures are kind of scalpers, right?
I think we're all scalpers, George.
Yeah. What's the average amount of time you're in a trade? Does it matter to you at all? Or do you cut it? Like if it's just too long, you're in for 20 minutes or something, it's bouncing around like this, you just say, I'm out of here? Or do you kind of stick to your guns and your stop loss?
That is a good question. I actually have got a bad habit. I'll hold on to losers longer than winners because I won't believe what I'm seeing. I won't believe my eyes because whatever correlation I'm playing is the other markets that I'm synthetically long or short are still going the way I would think they would. And the market I'm currently in is not. Longest, I have about 10, 15 minutes. Overnight, though, you can hold them for much longer. How about you?
Shorter. I mean, I'd rather it be, less than that. But again, you find stuff like this where, you want to trade, you see structure. We're obviously in a downtrend, right? But it's also in a range. Could arguably be like a big head and shoulders here on the 1 minute and sell off like Jack predicted. But maybe one more shot up here. How long have we been in this trade? It seems like forever, just because it's not moving. That's the worst. I don't mind holding longer if there's movement. Just this little range, just kind of, am I right? Am I wrong? Who cares? Let's just see if it hits the stop or the TP. You know what I mean?
It's right there, George. You said, who cares? That's the thing right there. It tests your patience. It tests your process, and longer just hangs out. It's easier when you're in the money. When you're taking heat on it, it's brutal. Absolutely brutal. So, all right, we'll keep an eye on that 1,000 lot again. In the ES, 1,000 offer 75.35. About 2.5 points away from that. But in Fast Markets, we ask you to hit us up at Topstep TV on the X using the hashtag Fast Markets, hashtag Power Hour. We'll throw it to JD. JD, let's see how they did. Also, we got some news as well. What do you want to start with?
Let's take a look at this fast market content that was submitted by AJ, AJT 2019. There's his name there, Aaron T, with a big comeback in this express funded account. Second payout for June. This account was in $500 of drawdown. At one point, the DLL, the daily loss limit, most definitely got me out of that and into this payout. Nice job, Aaron T, showing that resilience, what's possible in these markets. You don't have to give up when you're in drawdown, you know? It's not over till it's over. Only $500 of drawdown left and fought all the way back to a payout in this express funded account. Great job, Aaron. Keep them coming. All right, on the news front, recent federal data shows hiring is picking up in some industries, including healthcare and skilled trades. But even with those gains, long-term unemployment is at a 4.5-year high. And employers say some positions are still hard to fill. Michael Yoshida joins us live with more on the disconnect between hiring managers and job seekers. Let's learn more.
As hiring in the U.S. appears to be picking up, some employers are still struggling to fill open positions.
There's a disconnect going on in the market right now.
Indeed's Priya Rathod says new data from the company shows of the top 10 roles employers are recruiting hardest for right now, half are in healthcare, with nearly all the rest in skilled trades.
What we're seeing is that a lot of the jobs that job seekers are looking for don't match up with the jobs that employers are having a hard time recruiting for.
A mismatch, but Rathod says it doesn't have to be a deal breaker. Her advice for recent or upcoming graduates, stay flexible, especially in a world shaped by artificial intelligence, where human-based skills like critical thinking, communication, leadership, and adaptability are becoming more valuable across industries.
Those skills aren't just learned from that perfect next job. They can be learned from internships, from retail positions, and it's going to create the experience and the knowledge you need to get into several different careers moving forward.
And many in-demand jobs, especially in skilled trades, don't require a 4-year degree. So for people considering a career switch or those out of work for a while, Rathod says pivoting into an in-demand field may be more achievable than it sounds.
In many cases, you can get certifications, again, within 6 to 18 months. Hone in on the one certification you have to have in order to be employed in this role, and go in that direction and combine it with your transferable skills to get into these stable professions.
I'm Michael Yoshida reporting.
Thank you, Michael Yoshida. Appreciate that. JD said live. Came in live? Okay.
Yeah.
Stuff. Well, we saw. All right, George.
Out of 2.
Out of 2. Very good. There we go. There you go. Scaling out. You were long 4, now long 2.
I took one out at around 580, right at this structure from the 2 o'clock hour. Then it hit my original TP. I have a couple limit orders up here at the top. One a little closer to the New York anchored VWAP. I have at 697.
697. All right, last trade, 30,590. Delta is negative 5,000 now in the NQ. Growing. Again, we have MOC in 15 minutes. Market on close imbalance.
What do you say that Delta
trade
was?
MOC at all?
What's up?
You trade MOC at all? Like just
Trade
MOC? Or do you
Peter
usually out?
Peter Tuchman does and made a fortune doing it.
So crazy. I want to know how to do that. That'd be amazing. And
well,
fun,
you got to buy a
right?
membership on the floor at the New York Stock
Yeah.
Exchange and be in the good old boys club and be there forever. And yeah, you will like what you see.
Jack, what'd you say?
Sorry.
I was going to ask, what was that Delta again, Dre?
Q minus 5,000, ES minus 1,900. Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
Do you take any profit on that uptick there, Dre?
Yeah, I got out flat. Looking for a short now. I get 600s. That would be nice. But also, that 1,000 lot did not get filled. It got pulled in the ES. It did not. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if anyone's up, but I saw it got pulled.
Wusses.
Yeah, get that fill.
Now what are you going to do with that $375 million of short exposure?
So much. All right, take a short. Just going to play the range here, George.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Do you, buddy? And I don't blame you. It looks
See,
good.
bad location, but what? Short from 574 or so, and see if we can buy 540s, 543s.
Kind of feeling the shorts too.
Yeah, let's both make money. I love it.
Negative gamma below. We're down to 155.87 in SpaceX. That's still falling off. Now down 15.7% on the day.
There's an argument to be made that if we break that structure that I pointed out at around 600 and the pivot point that I have here at 603, if we break that, maybe a little retest, I might add into this thing.
Agree, 100%, George.
For longs.
Yep, above 600s. And
Yeah.
we're maybe off to the races. Might actually get out of this short right now. Dow's upticking here. Gold's seeing a bit of a uptick. Crude is what's crude doing? It's flatline right now, $74.19. If crude sells off, down ticks here. I can just make a case for the longs. These shorts are not, or maybe we just stay in range bound. We stay in the range, but that negative 5,000 delta in the NQs got me thinking.
Well, can I another range? I had a hypothesis this morning, and that delta could be very deceptive. The idea being that we had this pretty steep sell-off here that we think was because people puking yen carry trades. Well, if that is what happened, they're not short; they're just out of the trade. So, like at one point, it was like negative 10,000 delta or something in the ES. If it's only negative 1,900 or something now, well, maybe if we eliminate just the people that puke the yen trade, it's really like positive 8,000 or something. Like, I think it could be deceptive.
I know that negative 10,000. I think maybe Hogue might have misquoted that. Confirm that for me, Hogue. I think for the ES, it's currently what? We're looking at minus 1,900.
I mean, they were hammering pretty hard here. Let's see.
Yeah, that was an error, Jack. The minus 10,000.
Well, I'll stand by the point.
Yeah,
is that if people are hammering market orders, then the delta will look more negative, but they're not short. So there's like maybe not as much to squeeze as there normally is.
What's this one going to be?
What about the
I got short again, Jack.
VWAP bands you guys added on here?
Ooh,
summer
of indicators.
That's
summer of indicators.
That's right. That's right. So I usually anchor and use those bands, but you can set this Topstep VWAP band to weekly, and I have it just kind of muted unless it, actually starts providing data, and we're right in the middle. This band is like right in the middle of this range, right? So, hence the range. See if we don't get a little support off this in the short term.
He looks like. Well, what it looks like. These are just head fakes right now. Click subscribe. Are we at 217? We are not. We are not.
Come on.
Yeah.
Doesn't cost you anything.
Subscribe. Go to Topstep store. Get yourself one of these too.
Thank you. 14 away. Come on.
Let's go.
We're not gonna like cold call you or something. There's nothing to lose here.
You should start. That'd be awesome. I can't wait to answer the phone if that's just like James Harden's like, hey, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
Some sort of fundraiser.
You ever trade futures? Yeah.
Yeah. Call it Hoag's Kids or something.
Mm, 75.32, so it's in the lower end.
I know.
Come on.
Thinking about getting short. Yeah, I'm getting short a little bit more here.
I blame you. But you're right. It's just a bunch of heg fakes both ways, you know?
Just hold it up here. A little downtick here in gold. 3205. What's going on in ES? Lower end of the range, 75.31. Yes. A little more selling here in gold. Oh. Seeing some selling as well. ES. A couple points off these session lows. NQ not quite there. NQ's got that negative 5,000 delta.
We're
Pretty heavy.
at near the highs in the 2-year yields, 4.23 at the moment. We're above 4.5 by a smidge in the 10-year. Getting a little bit closer to, we're like at 4.95 in the 30.
Chat, what's great about this price action is you can lose both ways.
That's every price action.
True.
Uh-huh. Oh. Yes. I guess about 1.5 off the lows. Gold still getting downtick here, 4203. Crude working its way higher now, trading $74.30. And we got 6 minutes till MOC.
See what we do here. I don't know. I kind of want to hold through MOC. And I'm up on the day. I guess again, it goes, to your personality or whether or not you do this, but if you're up on the day, it's probably best, lock it up, that type of deal. But sometimes when you're green, you can maybe push a little harder. I don't know. But then MOC is always a gamble. I don't know. A lot of decisions around this time, right?
Absolutely.
Totally
we got 5
fair.
minutes till. Question in the chat. Jack, what is MOC? What is MOC? We'll give about 5 minutes.
Market on close orders. So it's the amount to be bought or sold at market close. Although, truthfully, I got to ask, Tuckman or someone about it. I don't understand what the number really means. Like, it makes no sense to me that if you have that information, why would you have to announce it? Like, what benefit could it possibly give you? Unless, like, they have to already have exposure or like a hedge or something. It's just kind of, I don't know.
Is it because so many accounts are going into it all at once, and because it moves the market so dramatically, it's almost like a courtesy, like, hey, here's when we're doing this?
I mean, since when was there currency or that currency? There is currency. When was there courtesy in derivatives trading? Like,
yeah, that's true.
It seems like an edge you wouldn't want to give away.
Well, you have to pay for it, I believe. But I don't know those answers either. I just know that there can be volatility that does occur.
So let's go back to our Series 3 stuff, because like I've never made a market on order or market on close order in my life. But it's a type of market order to instruct your broker to buy or sell the security as close to the official closing price of trading as is possible. It guarantees the trade will be executed at the close, but not at a specific price. So I still don't get it though. Because if it's on the close, like, why would I say, like, if I have to sell $10 billion of S&P, like, why would I say, hey, guys, just a heads up, I'm doing this?
Yeah, beats me.
Or
I just know sometimes when that
or why
number's
don't they do
big,
it?
when the number's big, markets move, and when it's not big, it may not move. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye out because that coming at us in about 3.5 minutes. However, checked in with our live funded leaderboard throughout the day. This will be the last time we check in with it. Let's take a look. Ooh, we got some movement. Shikit up 42. Bushra up 32. Andre, not me, up $23,000. And Katya up 15. And Victoria, he up $14,000. Job well done. Taking advantage of the opportunity.
Very cool.
Well, we are definitely
Saw
in the
a couple
range.
questions. Somebody asked, they notice I use SPX. Can we also use SPY? You could. SPX is better for a few reasons. I mean, SPX is just a pure index. Like, you can't buy or sell it. You can only buy or sell options on it. It's also like the notional value of stuff flowing through SPX is at least 10 times, I would think, what is on SPY. So I would say it's the better barometer.
I saw a little pop there. George, still in this thing?
Yeah, I am.
I got all those
Into
shorts.
from
Scaling thing. Yep.
556. I think I will. It's 40 points here. I will, in this case, move my stop loss to break it even. We have MOC in 2 minutes. A lot of craziness can happen. I put my target way up here, close to VWAP. I can always get out one manually, but if we pop up there real quick, I'll take advantage of it. So risk off.
Well done.
Right from slippage, of course.
ES never took the new lows. And Q range bound. ES range bound. Dow. Still in the range. In the chat. I saw it. We see this often. MOC is meaningless. I saw. It is until it isn't.
Right?
You're gonna say, what was that? And you're like, 10 minutes till the closing bell. What's up, Quas?
Wiggle.
I'm flat now. I'm thinking longs. Here.
Oh, we're almost at
I like it too.
I'll see some buyers.
And incidentally, if I were to get in right now, MOC or not, my stop would probably be where it is, which is break even on this trade. So I just happen to have a pretty good entry and all that. So that's another case to when you move your stop loss to break even, have a reason, not just a P&L, that type of deal.
I hear it. Absolutely, George. All right, here it comes. The meaningless MOC. Will it be meaningless or will it matter? Stay tuned to find out because it's about 5 seconds. We'll get it. And NASDAQ 500 million buy side, ES 1.2 billion buy side, Dow 300 million sell side. Those numbers can and will change, but looks like we're off to the races higher here.
Pretty good. That resistance line I drew, we see if we can't close above that. Seconds here. A lot of stuff can happen 30 seconds after MOC, right?
Yeah. It's like we're above those 600s, George.
That's right. Yeah, I really want to close, but again, it's going to be too late probably with MOC. If we can retest it, it's not going to happen. It's just going to go without me in it. This is where the Captain, Caveman McHugh.
I just cavemaned in. Yeah, I definitely just cavemaned in. Long from 615. We're trading 30,640.
There you go.
In the NQ, we got MOC may not have been meaningless there because right when that clock struck 50 after, we saw the buyers step in. ES up to 75.42.
Now we're stuck right at about 74.75 in the SPX. Maybe it'll stick here. I don't want to short it.
Still buy side. Still buy side. All right, got out of some.
Nice trade, Andre.
Scaled up. Yeah, you too, man. Really want to take. What's your above below? 743. Not meaningless. Not meaningless this time around. However, sometimes you just don't know. But it's still buy side growing in MQ.
Love it.
I'll get long more. I'm getting long more.
I love it.
Okay.
Head to the winner, right?
Right. It's so tempting.
Tempting to what, George?
To add more. It's really tempting to add more. Just kind of sticking with my guns here.
Until you get burnt doing it, then you're like, why did I do that? You had a winner.
You're right.
Why did you do that?
Yeah.
They get you one way or another. Hindsight Capital
for sure.
can always get you. Like right now, it's not looking, those ads not looking so great. We did pop. Buy side growing back up to 1 billion buy side ES and up to 600 million buy side NQ.
You've got about 8 minutes left. I'm telling you, if it gets back down here to the 610, 600, and we see buyers and I have a chance to get in, I will add. That was my original plan. I'll stick with that. Dan Emons in chat is correct. The high a day anchored VWAP was right here at the previous day close, getting a little resistance off that.
So it might be NQ now 800 million buy side. ES 1.4 billion buy side.
Thinking maybe we have a little bit of take profit here, Andre, to push us down a little bit.
Think so. It's definitely stalling out, George. It's stalling out right now, but we're almost at 1 billion buy side on Q. And those numbers can and will change. Oh. President, we get some headlines here. Oh, shoot. That's going to help.
Oh, what did he say?
The straight is totally open. Crude's not. Shit, what was that? Crude is still $74.32. Come on. Oh, man. Is it adios to the longs? Because of a headline? Got up to 1.2 billion buy side NQ. Dow pushing higher.
I think we could be a little pinned here to the 74.75 SPX. Just 5 minutes left.
So yeah, another injection of liquidity coming in right 55 after. Oh, 2 billion buy side NQ popped. 2 billion buy side NQ.
Oh man, I tried to add one. It's terrible, Phil. But,
yeah, I'm back in long. I'm back.
We'll see what happens.
All right, popped. Where do they want to take this thing?
Well, you know the answer to that, Andre.
To what? Your all roads, George. All roads. Meaningless. MOC meaningless. How about meaningless. It? George Wood. All roads, baby.
Go.
Stalling out though. Oh, how's that negative delta going too? Hogue, what's delta in NQ? It was minus 5,000.
Definitely some resistance up here.
Yeah, ES starts selling. Dow starts selling. We got what? 4 minutes till the close. Anything less? Any buzzer beaters, Jack? We got what? 4 minutes. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that the buzzer beater is kind of like we were kind of already hanging around that 74, 75. So like the juice isn't worth the squeeze for me. Like maybe I would buy it, but yeah, not for 3 points.
How many points, Jack?
How many points would I buy it for?
Correct.
I don't know, like 10. The problem is, it's like I talked about this last week. It's like forcing an options trade into futures. Like that sort of trade is, futures are awesome, but that sort of trade you want like the defined if it happens and not have to worry about the path, right? I don't want to lose a bunch of money if it dumps at the end of the day.
Come on. And
Yeah, makes sense.
And Q. Hold on for dear life. Up here, trading 30,629. Still 2 billion buy side ES and 1.5 billion buy side. And Q. I am long way too many from a bad price right now, but we'll see.
Let's
if we can
go.
push. Let's
Yeah.
get it. Is right. George,
All right.
we're in that trade from the beginning of Power Hour to the bell.
Longest trade ever, man.
Um,
Added to it, took some away.
That's trading around it. I love it. Absolutely love it. Oh, click subscribe. What are we at? I don't think we got there. Did we get there? 13 away. 13 away. Please
We'll be
click
there by
subscribe. Please
tomorrow.
click like.
Yeah.
And there goes gold. We're going to like these. Oh, shit.
All roads, baby. Let's go.
All right. Why is gold popping? Gold popping here. And Q also catching a bit of a bid. 30,645. Prince. Let's break it out of some of
Hey,
these.
Dan Emons, could you do me a favor? I'm gonna go ahead and delete this anchored VWAP from the high day. Maybe we can get through it. You know what I mean? Sometimes that helps.
Oh, it's a roadblock? Oh, I got
That's right. That's right.
Okay, 90 seconds. 90 seconds till the bell. 90 seconds. 1.5 billion now buy side ES. And Q 600 million buy side. Got the price action.
Yeah.
I think we'll get a little pop. I think we'll go to like close the day at 74, 75. So like, yep, getting closer.
What price?
1.5 above here. We'll say.
So what price would that be? And should I take a long
75.42 half.
Thank you.
No.
75.42 half. 75.39 last trade.
No.
We got what? 40 seconds, George. I don't know how much longer I can hold this.
I got you, man. I understand. I'm
George,
in.
we're
My
brothers.
stop loss is in profit.
30. Is it?
It's just above 600.
Hold on, baby.
Come on.
You can do it. 20 seconds.
Let's yes.
Go up.
Yeah, just go to your home.
Go off a bit.
Go to your home.
Too good for
There
your
you go.
home.
There we go.
Come on.
Keep pushing
7-5,
here.
4-2 half. 7-5, 4-2 half. Yeah.
Come on.
NQ on the
Yeah.
move. NQ on the move.
What's up, baby?
George, look at that. Oh, and there's the
no.
bell.
There
That's great, George. George,
Nice and
what
done.
was the final
guys.
P&L there? Job well done. Good job,
7-9.
man. With range. George, as always, fantastic to see you. You went on mute, George. I don't know where you went, but as always, you see him in the chat. I love having George on here. Jack, fantastic, as always. With that being said, shout out to all the Bellers. We got a hell of a week coming up ahead of us, but we've got, you're expecting Dr. Volatility to take us to the outro. We got JD, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
JD reporting for duty, filling in for Dr. Volatility while he is at the playground. All right. We had not so much of a wild day. We got one nice move and then we chopped around. It reminds me of the bond market from 20 years ago. One move and then sideways price action. Hope everybody has a range trading strategy. All right. That's it for Topstep TV today. As they say, now it's your time. All right. Down here, it's our time. It's their time up there. Down here, it's our time. If you know, you know. You know what I'm referencing there. All right. We're not going to abandon you just yet, though. We've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul coming up next, and then Slow Markets with Coach Dakota and Coach Jay later on this evening. Make sure you are here for it. Make sure you come back tomorrow because we got more bell-to-bell, wall-to-wall, belly-to-belly coverage for you right here on Topstep TV. It all starts at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Me, Hogue, and Jay are going to walk you through some chart setups going into the Equity Open. After that, in Fast Markets, we've got Vince, Michael B., and Dakota coming in to join you. Some nice rotating guests for Trade with Topstep. I'm sorry, for Power Players, we've got our good buddy James S. coming back. He's going to be joined by Coach Ray and Coach Jay. Oh, Coach Emmanuel and Hoop will be here for group coaching. Hogue and Robin Dane. Yes, Robin Dane is back. We got a nice Mindset Matters segment coming up tomorrow. We're going to put a form in the chat later on if you got a question for our favorite mindset coach here at Topstep, Robin Dane. You will have an opportunity to have it answered live here on Topstep TV. And then we will be closing out the day with another training psychologist, Dr. V. Dr. Vanessa is back. She's going to be joined by Andre and Jack in Power Hour tomorrow to close up the day. So we've got a full day of Tradertainment coming your way tomorrow. As always, bell to bell right here all day long. Topstep TV. Everybody have a wonderful night. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Don't forget, At the Buzzer, Coach Jay, Coach Paul, coming up in just a few minutes. I'll catch you all later. Have a great night.
Most people won't see it. Not the wake-ups, not the weight of repetition, not the days that start cold and quiet. They'll see the win, the 1 second that worked, not the hundreds that didn't. This isn't about hype, it's about habits. I write it down, every run, every trade. Not to remember, to refine. I've missed, I've fallen, I've lost, but I've always come back sharper. I don't train for motivation. I train for execution, over and over. Whether I'm in the pipe or in the market, I'm chasing the same thing.